Hello everyone, myself Muhammad Abdul Wajid Mudassir from SM Techno MEP and NLP Services. I am an electrical engineer holding a dual master's degree in electrical as well as management from Usmania University. I am a certified AutoCAD and Revit engineer from JNA FAU. I have got a professional training experience of almost 5 years. In the first session, we are going to see the history of AutoCAD. What is an AutoCAD? AutoCAD is actually a software or an application which is used as a drafting tool on your PCs. So AutoCAD was developed by Autodesk company. Autodesk is actually a company which runs this software AutoCAD, and they have started this AutoCAD software in the year 1982 in City, California, which is nothing but in USA, and in India we have a branch in Bangalore. So AutoCAD was one of the first computer-aided designing or drafting CAD software application in the world. This was the first tool, okay, which was used for the designing as well as for the drafting sector. The first version of AutoCAD was released at the end of 1982, okay, almost like 30 years back we can say. And it was designed to be used only on PCs. Since 1982, the AutoCAD has increased dramatically on a global scale. So since from the year of launching, okay, there was a huge demand in the AutoCAD. We can say, because of its many desirable advantages, and the user, nothing but we, can able to draw here the 2-dimension drawing as well as a 3-dimension drawings over here. What is meant by 2D drawing and what is meant by 3D drawing? 2D in the sense where we have the X and the Y axis, 3D in the sense where we have the X axis, Y axis as well as the Z axis. Okay. So there is another version of the AutoCAD called the AutoCAD LT that is dedicated to 2D drafting only. Okay, we have one more software which works only for the 2D side. Coming for the first thing, nothing but the version of the AutoCAD. Okay, the first version of AutoCAD were released as release 1, okay, in the 1990s I can say, and from R1 to R30 this all versions are DOS based only. There was no kind of colorful operating system for this. Next version was developed as R14 in the year 1999, and from this version onwards, software was Windows based. Almost since from the 1999, okay, we are using an operating system of Windows. From the next version developed as 2001, 2002, 2004, so on till 2020. Next version was developed by as 2005-6. From this version onwards, software has added express menu in the menu toolbar, etc., etc. So we have got many toolbars over here. Anyhow, we will see about all those things in the screen introduction of the class. Coming for the first thing, nothing but purpose and objectives of the AutoCAD. Advantages of AutoCAD in short I can say. Understand what the AutoCAD is and how to deal with its basic operations. First advantage we can see over here, draw the different objects with speed as well as precision. So I am comparing these advantages with respect to your manual drafting. Actually we have two different types of drafting. One is nothing but the manual drafting, one is nothing but the computerized drafting. So what is meant by manual drafting? Okay, where we used to draw something manually with respect to your stationery, with your free hand. When you go with computerized drafting, we are using some softwares like AutoCAD, etc., etc. So when you are going with respect to AutoCAD, the speed of your drawing will be very fast as well as the precision is almost like up to 8 decimals it will support for you. Next you can see setup or managing of drawings is very easy over here. When you're going with the coordination point of view, okay, it is very easy for you to coordinate with respect to other services, with respect to other layouts. Next, construct the drawings in a simple steps. Construction of the drawings can be elaborated in a very simplified manner, because when you're working with respect to any of the service or with respect to any of the layout, you'll be having different procedures. Like you have to frame the plan, you have to lay elevation, you have to lay a section, etc., etc. So all those things can be arranged in a proper manner. Next you can see modify any object in a drawing. Modify in the sense what? You can go for the revisions actually. When you're working with respect to any of the service, okay, for example, you're working as a civil engineer, you're working as a mechanical engineer, or you're working as any kind of HVAC engineer, etc., etc. So you'll be using different components. Those components are nothing but your objects. Okay, so after creating an object, you can modify. After modifying, you can also reuse the same object with respect to some other file also. That is done by means of your block. So create, insert and edit block. Every object whatever we are creating, that should be in a block. After creating in a block, the same block you can use with respect to the other reference files also in the future projects. So hatch using the different hatch patterns and the methods. What is meant by hatch? First of all, hatch is actually a property which is applied for the material effects, I can say. For example, if you want to provide any kind of wooden texture, you can go with the hatch. If you want to provide any kind of concrete texture, you can provide. If you want to provide any kind of mirror effect or any kind of glass effect or any kind of grass effect, okay, you can go with the hatch command. Next we can see create text and tags as well as insert and edit dimensions. These two categories comes with respect to the annotation sectors, nothing but for your labeling, for your detailing, etc, etc. And these are very, very important, and these two things plays very crucial role in the AutoCAD, because dimension is a major part which focus the layout. Without dimension, it is next to impossible for you to implement something on the site. So for that reason, it is called as a dimension, a very crucial option what we have in the AutoCAD. Next, prepare and plot a drawing. Prepare and plot in the sense, whatever actually we are working in AutoCAD is with respect to your soft copy. Okay, the same thing you have to implement in the hard copy with respect to the print option. That print option here we are calling it as a plotter over here. Next, shorter preparation time for the drafting. So when compared to the manual drafting, okay, it takes much short span of time for you to develop any kind of drawing. Reduced manpower requirements. With respect to the advantage which were discussed just now, okay, we can say that the manpower requirements are less. Customer modifications are very easy over here. Customer in the sense your client requirements, I can say. Low wastage in drawing, not only with respect to the drawing, even with respect to the time also. Improved accuracy, as we are having almost like 8 decimals of precision, so obviously we'll be having a huge amount of accuracy over here. Better designs can be evolved. Better designs in the sense, better portfolios or better proposals can be developed by using this kind of software. Revisions are possible as per the client requirement, as per the site requirement, okay, as per the regulation requirements. Colors can be utilized to customize the drawing. We can use a big color library over here as per your requirement. Okay, AutoCAD is giving you a very big library for the colors. So as per your requirement, you can enhance the file. Next, coming for the limitations of CAD. Limitations in the sense, certain drawbacks we can say. Actually, it's not a drawback, it's like a disadvantage we can say. So first thing, it requires large amount of computer memory. Whenever you're installing AutoCAD on your PCs, it takes almost like 4 to 5 GB of space while you're installing this on your hard disk. So in short, I can say that the size of the software package is large. High skill and judgments are required to prepare the drawing. A person who doesn't know how to operate the PC, okay, who is not familiar with the computers, is very impossible for him to understand the AutoCAD software. Next, in short, I can say it's huge investment with respect to cost. So these are the few limitations, but when compared to advantages, these are negligible we can say. Coming for the first thing, nothing but what is what on screen. So actually in this session we are going to use the version of 2020 AutoCAD 2020. Okay, so after installing the software, you will be getting a shortcut icon over here, AutoCAD 2020 over here. So based upon your system configuration, it will operate. Okay, so when you open the AutoCAD, this is the way how the screen will look like for you. Okay, so one by one we are going to study in detail over here what actually we have on the screen. So here you can see the first thing actually what we have is nothing but your title bar, where we have the information of the version, where we have the information of the file name, etc, etc. So on the same title bar we have a quick access toolbar which consists of your recent use option or very used options like your save, save as, print, undo, redo, new, open, etc, etc. So all those options are modifiable over here. Next to the quick access toolbar, we have the application menu. The same options what we have in the quick access toolbar can also be enhanced by means of your application menu also. Again, you can see on the right hand side you will be having an option for the search, okay, where we require the web to get any kind of help from the Autodesk. Again, we have the sign in option. Again, we can see we have the close, maximize and the minimize options over there. Next line, we can see we have a menu bar. Okay, this is nothing but called as your menu bar. Again, where we have a ribbon. So with respect to this ribbon, we are going to arrange all the properties and the options like your modify toolbar, annotation, your drawing toolbar, your layer bar, your block bar, property toolbar, etc, etc. So all those things are available over here. Below to that, we have a property palette which gives you the property of each and every individual option or a block or a object, whatever you have created. Next, you can see on the right side we have the view cube, which gives you the information of your file, okay, with respect to the direction. Again, we can see we have the navigation bar, which gives you the zoom option, which gives you the crop option, etc, etc. Again, we have a crosshair. Okay, it's actually a cursor, but here instead of cursor we are calling it as a crosshair over here, which acts as a drafter over here. And the white screen what we have is nothing but a work plane for us. Okay, here is a place where actually we are going to build or we are going to develop a drawing. Next, we can see we have a model and layout tab at the bottom of the screen. Okay, at the bottom of the screen we have the model and layout tab. Model is a place where actually we are going to develop a file. Again, the layout is generally used for the print. Again, we have a UCS icon, universal coordinate systems, which indicates the coordinate values with respect to the X and Y axis, whether you are working with respect to the first quadrant, second quadrant, third quadrant and the fourth quadrant. Again, below to that we have the command window where actually we are going to type a command. Next, we can see we have a status bar. Okay, status bar will have the functions and the properties of your function keys as well as some internal settings of the AutoCAD. So all those things are with respect to your status bar. So this was a small introduction for the screen. So now you can see your screen with respect to the software also. So here you can see you have the same options what we have over here. The same quick access toolbar, again the application menu. This is an AutoCAD version which we are using. Again the file name. Again the search window where we are going to search or we are going to get a help from the Autodesk. Again, if you want to sign in from the Autodesk, you can also sign in. Again, we can see we have the close, maximize and the minimize window option. Again, we have a menu toolbar. Below to the menu toolbar we have the drawing toolbar, again the modify toolbar, annotation, nothing but your dimensions, text, etc. Layers, very important topic what we are going to discuss. Again the block, again we have so and so properties over there. Next to that we have the drawing toolbar, okay, or else if you want to open a new file you can also go from here. At the bottom of the screen you can see you'll be having a command window, again the model and the layout tab. Again, this is nothing but your status bar over there. Okay, again the view cube, and this is a crosshair, okay, nothing but in common language called as a cursor we can say. And the black screen what we can see is nothing but your work plane where we are going to develop the model. Okay, so coming over here, understanding the AutoCAD 2012 interface. Actually, see, we are using two versions over here. One is the AutoCAD 2020, one is the AutoCAD 2012, because some of them are still going with respect to AutoCAD 2012 also. The primary method to reach the commands in the AutoCAD 2012 will be through ribbons and the application menu. You will use ribbon instead of the normal toolbars. The interface will give you more space in the graphical area, which is your drawing area in short I can say. Actually, here you can see in the older version, nothing but 2012, okay, we used to have the tabs option over here, but now it has been upgraded to the ribbon option. On this ribbon, this is actually a ribbon pane. On this ribbon we can see we have all these panels. Next, here you can see the application menu. So application menu will have all these properties. When you click this, okay, you'll be having the option of new if you want to open a new file. Again, the open if you want to browse any kind of file, save as, import, export to one software to other software. Again, if you want to publish with respect to mail or any kind of fax, or you can go with the print also. Again, with respect to some drawing properties. Again, if you want to close, etc, etc. So all those properties are enabled here in the application menu. And next, here you can see the same options what we have in the application menu. Click on the application menu and you will see the following, like if you want to create a new file, or if you want to open an existing file, if you want to save the current file, save the current file under name as, new name as, save as, export the current file to a different file format like your Revit or any kind of PDF, etc., etc. Print the current file to a hard copy, publish the current file by means of a fax or by means of a mail, send the current file to transmit or image, the same both options. Use all the functions related to your drawing. Again, the close the current file, exit the AutoCAD, etc., etc. So all those things we have with respect to the AutoCAD. Next, on the quick access toolbar, as I have told you, okay, the quick access toolbar will have all these properties. Okay, this is actually a customizable. Okay, if you want to customize, you can also customize by selecting this. Whatever you want, you can select. Whatever you want to remove, you can also remove. So you can see we have the new, open, save, save as, open from web, save to web and mobile, plot, undo, redo, etc. So all these things, whichever is enabled, are accessible for you over here on the quick access toolbar. That depends upon you. Okay, if you want the match property also, just select this. That thing will be added over here as per your requirement. It's very modifiable over here. So the quick access toolbar is a small toolbar located at the top of the screen. Using the QAT toolbar, you can create a new file, open an existing file, save the current file, undo, redo, print the current screen, etc., etc. Actually, these are the few options which we use very frequently. For that reason, we have this option. Instead of going for the application menu, opening the file from there or saving the file from there, it will take some time for you. So to overcome that, we have this quick access toolbar. Next, we have the information center. Okay, information center is actually a help window which we get and help from the Autodesk. So the top right part of the screen, you will see the information center. The information center gives you the opportunity to type in the keywords that will enable the AutoCAD to search both online as well as offline resources. So here, when you type something, okay, like if you want any kind of help with respect to any kind of AutoCAD option or any kind of AutoCAD command or any kind of Autodesk window, then we can type over here. Okay, so we'll get the option either from the online source or else from the offline source also. We have two sources over there. So you may still use the conventional help search by clicking the arrow at the right hand side of the information center also. So we have one more option over here by selecting the arrow mark option over there. Okay, anyhow, so we will minimize this because right now we don't require that. Next, coming for the graphical area. Graphical area is nothing but the work plane area. So the graph area is where you do your actual drawing. To develop your model, we require this graphical area only. So use the crosshair to specify the points on the X and Y axis. And you can monitor the coordinates of the crosshair using the left side of the status bar. So here you can see on the window, you'll be having the UCS icon, X and the Y axis. So as you are moving your file, you'll be getting the coordinate values also over there. Again, the status bar. So this status bar actually will have some function key options as well as some properties which we use internally for the AutoCAD. The status bar in AutoCAD contains many functions that will help you draft more precisely. We will discuss most of the buttons on the status bar throughout this book, inshallah. So here you can see this is a status bar. Like we have few function keys over here. If you want to add the function key, we can also add a function key over here. Okay, in the future classes we will see how to add the function keys. Next, you can see things you should know about the AutoCAD. So before starting your AutoCAD, okay, we should know all those things. The mouse is a primary input device. It is next to impossible for you to work with AutoCAD if you're not using a mouse. So we require a mouse, and the left mouse button is always used to select or to click. Okay, as we know that on the mouse we have two things. Okay, we have two clicks. One is with respect to the left side, one is with respect to the right side. So left is used to select. Again, the right is used to bring drop down menu, etc., etc. Again, the mouse wheel has zooming functions. If you want to zoom in, if you want to zoom out, so we can see we have a wheel with respect to that. We can zoom in, we can zoom out the screen. So zoom in on your drawing by moving the wheel forward, or zoom out of your drawing by moving the wheel backward. It's very simple to understand. Again, we have the pan also. Pan is nothing but it's a cursor point option for you. Move through the drawing by pressing the wheel and holding it, and then moving the mouse. Zoom to the edges of your drawing by double clicking the wheel. If you double click on the screen, you'll get this option. For example, I'm double clicking over here, so you can see exactly with respect to the page limit, it will provide you the coordinates. If you want to increase or if you want to decrease, you can see I'm bringing the wheel down, I'm bringing the wheel up. So with respect to that, we are getting this. Again, if you want to enter any command, you can go with respect to this enter key. And before going for this, you can see if you want to type any kind of command in the AutoCAD, see here we are going to specify the commands, okay, by means of command window. So whenever you type, okay, if you want to enter into that command, you can specify the enter key by means of keyboard, or else you can also specify the space bar also. Both are same. Again, to repeat the last AutoCAD command, press the enter key or the space bar instead of pressing the command name. Okay, and if you want, or else if you want to repeat the same command, you can specify the enter key or again the space bar key. So again, you'll be back into the same command. Again, to cancel the AutoCAD command, you'll go with escape key. So this is a few information which you should know when you're going for the AutoCAD session. Next, you can see the paper sizes. Very important question, remember, for the freshers when you're going for the interview point of view. So we have almost like 5 different paper sizes in the drafting industry. So first is nothing but the A0, which has a size of 1118.0 by 841.0 mm. Okay, mm stands for the millimeter. So this is the paper size with respect to the A0. Again, when you go with A1, the half the size of the A0 will be A1, the half the size of A1 will be A2, the half the size of A2 will be A3, the half the size of A3 will be A4. Okay, or you can call it as the double size of A4 is A3, the double size of A3 is A2, the double size of A2 is A1, the double size of A1 is nothing but A0. So all these paper sizes we have over here. You can see over here. Double of 594 is nothing but 1189, double of 420 is almost like 841, double of 297 is almost like 594, double of 210 is almost like 420. Okay, so this paper size is very important when you're going to go for the print option as well as when you're setting the limits in the AutoCAD. Remember, make sure about this. Now coming for the function keys. As we can see on the keyboard, we find almost like 12 function keys. So all these function keys will have some different properties when you work with respect to AutoCAD. So first one, you can see, note all function keys are used as used for on or off. That means what? Whenever you're pressing once, it will be on. Whenever you're pressing again, it will be off. The same function key I'm talking about. So first thing is nothing but help. When you want to press F1, you can go with help option over there. I'm pressing the F1 function key. So when you are pressing the F1 function key, automatically you'll get a window, okay, where you'll find the help options. So whatever you want to, you need any kind of help from the AutoCAD, you can also set those as per your requirement. Okay, or else if you want to search the title or the index, you can also search from here. That depends upon your requirement. Again, when you press the F1 function key, it will go back, or else you can close from here also, vice versa. Next, we can see we are going with F2 function key. Okay, F2 function key is actually giving you a text window or a command history. Means whatever the recent commands we have used in the AutoCAD. I'm pressing the F2 function key, so you can see these are the commands which we have used recently. Okay, these are the few commands which we have used just now in the AutoCAD. Like in the Internet Explorer, we have the history now, that what was the previous site we have visited, etc. So same like in the AutoCAD also, we have a previous command history. So when you press F2, you'll get this window, or else you can drag the screen also. Okay, or else you can drag the screen also to get this option. That depends upon you. When you drag this, you'll get the previous command list. So as per your requirement, you have to use, but it is not recommended. Instead of this, better to go with respect to the F2 function key. Next, we can see F3, nothing but the object snap. So whenever you want any kind of property like midpoint, center point, quadrant point, intersection point, perpendicular point, etc., we go with respect to this F3 function key. I'll take a simple example over here. For example, okay, I'll take a simple example. I'm drawing a line, for example, like I'm just switching off my grids. Okay, I'm drawing a line, something like with respect to, this is a line for me, for example. Okay, so when you draw this line, so this line is having some property, like you can see, you are having a first point, you are having a midpoint, you are having the end point. Again, to the same line, you are having the same thing. When you're drawing a circle, you'll be having some other property again. Okay, like you'll be having the quadrant points. Okay, like you can see, you'll be having the quadrant point, you'll be having the midpoint, center point, etc. So if you want all those properties, in that case the F3 function key should be on. So here you can see in the command window I am typing what? Nothing but F3 function key. So when you type F3 function key, what it is showing us? Object snap is off. Again when you press the same function key, what is happening? Object snap is on. So when it is on, so what is happening? You can see you are getting the end point over here. Again you can see you are getting the midpoint over here. Actually the midpoint is disabled over here, so we'll just go with the settings. Yeah, now you can see this is the end point or the first point, what we can say. Again we can see we have the midpoint, again we can see we have the end point over here. In the same case of circle, we have the midpoints, we have the quadrant point, etc, etc. Okay, so F3 will give you the properties of your object, like your end point, midpoint, center point, quadrant point, tangent points, etc, etc. Again when you press the F3, so object snap is off, so you will not get any kind of property over here. You will not get any kind of property over here. You'll not get any kind of property. So this is the option what we have with respect to the F3 function key. So whenever you want a property like midpoint, center point, quadrant point, intersection point, perpendicular point, you can go with the F3 function key. This F4, F5, F6 are used in 3D. So actually we are not working with respect to 3D, so you can ignore this. Coming for the F7 function key, nothing but the grids. Grid, nothing but your graph paper. Okay, you can see at the background of the screen we are getting a graph paper over here. Can you see a grid over here? So we have a major line, we have a minor line with respect to the x-axis and y-axis. So if you don't want this, you can disable this by pressing the F7 function key. If you want, you can also specify the limits. That depends upon you. Even if you want to provide the spacing between the grid to grid with respect to the x-axis with respect to the y-axis, you can also specify. But for the building industry, it is recommended to switch off the grid and you can work. So again press it, again it will go back. Next you can see we are having the F8, nothing but the ortho. So whenever you want any kind of straight line segments in the x and y axis, that means what? For example, I'm drawing a line. So you can see I can able to rotate my line with respect to the x axis or else with respect to y axis only. But I need a line of something like 45 degree or 30 degree. So in that case, my ortho should be off. Nothing but the F8 function key should be off. So when the F8 function key is off, now you can able to see the line you can able to rotate with respect to any of the axis. You can able to rotate with respect to any of the axis as per your requirement. Again when you press the F8 function key, that means you can able to rotate your line with respect to 0 degree or else with respect to 90 or else with respect to 180 or 270, etc. So F8 is nothing but the auto function key, which works with respect to the x and the y axis when it is on. When it is off, you can able to rotate your line with respect to any of the axis. Next we have the F9, nothing but the snap. Restrict the cursor movement to a specified interval. That means what? For example, here I am drawing a line, so you'll be getting some specified interval over there. Anyhow, F9. One second. Yeah, so here you can see when you press in the F9 function key, okay, you will be getting the concept of this. So next key is nothing but your F9 function key snap. Restrict the cursor movement to a specified interval. So here I'll be going with respect to the command nothing but drafting settings. So in this command actually we have the option for the F9 function key. So here you can see the object snap, and you can just recycle this window to the snap and grid. Can you see over here? So if you want to switch on your F9 function key, you can switch on your F9 function key from here. So when you are switching on the F9 function key from here, you can see you'll be getting the spacing value, that whenever you're moving your cursor on the screen, it will jump at an interval of 5 axes. That you can see over here. I am taking a line, I am selecting a point. So whenever you move your line, it is going with respect to the 5 only. You can see again next is nothing but your 10. Again next is nothing but your 15. Okay, why it is going with respect to the same interval? Because we have given a jump interval of how much? 5. Okay, so with respect to this, what is happening? We can able to mark the points in a very precise value. I repeat again, for this actually I'm going with respect to the drafting settings. So in this drafting settings we have this option. For example, I'm giving an option of 1 over here. So that means whenever I move with respect to the x and y axis, as x and y axis, you can see it will jump with respect to the 1. You can see after 5 we are getting 6, again we are getting 7, again we are getting 8, etc, etc. Okay, So this is the option what we have with respect to the F9 function key. Next we have the F10 polar tracking. So to create inclined line of a given angle, again the same thing actually I'll show you with respect to the same drafting settings. So polar tracking, when you go with polar tracking, first of all understand what is the word polar. Remember that the polar is a word which is used whenever you draw any kind of angular objects. Okay, like here you can see I have given a specified angle something like 15 degree. So whenever you move your cursor with respect to any of the rotation, it will jump with an interval of 15 degrees over here. You can see, for example, I'm marking a point from here. Okay, I'm marking a point from here. 1 second, I'll just switch off this. Yeah, now you can see I'm marking a point from here. So now you can see exactly it will jump with an angle of 15 degrees over here. Can you see 15, 30, again 45, again 60, again 75, again 90, again 105, again 120, etc, etc. So we are getting a value or the increment angle of only 15 degrees over here. Only 15 degrees over here. That is the option what we have with respect to the F10 function key. So you can press the F10 function key manually, or else you can press the F10 function key by means of your option drafting commands also. Next we have the F11, F12. So it is used to get the track line and to keep your focus on the cursor movement. So the same thing again you can see by means of the drafting settings only. So when you press the drafting settings, here we can see we have the option of dynamic input. So this dynamic input actually will have the option whenever you if you want any kind of value with respect to the cursor, like whenever you're moving the cursor, you will be getting the coordinate values, or whenever you move your cursor you will get some temporary dimension. So if you want this, then you can go with respect to this, or else you can disable these two things. Okay, I am selecting this. Now you can see when you're working, that means we have switched on your F12 function key. Now you will not get any kind of the point previously. Okay, now we are getting this because the polar is on for us. So what I'll do, I'll just go for the drafting settings. I'll switch off the polar tracking and the snap grid also. Now hopefully now you can see you will get a normal line, okay, without any kind of marking. So this is done can also be by means of your F12 function key, or else by means of the drafting settings also, vice versa. It depends upon you. Again, if you want to track any kind of line, so you can see you can mark a point from here, you can track a line. So for that reason actually we should turn on the F8 ortho key. Okay, now you can see I'm picking a point from here. I'm picking a point from here, or switch on your snap, click from here. Okay, so here you can see the F11 function key. So whenever you want to trace a point, okay, so you'll be getting this point. You can see you'll be getting a green color line, which indicates that you're tracing the same point with respect to the same part with respect to the same coordinates. Again, if you want to track the point, you can track the point in this way. So this can be done by means of your F11 function key. So this was a small introduction about the function keys. Now we will go with respect to the next concept, which is nothing but the control keys. Remember that control key and function key will differ. Function key is used to function your software, whereas control key is used to model your layout. So first we are classifying with respect to the three concepts over here. One is with respect to managing the screen, managing the workflow, and again to manage the drawing over here. So control plus 0. When you press the control plus 0 function key, whatever the options which we are having on the screen will be invisible for you. Again, when you press the same thing, it will come back for you. When you press control plus 1, you'll get the property of any object. Like you're having a circle. So to get a property of circle, like you require the diameter, you require the circumference, you require the radius, etc, etc, all those things. Control plus 2 and control plus 3 are nothing but the predefined library which we are getting from the AutoCAD. Okay, next we have control plus 8, which gives the quick calculator. So all these 5 control keys we are classifying with respect to managing the screen options over here. So I am pressing here, I am going with respect to the concept control plus 1. Okay, control plus 1. So when you press control plus 1, you can see you'll be getting the property of each and every individual option. Like you want a property of this line, select, you'll get the property of this. Let so and so I can just expand this. You can see this is working with so and so layer, so and so material has been used, so and so x-axis we are having, so and so length of the line we have. From the x-axis it is a so and so distance, from the y-axis it is a so and so distance, etc, etc. All those things we are having over here. In the same case, when you want to measure this, okay, when you want to get the information about the circle, so you'll be getting the information about the circle over here, like so and so geometry we have, okay, that so and so x-axis, y-axis, radius, diameter, circumference, area, etc, etc. All those things are specified by means of your Control+1. In the same case, when you press a Control+0, okay, everything whatever we have on the screen will be hidden for you. So when you go for any of the interview, this is the way how the screen will be for you. Okay, so I don't recommend to use the options which we have on the AutoCAD screen. Try to practice by means of the command window itself. Again, when you press the Control+0, it will come back for you. And again we can see we have the Control+2 and Control+3. Control+2 is actually the predefined library which we get from the AutoCAD. Okay, we have some ready-made components, okay, which we are getting from the AutoCAD over there. Okay, but in the same case, I'll show you by means of ADC command in the future commands. In the same case, when you go with Control+3, you'll get the predefined again. For example, when you go with the architectural tab, okay, as you are working with the architectural area, for example, if you want a tree, just drag and place, you'll get a tree on your work plane. In the same case, whatever you want, even if you want a vehicle or something like that, you can also place all those things over there as per your requirement. So you'll be getting a tree. If you want a different view for the tree, like you want an elevation point of view, you can also get that one, etc, etc. So Control+3 is generally used for your library, and the Control+2 is also the same. Okay, again the Control+8 is nothing but the quick calculator which we get from the AutoCAD. So you can see I'm pressing the Control+8. So by default we get a calculator over there. Okay, it's almost a partial scientific calc we can say. So instead of going for a separate AutoCAD, we can use the same calc here in the AutoCAD. Next, this managing the workflow, like Control+C is used to copy, again the X for the cut, V for the paste, Z for the undo, Y for the redo. This is similar to your Microsoft Office, nothing but your Word, PowerPoint or your Excel. Whenever you press Control+C, it will be copied, it will cut, it will paste, it will undo, it will redo. You can see over here, I am pressing Control+C. I am selecting this tree, I am going with the Control+C key. So it is copying the option. Again, if you want to paste, Control+V. Wherever you want to paste, you can paste. If you want to go for the undo, Control+Z. Again, if you want to go with redo, Control+Y. As per your requirement, same options what we have. Okay, again if you want to cut, Control+X. So welcome to the next session. So in this session we are going to discuss few commands. So this is a complete list of commands which we are going to discuss in the syllabus. The first command what we have is nothing but the general settings, covering with options as well as the drafting settings. The same command options, when you want to type in the command window with respect to shortcut, you can type as OP enter. The same thing for the drafting settings. Instead of typing all these things, we can type as DS enter also. Okay, so coming for the future commands, one by one we are going to discuss simultaneously. So almost we have some 70 plus commands over here. First thing, before going for the AutoCAD, we have to understand the coordinate systems also. So in the AutoCAD, not only in the AutoCAD, in the trigonometry point of view, we have three coordinate systems. One is the absolute method, one is a relative method, and one is a polar method. So what is meant by absolute method? Whatever the values which you are going to mark with respect to X and Y axis are nothing but the absolute coordinate methods. So absolute Cartesian coordinates specify a point exact distance from the origin point of the coordinate system, which is represented as 0, 0. The absolute X and Y coordinates are signed numbers. That means what? You can see this is my plan. Okay, so this is your first quadrant, again the second quadrant, again the third quadrant, again the fourth quadrant. So whenever you want to mark any of the value with respect to the first quadrant, so you'll be specifying some value like 3, 4. What is meant by 3, 4? 3 is a value which is on the x-axis, and 4 is a value which is with respect to the y-axis. So now you'll be getting a slope value. Okay. So same like that, when you specify the value something like -4, -3. So definitely you have to go with respect to the fourth quadrant, because both the negative regions are with respect to the fourth quadrant over there. That is the concept what we have with the absolute method. Next we can see the relative method. So in the relative method, actually we are going to specify a point with respect to the last point which was entered by specifying some displacement or the distance value. So relative Cartesian coordinate specify a point exact distance from the last point that was entered. For example, I am typing something like at the rate of. Why we are specifying at the rate of symbol? To specify the coordinate with some displacement value at 4, 2 tell AutoCAD to locate a point that is 4 x units and 2 y units away from the last point entered. The x and y relative coordinates are sign numbers. What is meant by sign? Again, the plus value and the minus value, I am calling it as sign number over there. For example, here you can see I am typing something like -4 at the rate of -4, 2. So it will leave a space of -4. Again, it will select a point with respect to the 2 on the y-axis. So the direct distance entry method is a shorthand relative method also. So other name of this can also be called a shorthand relative method also. Next we have the concept of polar. As I have told you in the previous session, what is meant by polar? Whenever you want to mark any of the value with respect to any of the degrees, we go with respect to the polar concept. So if you want any of the line with respect to specifying an angle, then in that case we will go with respect to this concept. So polar coordinates specify point, exact distance, exact location by distance and an angle from the last point that was entered. Same thing, we are getting a symbol of at the rate of. So we are specifying a point with some distance value, and the distance is always positive and the angle is measured from the positive x-axis. Anyhow, always first preference will be the quadrant 1 only. For example, if I am typing at the rate of 4 at an angle of 45, okay, what does it mean? 4 is my x point. With respect to that point, I am marking a line with respect to 45 degrees, which tells AutoCAD to locate a point that is 4 units away from the current location and at an angle of 45 degree from the horizontal plane. Why we are calling about horizontal plane? Because we have given the value of 4 over here. The first value will always be horizontal, the second value will be the vertical value. So for that reason, we are specifying the value of horizontal over here. So these are the three coordinate systems what we have in the AutoCAD. So covering with respect to these coordinate systems, okay, to implement something in the AutoCAD, before that we have to go for the general settings in the AutoCAD. So first, when you install the AutoCAD for the first time, okay, which can be with respect to any of the version, even if you're going with 2020, even if you're going with 2012, not an issue, okay, but these settings has to be defined at initial level. So first thing you can see, OP is a shortcut for you. OP, options. So this command is used for general basic settings like display settings, open and save, plot and publish, etc. when you install the AutoCAD for the first time. Okay, not all the time. When you install the AutoCAD for the first time, in that case we go with respect to this particular settings. OP is a shortcut for that one. So here you can see I'm typing OP, enter. So when you type OP, enter, you'll be getting a new window, and I recommend not to go with respect to all the settings if you are a beginner. Okay, some of the settings will be provided by your consultant, so no need to worry about that. So first tab you can see you'll be having a file tab. So in this file tab you'll be having some general settings with respect to your text, with respect to your print, with respect to some PDF concept, etc, etc. I don't recommend to go with all the settings, okay, because this is located with respect to the central file. I don't recommend to go with respect to all the settings at initial level. Next you can see you are having a display. So this is beneficial for us because the display tab will help you to provide the selection of your theme. For example, what is the color theme you want? For example, I want to go with something like dark, so you'll be getting a theme which is with respect to dark color. If you want to go with light, you can also go with the light color also, but I recommend to go with dark because we are working with AutoCAD for the longer hours. So going with the dark color will actually prevent you to overcome the eye strain. Next, in the same dark theme, which color you want to prefer, you can select the color from here. So whatever the settings you are providing, you can check a preview of that over here. For example, in the uniform background, okay, I'm going with the black color. What is meant by uniform background? I'm talking about the work plane. Okay, this is black for me. If you want to change to something like white, you can also change for the white. Okay, so I recommend to go with the black. As I have told you, we are working for the AutoCAD for the longer hours. I recommend to go with the black color only. So again, we can see we are having the option of crosshair. So this is a crosshair for me, nothing but your cursor. So when my background is black, it should be white for me. It should be inverse actually. So if you're going with black, what will happen? Can you able to see the crosshair? It is next to impossible for you to identify where your crosshair is. So for that reason, it should be inverse. Again, we have different properties also, like for the viewport control, grid measure lines, grid minor lines, etc., etc. You can see we are having the grid axis over here. Okay, we have some isometric examples over here, but I don't recommend to go for all those things at initial level. Okay, so go with the minimum settings what is being defined in the AutoCAD. Anyhow, if you want to apply, you can go for the apply and close, or else you can cancel. That depends upon your requirement. Coming for the font. Okay, so this is a font which actually we are using in the command window. So here you can see we have got some different styles of the fonts. Okay, whichever style of font you want, you can select from here with respect to the font style, like regular, bold, italic, etc., and the size of the text. Whatever you want, you can go as per your vision, as per your screen size. For example, I'm going with 10. You can go with the apply and close. So the same settings will be provided here in the command window for you. Again, the crosshair size, nothing but the cursor what we have in the work plane. So I recommend to go with 20, 25. That depends upon the screen size. Anyhow, you can go with 50 also, you can go with 45 also. That depends upon you. So here by default I'm going with 20 for me. In the next tab, you can see we are going with respect to the open and save. So as we know that the latest software which we have in the AutoCAD is nothing but 2020. For example, if you are saving your file with respect to 2020, you are working with 2020, and if you are saving with respect to 2020, what will happen? That means you can able to open your file with respect to this version or with respect to the next higher version which is going to be launched in the market, nothing but in the 2021, 22, etc., etc. But if you're working with 2020 and if you're giving the file format with respect to any of the previous versions like 2010, 2013, 18, etc., etc. So what will happen? That means you can able to open the file with respect to the versions from the 2010 to the next upcoming softwares. So better to make your file into the universal format, because it is not compulsory that everyone will be using the same file format which you are using on your PC. So to make a universal file, you have to, it is recommended to go with respect to the previous file format. Next, we are going with the plot and publish. So in this plot and publish, actually we are defining the printer. Okay, so if you have installed printer in your PC, you can select the printer name, or else I recommend to go with respect to the conversion of your drawing file. Remember that in the AutoCAD, the file what we are working is with respect to the DWG extension. Okay, so this file, it is recommended to convert with respect to PDF, so that you can able to open the file with respect to any of the PC, even if you don't find the AutoCAD software in that PC. So to make a universal file format to access with respect to any of the PCs, it is recommended to convert the file format with respect to drawing to PDF. So when you convert this file value, where you would like to say, we can provide a path, like for example in so-and-so user with respect to so-and-so folder, with respect to so-and-so documents, or with respect to so-and-so drive, etc., etc. Whatever you want to specify the path, you can choose manually, or else you can provide the path in this way also. That depends upon you. Next, we have the tabs like system, user preference, drafting, etc., etc. I don't recommend to go for all those things at beginner level. Okay, in the future, as per your experience, you can learn about all those things. So you can check in your notes. You can see the first thing, as I've told you, go for the file, go for the display tab. In the display tab, I have selected the color theme as dark. In the colors, you can see I have gone with the uniform background color as black. Okay, with respect to the crosshair, something like white color over there. Next, you can see I have gone with the open and save. So if you want to go with 2007 version, if you want to go with 2010 version, that you can go with that. But no one is going with respect to less than 2010. Okay, you can go with 2010 as minimum version for the AutoCAD. Next, here you can see we are going with respect to the plot and publish. So it is recommended to convert your drawing to PDF, or with respect to any kind of printer software to PDF. Again, wherever you want to save, you can save your file with respect to so-and-so PDF format, etc. So these options are only done only once when you install the AutoCAD for the first time. As per your requirement, you can alter the settings in the future. Okay, because AutoCAD is a very friendly software. Next, you can see we are going with the next command, nothing but the drafting settings. So in this, actually we are going to define the drawing settings. Okay, whatever the function keys which we have discussed in the previous session, the same function keys we are going to provide with respect to some simple basic settings over there. So drafting settings can also be called as drawing settings. Draft in the draft is a technical term, drawing is a common word. Okay, so this basically involves settings like snap and grid, polar tracking, object snap, 3D object snap, dynamic input, quick properties, and selection cycle. So all these are nothing but your function key. So if you want to turn on the function key, nothing but if you want to switch on the function key, and if you want to provide any kind of properties for your function keys, okay, in that case we go with respect to this settings, nothing but the drafting settings. So here you can see in the AutoCAD, DS enter is a shortcut for the drafting settings. So just go for the first tab by selecting this cycle. So here you can see is the snap and grid. So if you want to switch on your function key F9, you can switch on from here instead of turning out from the function key from your keyboard, and whatever the property you want with respect to the x-axis, with respect to the y-axis, you can specify from here, like 0.5. That means whenever you move your crosshair on your work plane, it will shift to a value of 0.5 only. This is modified. If you want to go with 2, you can also go with 2. Okay, the y spacing will also be 2 because here we have given the option of equal spacing between the x and y. So whatever the value we have given over here, it will resemble to the y axis also. In the same case, if you want to switch on the grids, you can also switch on the grids. And what is the spacing value you want to provide for the spacing for the grids, you can also specify. By default, it's 0.5. You can also go with 0.5 as per your requirement. That depends upon the limits of your page. Again, if you want to go for the polar tracking, if you want to switch on the polar tracking, switch on from here. If you want to select any of the prescribed angle which is given by the AutoCAD, like so and so values has been given, but if you want to go with respect to your own angle, something like 13 degree, so go for the new option and write an angle from here. Okay, write an angle from here as per your requirement. As per your requirement, something like I'm going as 13. Okay, so as per your requirement, you can add it over here as per your requirement. So you can select this and you can go with this by default also. If you want to delete, you can also delete this. That depends upon you. Coming for the object snap, so in this actually we have the two properties. One is the function key 3 as well as the function key 11. Okay, so if you want to switch on the function key 3, you can enable from here. The same thing for the function key 11 also. Again, in the F3 function key, we have all these properties. So I recommend to please select all these properties, because in the future we require all these properties to be enabled on our work plane. For that reason, I recommend to please enable all those things. Again, the 3D is not a part of our course, so you can neglect this. Dynamic input, if you want a property of your line, okay, in that case we can go with these two things, or else you can ignore also, but I recommend to ignore because these things will disturb you on your work plane. I recommend to go with respect to disabling these two things. Again, the quick properties and all, with this we don't require anyhow. So this is the basic settings what we require. Again, click here OK, or else you can go with the cancel option. If you want to apply the property, go with the OK. If you don't want to apply the property, click the cancel. So here you can see first thing, snap and grid. So if you want to turn on, you can turn on from here. The same thing for the F7 function key, the X spacing, again the function key 10 with respect to the so and so angle. Again, the object snap, if you want to turn on, you can select from here. Again, if you want to select the properties, you can go from here. Dynamic input, if you want to disable, you can disable from here, etc, etc. So these the function keys, nothing but the drafting settings as well as the options are done only once as per the requirement. If once this is clear for you, then you can easily proceed for the implementation of the commands. Next, you can see the units command. So UN is a shortcut for the units. What is meant by unit? Nothing but the quantity, in which quantity you want to work in the AutoCAD. As in the AutoCAD, by default we have the two formats. Okay, one is a metric format, one is an imperial format. So you can see in the notes, units are classified into two types. One is a metric format as well as the imperial format. So when you want to work with respect to the metric format, that means you want to work with respect to the measurement field as meters, centimeters, or the millimeters. That depends upon you in which format you want to work with. Okay, in the symbolic form, meter can be written as M, in the centimeters can be written as cm, and the millimeters mm. Okay, whereas if you want to work with imperial format, okay, that will be the values will be with respect to the feet or else with respect to inches. These feet values, when you mention in terms of 1 colon, okay, it's a 1 colon indicates the feet value, double colon indicates the inches value. Okay, so working with the metric system means we have to select. So what is the shortcut for the unit command? UN. If you want to specify the UN, you can also go with that, or else if you want to type the complete UNITS, you can also go with that also. That depends upon you. So here you can see in the command window, okay, place your cursor in your command window, type here what? UN, enter. So when you type UN, enter, so you will be getting a new window, and here you have to define the drawing settings, nothing but the unit settings for your file. So first you can see we have the decimal format over here. So decide in which format you want to work with. For example, I am working with respect to decimal format. So when you work with decimal format, that means you can select the insertion scale. Nothing but the values will be in millimeters, it can be in centimeters, or it can be in meters. That depends upon you. So here you can see decimal precision, as I have told you that we have almost like 8 decimals of precision over here, but for the bidding services I recommend to go with maximum of 2 decimals. It's more than enough. Again, insertion scale. So if you're working with metric format, we can go with millimeter, we can go with centimeter, meters, kilometers, etc, etc. But I recommend to go with millimeters, because millimeter will give you high amount of accuracy when compared to meter and centimeter. Okay, again click here. Okay, so with respect to this units, we have defined that we are going to work with respect to the decimal format, selecting the insertion scale as millimeters. In the same case, if you want to go with meters, you can go with the meters. If you want to go with respect to the centimeters, you can also go with the centimeters also. That depends upon you. Whereas if you want to work with imperial system, so again in the same type the UN, you can go with architectural or you can go with engineering also. These two options resemble the imperial format. Okay, again in the precision you can go with 1 decimal or you can go with 2 decimals. So here you can go with feet or else you can go with inches also. I recommend to go with the least value, okay, because accuracy will be high when you go with the least value. So same, go with the UN, enter. So here you can see you can go with architecture or else you can go with engineering. Now what is the basic difference between the architectural and the engineering? When you go with architectural, the precision value will be in fractions like 1/4, 1/4, 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/16, etc. Whereas when you go with respect to the engineering, the precision value will be something like 0.00 inches, 0.000 inches, etc, etc. So engineering is a simplified format. You can go with architectural also. That depends upon you. As per your requirement, you can choose the format. Again in the insertion scale, I recommend to go with inches, because inches is the least value, because as we know that 1 feet will have almost like 12 inches. For that reason I recommend to go with the least value when you go with the units, inches. Again click here. Okay, that means now you have decided that you are going to work with respect to your project with respect to which format? With respect to your imperial format. Okay, so it is always recommended to select any one format for the complete project. Don't go for the multiple file formats like centimeter, millimeter, feet and inches, etc, etc. It will create confusion as well as you will lose the precision of your file. It is not recommended to use multiple units for your file. Next command we can see we are going with the limits command. So actually for the limits we don't have any kind of shortcut, so we have to type the complete name over here like LIMITS. So the drawing limits as defined by the AutoCAD is a rectangular area in which you are allowed to draw. So limits will actually define the boundary of your screen, like you can see on a work plane. Okay, this is a black screen which is nothing but a work plane for you. I'll just hide the ribbon, okay, by pressing the Ctrl+0. So here you can see this is a black screen where we are going to make our model. Okay, so this is a big space for us, so we have to specify some limit. For that reason we have to go with the next command, which is nothing but the limits command. So you can, in the command window, type here LIMITS, enter. So what is asking? Specify the lower left corner. Okay, so you can see this is the left side and this is the lower right, in the sense he is asking the origin value for us. So origin will always be 0, 0. By default also he is recommending 0 feet, 0 inches, 0 feet, 0 inches. That means what? As we are working with respect to the imperial format, for that reason the values are in feet and inches. So by default if you want to type 0, 0, you can also type, or else whatever the values which is prescribed in the bracket, okay, you can also go with that also. So directly I'm getting the enter key. Next he's asking the upper right corner. Upper right corner in the sense this is the right side, and nothing but he's asking this point, nothing but the diagonal point from here to here. So here by default he is recommending us 35 feet, 24 feet, 9 inches. If you want to modify something, I'm going with 100 feet, comma something like 200 feet for example. Okay, why I'm going with 100 feet, 200 feet? Based upon the plot size. For example, your plot is something like 50 feet, 100 feet. It is recommended to enter the value double the size of your plot size. So in that case I have entered the value of 50 feet, 100 feet over 100 feet, 200 feet over here. Again press the enter key. Again Z enter for the zoom. What we want to zoom? The complete screen. So now you can see once when you have got the option of regenerating model, now we have to start working from here. So this is the option with respect to the imperial format. Whereas if you're working with decimal format, the concept is slightly different. So for example, I am selecting the units as decimal with respect to so and so precision with respect to the so and so insertion scale. Again click here, okay. Now go for the limits, limits in the command window. Okay, specify the lower left corner, obviously 0, 0. Again he is asking the upper right corner. So when you are working with respect to your metric format, it is always recommended to enter the paper size. So in the last session I have shown you the paper sizes like A3, A0, A2, A1, etc, etc. So always remember that, okay, for the building services I recommend to go with respect to the A2 paper size or minimum or at least A3 paper size. Okay, so enter the paper size. So I am entering something like 420, 297. So 420, 297 is the paper size for my A3. Enter. Again Z enter, A enter. That means now you have defined the paper size of A3, okay, for your project. So this is actually the format how actually you have to work with respect to the limits command. So you can cross verify your notes. limits, there is no shortcut for this, 0, 0. Okay, again I have entered the 420, 297 because I want to go with A3 paper size because we are working with the metric format. Z enter for the complete, for the zooming the screen, what we want to zoom, nothing but the complete screen. For that reason I have given the option of A for us. So once when you have got the option of regenerating model, you can start working from there. So I have made a note that the above limits are fixed based upon the A3. If you want to work with A2, enter the A2 paper size over there. Okay, so if the file is in metric system. Whereas if you want to work with the imperial format, you can see again in the command window type the limits. 0 inches, 0 inches is nothing but the origin value for you. Again I have entered here 100 feet, 200 feet. Why? Because my plot size is something like 50 feet, 100 feet. So always it is recommended to enter the double the value of your plot size. Again Z enter for the zoom, again A for the complete screen. Okay, so you'll get the regenerative model. So now we can see the above limits are fixed based upon the geometry, drawing geometry if the file is in imperial system. I hope it's clear for everyone. So I repeat again that the options as well as the drafting settings are done only once when you start the AutoCAD for the first time. When you have installed the AutoCAD for the first time, the units as well as the limits are done only once, okay, when you start the project for the first time. In between it is not recommended to change the limits as well as the units. Okay. We are going to discuss few commands. So this is a complete list of commands which we are going to discuss in the syllabus. The first command what we have is nothing but the general settings, covering with options as well as the drafting settings. The same command options, when you want to type in the command window with respect to shortcut, you can type as OP enter. The same thing for the drafting settings, instead of typing all these things, we can type as DS enter also. Okay, so coming for the future commands, one by one we are going to discuss simultaneously. So almost we have some 70 plus commands over here. First thing, before going for the AutoCAD, we have to understand the coordinate systems also. So in the AutoCAD, not only in the AutoCAD, in the trigonometry point of view, we have three coordinate systems. One is the absolute method, one is a relative method, and one is a polar method. So what is meant by absolute method? Whatever the values which you are going to mark with respect to x and y axis are nothing but the absolute coordinate methods. So absolute Cartesian coordinates specify a point exact distance from the origin point of the coordinate system, which is represented as 0, 0. The absolute x and y coordinates are signed numbers. That means what? You can see this is my plan. Okay, so this is your first quadrant, again the second quadrant, again the third quadrant, again the fourth quadrant. So whenever you want to mark any of the value with respect to the first quadrant, so you'll be specifying some value like 3, 4. What is meant by 3, 4? 3 is a value which is on the x-axis, and 4 is a value which is with respect to the y-axis. So now you'll be getting a slope value. Okay. So same like that, when you specify the value something like -4, -3. So definitely you have to go with respect to the fourth quadrant because both the negative regions are with respect to the fourth quadrant over there. That is the concept what we have with the absolute method. Next we can see the relative method. So in the relative method, actually we are going to specify a point with respect to the last point which was entered by specifying some displacement or the distance value. So relative Cartesian coordinate specify a point exact distance from the last point that was entered. For example, I am typing something like at a rate of. Why we are specifying at a rate of symbol? To specify the coordinate with some displacement value. At 4, 2 tell AutoCAD to locate a point that is 4 x units and 2 y units away from the last point entered. The x and y relative coordinates are sign numbers. What is meant by sign? Again, the plus value and the minus value, I am calling it as sign number over there. For example, here you can see I am typing something like -4 at the rate of -4, 2. So it will leave a space of -4. Again, it will select a point with respect to the 2 on the y-axis. So the direct distance entry method is a shortened relative method also. Next we have the copy. So CO is a shortcut for the copy command. CO is a shortcut for your copy command. Okay, the name itself indicates whenever you want to make any kind of duplicate of any object, we go with the copy command. The copy command works almost identical to the move command. Actually, the move command is almost similar to the copy command. Copy command will make a duplicate, but move command will not make a duplicate. It will just move the object from one displacement point to other displacement point. So except it leaves the selected object in place and makes a new copies of them in the new location. The copy command creates multiple copies by default. You can't copy or move object from one drawing to another by using the copy command. As I've told you that in the control keys also we have the control plus C. So that control plus C is different, this is different. Okay, so I'm going with the copy. I want to copy this object, so go for the copy, CO, enter, select the object. So I have selected the object, enter. So specify the base point, from which point you want to select. For example, from this point, at what distance you want to copy, you can select the point from there. Okay, for example, from here to here distance was something like 4. I want to make an array of something like 4. So from here to here was 4. Again, the array value is 4 for us. How much I have to enter? 8, enter. So exactly at 8 it will be placed. Again, for example, I want to enter something like 12, enter. So what will happen? Exactly from here to here will be 4. Again, from here to here will be 4. So 8, again the 12. So exactly it has been dropped till here. If you want to roll back, you can go with the U, enter. Okay, undo. Again, you can specify the value as 16, so that you'll be getting a value of 4 array over there. Again, you can see you'll be going with the value of 24, enter, etc, etc. I repeat again, you can see CO, enter is a shortcut. Select the objects whatever you want to copy, enter. For example, from here to here is something like 5. Again, you want to make an array of 5, so enter here 10, enter. Again, you can see if you want to continue, you can enter 20, enter, etc, etc. So the objects will be copied by specifying the array of 5. That is what is mentioned over here. CO is a shortcut. Select the object, specify the base point. From whichever point you want to copy, you can copy. Again, you can specify the displacement value like 8, 10, 16, 20, whatever you want, you can specify. That depends upon you. Next, we can see we are going with the offset command. So O is a shortcut for the offset command. Actually, offset and copy both are same. Copy will copy the complete object. It will select all the side of the object, but offset is used to select only the partial side of the object. And this offset is applicable for the concentric circles, parallel lines, even for the parallel curves also. Curve in the sense something but your arc. So you can offset an object at a specified distance or through a point. After you offset the object, you can trim and extend them as efficient method to create drawing containing many parallel lines and the curves. Anyhow, I'll take an example for this. Okay, for example, this is the object for me. Okay, this is the object for me. So I just want to make a duplicate of this with the displacement of something like 1. So I'll go with O, enter. Okay, what is asking? Specify the offset distance. For example, I want to make a cell of 1 over here. So select this, drop it over here. Okay, so select this, you can drop it over there. You can select this, you can drop it over there. Wherever you want to drop, you can drop. For example, I want to select this, I want to drop at the bottom side. Select this, you can drop at the bottom side as per your requirement. Can you see? So copy will select all the 4 corners at a time, but offset will select only the partial side of the object. And being in the offset, if you want to go with multiple, again, if you want to select place, it will take some time for you. So here you can see we are having the option of multiple. You can select multiple from here manually also, or else you can type n mentor also. Okay, again, where you want to place, for example, at this side. So you have to just specify the path where you want to place. That's it. Okay, so again, if you want to select this and where you want to place, you can specify the points as per your requirement. Okay, so O is a shortcut for the offset. Specify the offset distance, select the object. So wherever you want to place the object, you can place on the right side, left side, up, down, etc., etc., with respect to any of the path. Again, you can see in the same offset we have one more property of the multiple, okay, which is described over here. So select the objects, which point you want to place, like right side, left side. Okay, again, along with that, if you want to go with multiple, you can go with the multiple and select the points. How many number of objects you want to place, you can place over there. I hope it's clear for everyone. Next, you can see we have the trim command. What is meant by trim? If you want to remove something which is unwanted for you, okay, so for that case we go with the trim command. TR is a shortcut for the trim command. So trim in AutoCAD is a command that can be used to get rid of unwanted or extending edges. Sometimes what will happen, because of improper placement of points, some points will be extended. So to overcome that, we go with the trim command to remove those points. So to clip in AutoCAD, first select the object, the edges of which you wish to trim. It often becomes confusing as to which objects require such trimming. Therefore, it is easy to select all of them. The trim command works only when we press 2 times enter. So here you can see, I'll take a simple example. Okay, I'm having a line. For example, okay. Now, for example, I'm just simplify this example. So here you can see, okay, I want to trim this area. This is something extended for me. Okay, I need a line. I need this line till this point only. But because of some error, it has been extended till here. So for that reason, I'll go with trim command. TR double enter is a shortcut. So whichever portion you don't want, you have to select. That will be trim. Whichever portion you don't want, you can trim. Okay, this you cannot trim because nothing is extended for us. Okay, so trim will work only when we have extended portion. Okay, this will not work for you. You can see this line will be trimmed because it has been extended beyond to this. So for that reason, you can trim this. Okay, you can trim this because something has been extended from here to here, but you can't able to trim this, because nothing has been extended from here to here, not to here to here. So, and remember that trim commands only work when we enter 2 times a double key, nothing but your space bar. So TR double enter is a shortcut to remove the unwanted edges. Again, being in the trim command, if you want to go with the erase option, R is a shortcut for that one. R is a shortcut. So enter here, R enter. So if you want to remove, we have a separate erase command also, but instead of going for the separate command for the erase, we can go with the erase option directly from here. Okay, you can see, for example, R enter is a shortcut. Select the object, it will erase. Again, being in the trim command, if you want to extend, for example, you want to extend this line till here. So for that also we can go with the trim, TR double enter, press the shift key, select this line, it will be extended till here. Okay, now this line will not be extended because we don't have any kind of path over here. So first draw a path. For example, you want to extend this line till here. Now go for the trim command, TR double enter, select the shift key, and you can extend from here, so that this line will be extended till here. Now it will not be extended because there is no path over here. Okay, so for the stretch we require a path. So TR double enter, select the object to trim, as well as shift key has to be also selected along with that. Okay, so this is a few command, these are the few commands which we have discussed just now. Okay, in the next session, inshallah, we will discuss the mirror command, covering with some more topics. So welcome to the session. So in this session, actually, we are going to discuss few more commands. In the last session, we have discussed till the trim command. Now we will go with respect to the mirror command. So what is meant by mirror? Something which you want to convert into the imaginary part, nothing but the reflection part. So in that case, we go with respect to the mirror command, and the shortcut for the mirror command is nothing but MI. MI is a shortcut for your mirror command. So for the mirror, whenever you want to make a mirror, first you have to select the object to be which you want to mirror, then again press enter key or your spacebar key to finish the option, then again specify the first point and the second point, so that the preview object will be selected for you. The two specified the points become the end points of the line about which the selected objects are mirrored. So what is the shortcut I am specifying over here? MI is a shortcut for your mirror. So here you can see I'm having a small exercise over here. I just want to make a mirror of this plan. So for that reason, what I'll do, I'll go with a mirror command, MI, enter. You can see in the command window I'm typing what? Mirror. So select the object. You can see it's asking to select the object. So I'm selecting the complete plan. For example, again specify the enter key. So specify the point, from which point you want to specify, from this point or from this point, from this corner, or whichever point you want. Even you want to mirror something with specified displacement value, you can also specify the displacement value. For example, I want to go from here. So select the first point. Again specify the second point. For example, this is the second point. Again press the enter key so that the preview image will be locked for you. Again press the enter key. Now you can see the same plan has been mirrored. You can see previously the utility area was somewhere over here. Now it has been placed somewhere over here. Can you see for the same plan? Okay. So mirror will make your object with respect to the imaginary part. Okay, with respect to your reflected part, you can say. So MI is a shortcut. Select the object, specify the first point, again the second point. Here you will be having two options, whether you want to erase the source object, okay, yes or no. For example, previously we have gone with respect to the no. Now I'll go with the option of yes. Now you can see I'm going for the mirror command, MI, enter. Select the object, enter. Specify the first point, specify the second point. Now can you see he's asking whether you would like to erase the source object, source in the sense which you have selected. For example, I would like to erase this. So specify wipe, enter. So what will happen? This will be erased for you and you'll get a new imaginary object which you have selected just now. I repeat again, MI, enter. Select the object, enter. This is the first point, this is the second point for me, whether you want to erase or no. For example, by default we are into the no option. If you want to go with no, you can go with the no. That means what? We'll get the 4 objects. Simple command, MI, enter, shortcut. Next you can see we are going with the rotate command. RO is a shortcut for your rotate command. The name itself indicates whenever you want to rotate any object by specifying an angular displacement value, we go with rotate command. So you can rotate selected objects around a base point to an absolute angle. Absolute in the sense what? With respect to any of the angle. So RO is a shortcut for your rotate command. RO is a shortcut. So I'll just erase this unwanted plans as an example. Now I would like to rotate this. For example, I would like to rotate this plan with respect to something like 90 degree. For example, I would like to rotate. So go for the RO, enter. RO, enter. What is asking? Select the object. So I have selected my plan, enter. So specify the base point, from which point you want to rotate. For example, from this point I want to rotate. Okay, with respect to which angle you want to rotate, enter something like 90 degrees. So I'm in the command window, you can see I'm specifying 90, enter. So can you see exactly 90 degrees it has been rotated for you. You can specify even minus 90 also. I'll go with Control plus Z. So you can see you'll get a original mode. I'll go with RO, enter. Select the object, enter. Specify the point. Now he's asking the angle for you. For example, I'm specifying minus 90 degrees, enter. Can you see? You'll get in this way. So with respect to the angle, whichever angle you want to specify, whether with respect to the positive angle, whether with respect to the negative angle, you can work with respect to the rotate command. Okay, or else if you want one more option over here, nothing but copy. That means you'll be getting the original plan also, you'll be getting a rotated plan also. So in that case, go for the RO, enter. I'll just go for the Control Z to undo. For example, I need this also, I need the rotated plan also. So go for the rotate, RO, enter. Select your object, enter. Specify the base point. For example, I am selecting the base point something with displacement value. Okay, so how much the angle you want? 90 degree, minus 90 for example. Okay, and in the command window, can you see we have a copy option. So specify C, enter, as C is the uppercase in the copy. Now we are into the copy option. Specify the angle something like 90 degrees, enter. So you can see you'll be getting the rotated plan also with respect to the reference plan also, because we are into the copy option. In the same case, we have one more option over here, nothing but reference. Reference means whenever you move your crosshair with respect to freehand, it will jump with respect to the interval which you are specifying in the reference angle. like RO, enter, select the object, enter. For example, this is a point from which I want to rotate. Now you can see he's asking me the reference, so I'll go with R, enter for the reference. Okay, how much reference you want? Something like 15 degree, for example. I'm specifying 15 degree. So whenever you move your cursor, it will jump exactly with respect to the 15 degrees. Okay, with the base point. So looking at the preview also, you can place manually, or else you can go with respect to the copy option, or else you can go with respect to your default option what we have for the rotate command. Okay, so three options what we have in the rotate command. One is by placing manually, one is by going with the copy, one is by going with respect to the reference. So RO is a shortcut for the rotate command. Select the object, specify the base point, C for the copy, again select the object, you can place. If you want to go with reference, instead of C, you can specify the R, enter. Remember that when you want to enable the option, specify the uppercase letter to enter into the option. Okay, even you can select manually also, but you don't recommend to select the manually. Okay, try to work with respect to the keyboard. Maximum utilize the command window only. Don't go for the options which we have on the screen. Next, coming for the move command. So what is the shortcut for the move command we have? M is a shortcut. M is a shortcut for the move command. So what is meant by move? Whenever you want to move any object with respect to some displacement value. Copy was also the same move, but copy will make a duplicate, but move will not make a duplicate for you. So by means of move command, we can move the object by using the base point or second point method of indicating how far in what direction to move the selected object. So here you can see, for example, I want to move this plan with respect to some distance. So M, enter is a shortcut. Select your object, enter. For example, I want to move this plan something from here till here. Okay, matching this point. So you can see exactly I can move. Even if you want, you can specify the displacement value also. That depends upon you. Okay, I repeat again, M, enter is a shortcut. Select the object. I want to move this plan. I want to move this plan exactly from this point to this point. So select this point. Again, place from here to here. So you can see exactly it has been moved with respect to that point to that point. If you want to move by specifying some displacement value, go for the M, enter. Select your object, enter. For example, select the point from which point to which point, how much you want to move. Something I would like to move at a distance of 75 feet, enter. So exactly at 75 feet it will move from the base point value. Simple command. M, enter is a shortcut. Select the object, specify the base point, specify the second point. Follow your notes if you want to become expert in the AutoCAD. Okay. Next, coming for the erase command. So E is a shortcut for your erase command. What is meant by erase? If you want to remove something which is unwanted in your file, okay, you can go with respect to the delete key also by means of keyboard also, or else if you want to go with the option by means of your command window, you can also go with this also. Anyway, in the previously we've discussed with respect to the trim also. Okay, we have multiple ways to erase or to remove the object. So remove the selected object from a drawing. You can erase selected objects from the drawing. E is a shortcut. Anyhow, so you can see I want to remove this plan. So E, enter is a shortcut. Select the object, enter. So you can see it has been erased for you. I'll go with Ctrl plus Z. Okay, I'll go with first I'll select the object. You can also go with E, enter. You can select the object first also. Again, you can go with the erase also. Vice versa. Or else you can go with respect to the delete key also. Like I am selecting the plan, I am specifying the delete key from here. Okay, so on your keyboard you can still be having a delete key. You can delete from here also. Vice versa. That depends upon you. In which way you want to work, you can work. Simple command, erase. Next we can see we have the text command. So T is a shortcut for your text command. So text is actually the annotation category. So by means of text, actually we are going to specify the annotations and the tags. okay, on your plan, like the dimensions, etc., etc. So this text command works in the single line text format also, where we can use single line text to create one or more line of text, where each text line is independent object that you can move, format, or otherwise modify also. So after implementing the text, we can also move, we can also copy, we can also format, we can also edit, etc., etc. So what is the shortcut for the T for the text? Nothing but T is a shortcut. For example, here you can see I'm specifying T enter. So when you specify T enter, he will ask you the ruler size where you want to write a text. For example, I want to write a text somewhere over here. Okay, so after placing this, he will ask you, okay, he will give you some settings over here. Like by default we have some profiles, etc., etc. But what I'll do is something, but I'll go with respect to the options same like your MS Office. Okay, here we can see we are having the same options which actually we have with respect to the MS Office over here. Okay, like here we can see we have by default we get two profiles over here, annotative and the standard. Okay, we are working with annotative profile. Again, if you want to match the property, if you want the bold option, italic option, underline, overline, strike through, etc., etc. Again, if you want to change your style, you can change your style also from here, like Times New Roman, Book Antica, Arial, etc., etc., whatever you want. If you want to select by default, you can also select the color also. Okay, again, but I recommend to go with by layer. What is by layer? We will discuss in the layer command. Justification with respect to the left side, right side, from which side you want to write, whether you want one column, two column. Again, the spacing between the line to line. Okay, the justification between the font to font. If you want any kind of symbols, if you want to insert any kind of field, by default the dictionary is enabled for us. Okay, again we can see we have the ruler. Right now there is no ruler over here. If you want a ruler, you'll get the ruler also. Can you see? We'll get a ruler over here, nothing but the size of the page. Okay, like if you want to edit something by means of find and replace option, same like your MS Office, you can also insert over there. Okay, again if you want to provide some settings with respect to the justification, we can also provide the same settings what we have for the MS Office are there over here for us. Okay, for example, here you want to write something like kitchen, so you can see I'm writing here something like kitchen. Okay, if you want to finalize this, if you directly go for the close, okay, it will be enabled for you on the work plane. Can you see? Now if you want to edit, like just double click on this one. After double click on this one, just select the text. Whatever you want to edit, you can edit from here. For example, if you want to change the dimensions of the text, right now it's something like 1 feet. Instead of 1 feet, you want to go with something like 9 inches. So just specify the height. For example, you want to change the color to something like red, you can change the color to red. For example, if you want to change the justification to center of the ruler, okay, with respect to the ruler size, it will be to the center, etc., etc. So all those things you can edit manually over here. Again, you can apply the copy option for this text. Wherever you want to copy, you can copy. Okay, I'll just switch off my ortho. Okay, you can wherever you want, you can copy. Again, if you want to edit, just double click on this one. Instead of kitchen, you want to write something like bedroom, you can write it as bedroom. Okay, you want to change it to something like your washroom, you can edit as per your requirement. As per your requirement, you can modify. So the same properties which we have in the MS Word, Microsoft Word, or the Microsoft Excel, or the Microsoft PowerPoint resembles over here. The same options. Simply we have to specify the text height, we have to specify the color, we have to specify the justification, we have to specify the text style, bold, italic, underline, etc., etc. And remember that the size of the text will vary as per the paper scale, as per the units. As we are working with respect to the imperial format, we are going to specify something like 6 inches, 9 inches, 1 feet, etc., etc. Whereas when you are working with respect to metric format in the terms of millimeter, it can be something like 100 mm, it can be 120 mm, it can be 150, it can be 230, etc., etc. So that depends upon the layout size. The text size actually depends upon the layout size on what you are going to make a print. Okay, so it is not constant, but certainly many of them will follow some standards, like when you work with mm, it's something like 100, 120, 150, okay, 200, 230. But when you work with imperial format, it's something like 6 inches, 9 inches, 4.5 inches, 1 feet, etc., etc. Okay, so these options we have with respect to the text. Okay, if you want this option also, we have this option also. Okay, but I'm going with respect to the options which we have on the ribbon. Next we can see we are going with the circle command. So C is a shortcut for the circle command. C is a shortcut for your circle command. So whenever you want to draw a circle, we go with the C enter. So draw a circle based upon the center point with respect to the diameter or a radius. So to draw a circle, we require the center point, nothing but the midpoint. Again, by means of specifying the diameter value, by means of specifying the radius value, we are going to draw the circle. So here you can see C enter is a shortcut. First point. Now if you want to go with radius, R enter for the radius. How much radius you want? Something like I need 10 feet of circle. So specify 10 feet of circle. You will get a circuit with a radius of how much? Something like 10 feet. For example, if you want to go with the circle again, select the point. If you want to go with diameter, D enter for the diameter. How much diameter you want? Something like 10 feet. So enter 10 feet, enter over here. So you will get a circle of something like 10 feet over here. Simple option. C enter. If you want to go with the diameter, go with the D enter. Again, specify the diameter value. If you want to go with radius, specify the center point, specify the radius value, nothing but the R value. Again, specify the radius of the circle. Then you will get the radius of the circle. You can match your notes over here. C is a shortcut. Specify the center point. If you want to go with diameter, D is a shortcut. Specify the diameter of circle. If you want to go with circle, C enter. Specify the center point. If you want to go with radius, R enter. Again, the radius of the circle. Okay. Next we can see we are going with the rectangle command. So REC is a shortcut for your rectangle command. REC. So whenever you want to draw an object, okay, with respect to the four sides as same or two sides as same, then we can go with the rectangle command. And I repeat that in the AutoCAD we don't have any kind of square command. Okay, what is the difference between the square and rectangle? Square will have all the four sides equal, whereas rectangle will have the opposite sides as equal. Okay, so in the rectangle command, if you specify two different values, that means that will be a rectangle. If you're specifying the same values at both the sides, that means it is nothing but a square for you. So it is used to create rectangle shape closed polylines. The rectangle command also create rectangles by specifying two opposite corners. Actually, we are using a diagonal option over here to draw the rectangle. Once you specify the start point, you can choose to change the shape of the corner by means of fillet or the chamfer command. Anyhow, this fillet and chamfer is a separate command we will discuss in the future classes. Now we will understand about the rectangle command over here. For example, REC enter is a shortcut. REC enter is a shortcut. What is asking? Specify the first corner point. This is the first point, and remember that whenever you are specifying the point, it will be with respect to the first quadrant. That means this is the first point. Now you have to specify the second point, nothing but the upper right corner you have to specify. So to specify 2 points at a time, specify a symbol, nothing but at a rate of. Specify symbol at a rate of. Whenever you want to enter the two values at a time, something I need a rectangle of 10 feet comma 10 feet, 10 feet comma 10 feet, enter. So can you see? One second. REC enter. Specify the point, shift at a rate of how much you want? 10 feet comma 10 feet, enter. So you can see you have got a rectangle of 10 feet by 10 feet over here. Nothing but it's square, but we are calling it as rectangle only because we don't have a separate command as a square. In the same case, if you want to draw a rectangle, REC enter. First point at a rate of how much you want? Something like 10 feet is nothing but your x-axis value, comma 5 feet is nothing but your y-axis value for you, enter. Shift at a rate of 10 feet comma again 5 feet, enter. So you can see 10 feet is nothing but the x-axis because we have entered this as first. Again the 5 feet is nothing but the y-axis for you. Okay, 10 feet comma 5 feet is a value for you. So remember that here you have to specify a symbol of at a rate of whenever you want to specify the values, because we are drawing by specifying the two opposite corners for the rectangle command. If you specify two different, it is nothing but a rectangle. If you specify two same, that is nothing but your square. Next, coming for the area command. Okay, it's very important command and very helpful command for us to find out the area. So double A is a shortcut for the area command. So by means of area command, we are going to calculate the area, nothing but the length into breadth. okay, as well as a perimeter, adding up of all the sides of the object. So you can obtain the measurement by selecting an object or by specifying the point to define what you want to measure. The area and the perimeter of the specified object is displayed in the command prompt and in the tooltip only. We will not get the area on the work plane. We get the area only in the command window. So here you can see, for example, I'm having a simple plan over here. I just want to measure the area of this bedroom. For example, I want to measure the area of this bedroom. Okay, so which is the shortcut we are having for the area command? Double A, enter. After this, he is asking us to specify the corner. So this is the first corner for me, again this is the second corner for me, again the third corner for me, again the fourth corner for me. After selecting all the corners, specify the enter key. Now can you see we have got the area so much? 18,244 square inches, or 126.69 square feet, and the perimeter is nothing but adding up of all the sides. 45 feet 1 inches is the perimeter of your complete room. I repeat again, for example, with this room we will go with double A, enter is a shortcut. Specify the first point, again the second point, again the third point, again the fourth point, again specify the end point. So you can see you'll get the area as 7 square inches, again the square feet value is this much, again the perimeter is this much. And I repeat again that you'll not get the area on the work plane. The area is visible only in the command window. So this is only the readable command for you. You'll not get any kind of tag like your dimension or the text on the work plane. Okay, so only for your clarification we have this command. So double A is a shortcut. Specify the first corner, second point. How many points you have? Even if you have some 100 points also, you can select. Again, you can see in the command window you get the area as well as you'll get the perimeter. In the command window you can find these two things. Next we can see we are going with the R command. So A is a shortcut for the R command. Actually, to draw a line we have the first point and second point, but to draw the arc we have the 3 points: first point, midpoint, again the end point. Okay, so by means of arc we are always drawing the clockwise arc from specifying the start point and the end point with specified included angle. If you know the angle, you can specify the angle, but I recommend to draw the arc by means of freehand only. If the angle is negative, your clockwise arc is drawn. If you are specifying something like -45, you get anti-clockwise clockwise arc. The direction is determined from the start point, radius, draws a minor arc counter clockwise from the start point to the end point. Anyhow, you can see for this I recommend to go with the freehand only for the R command. A, enter is a shortcut. Okay, specify the first point, second point, again the third point. Can you see you'll get an arc. You're getting an arc over here. If you want to change, you can also change. If you want to modify as per your requirement, you can also modify. Okay, or else you can take a simple example. For example, you want an arc in between these two lines. So A, enter is a shortcut. First point, second point, again the third point. Okay, you can remove these two reference lines if you want. For example, I'm telling you. Okay, so I recommend to draw the arc by means of the reference sign. Don't go for the options, because for the options you have to go with some calculations to find out the center value, to find out the end value, to find out the radius value. If you know all these 3 parameters, then you can able to draw in a very accurate manner. If you don't know those values, draw the arc by means of freehand. You can also modify after getting the arc. Okay, as per your requirement you can modify as per your requirement. I hope this is clear for everyone. So for this I recommend to go with the freehand only. If you are clear with the center point, end point, radius, you can go with these 3 options, or else you can ignore that option. Next we can see we are going with the join command. So J is a shortcut. The name itself indicates whenever you want to join 2 or multiple objects into one entity, we go with join command. So joins the multiple objects with specifying a source object. So J is a shortcut for the join command. For example, I'm having a line over here. Okay, I'm having a line over here, and I'm having the line with respect to the same path. Okay, I'm having some multiple lines with the same path. Remember that this line is facing exactly opposite to this. Again, this one is facing exactly opposite to this. And these are my 3 entities. I want to merge all these 3 with respect to one entity. So go for the join command. J, enter is a shortcut. Select your object, enter. So all those 3 will be merged into one entity. The condition is what? All the 3 should face each other. For example, if it is something in this way, Okay, for example, if the lines are something with respect to opposite path, okay, you can see there is a slight angular difference between this line to this line. So the join command will not work for this. You can go with J enter, you can select the object, you can select the object, so it will be discarded for you. Okay, it will be discarded for you. So always remember that whatever might be the angle, whether 0 degree, 90 degree or any angle, okay, always remember that it should face each other with respect to the same angle. Then only we can go with respect to the join command. J is a shortcut. Select the object. Okay, how many objects you have? If you have 3, 10, etc., etc., it will work. So 2 line, 3 line, etc., etc., will merge into one entity. Everything will be selected into the one entity only. I hope this is clear for everyone. Next we can see we are going with the stretch command. So the name itself indicates whenever you want to stretch any object with respect to some defined value or displacement value, we go with stretch. Okay, nothing but the expand. As we have seen in the trim command also, by selecting the shift key we are extending the object by specifying some path value, whereas in the stretch we have to specify the displacement value. So S is a shortcut for the stretch command. So stretches the object crossed by a selection window or polygon. Find the objects that are partially enclosed by crossing window. Stretched objects that are completely enclosed within the crossing window or that are selected individually are move rather than the stretch, etc. For example, you can see I am having an object over here. Okay, and I'll just make a mirror of this. Now you want to extend this with respect to this with respect to this. I don't know the displacement value. I am working with a freehand because we are working with respect to the drafting tool. So go for the S, enter is a shortcut. Select the object. This object you want to stretch. Okay, so from which point to which point? For example, from this point till this point. So you can see it has been stretched from this point to this point manually. If you know the length, you can specify the displacement value, or else you can go in this way also. That depends upon you. In whichever format you want to work, you can work over here. Okay, S enter is a shortcut. Select the first point, again the second point. S enter, select the object, base point and the second point. I think with the first point, again the second point. If you know the displacement value with respect to that point, you can extend like 1 feet, 2 feet, 3 feet, etc., etc. That depends upon you how you want to work. Next we can see we are going with the polyline. So PL is a shortcut for the polyline. PL, poly, nothing but irregular shape object is called as poly. So whenever you want to draw any object which is with respect to the irregular shape, in that case we go with poly. So this is a 2D command. If the single object that is composed of line and arc segment. So by means of this we can draw a line also, we can draw an arc also. A 2D polyline is connected sequence of segments. So we have different segments over here, which has created a single plane object, but everything will be of one plane object only. So you can create straight line segment, arc segments, or a combination of two. Anyhow, you can see over here PL is a shortcut for the polyline. For example, I am drawing any object which is of some different path. PL enter. Okay, specify the start point. This is a start point for me. Okay, so I want to specify a line width something like 1 feet. I need a line of 1 feet. So I'll go with width option, W enter. What is the width you want? Something like 1 feet you want. So 1 feet, enter. And what is the starting is 1 feet. Ending also I need something like 1 feet. I need a universal shape of line. Okay, then again specify the end point. You can see you are getting a 1 feet of line. What is the end point you want? Something like 25 feet, enter. So exactly 25 feet it will enter. Can you see exactly at 25 feet it will enter. Again, if you want to go with this side with a distance of something like 10 feet, you can go with this. For example, if you want to change the line width, nothing but the thickness of the line to something like 2 feet. So again, go for the width option. W enter is a width. For example, you want to go with 2 feet of line. First is nothing but 2 feet. Second is nothing but 2 feet, enter. So you get a 2 feet of line. How much the length of line you want? Something like 15 feet you want. So enter 15 feet, enter. So exactly you'll get a line of 15 feet for you. Again, if you want to go in this way with something like 8 feet, so you can go with something like 8 feet, enter, etc., etc. Again, if you want to come back from the command, just press the escape key. So you can see this is a separate line, but it is of one entity. This is a separate line for you. This is a separate line for you. This is a separate line. This is a separate line. But this polyline is showing you with respect to one entity. This is a major advantage of this command. I repeat again over here. PL enter. specify the starting point. I need now 0 mm of line, 0 inches of line. So W is a shortcut. Okay, starting point is something like 0, enter. Ending is also 0, enter for me. Now you're getting a line of 0 only. Okay, again I need the length of the line is something like 10 feet, enter. Okay, now from here I need some triangle shape object which indicates an arrow mark for me. So go for the W, enter. The base of the arrow mark should be something like 5 feet for me. Again the end of the arrow mark, nothing but your triangle, the 0, it should be 0. So you can see you're getting a arrow of how much? 5 as a base, again the 0 as the value end point. So on what is the length of the complete triangle you want, the height of the triangle you want, something like 10 feet. So enter 10 feet, enter. So exactly 10 feet it will enter. Again if you want to extend with respect to 0 degrees, 0 line only, so enter 10 feet, enter. It will be with respect to 0. Again you want to specify the triangle, so W, enter, something like 5 feet, enter, 0 feet, enter. Okay, again the length is something like 10 feet, enter. So in this way you can make continuous as per your requirement. You can say this is a continuous line. As per your requirement, you can go one by one as per your requirement. It's a very feasible and very beneficial command when you go with detailing. So PL is a shortcut, starting point. Okay, the line width by default is 0. If you want to specify the line width, nothing but the thickness of line, go with the W option. The starting width, the ending width, okay, etc, etc. As per your requirement, you can modify, you can change, you can trim, etc, etc. Welcome back for the session. In the last class we have discussed about the polyline. Now today we will discuss about the smooth polyline. As again you can see over here we are having a word poly, nothing but irregular shape object. So whenever you want to draw any kind of irregular shape object without any kind of dimensions or the displacement value, we go with respect to the smooth polyline. In the polyline, here we have some options to specify the dimensions or the displacement. Okay, but in this command we don't have any kind of displacement, okay, option over here. So for that reason we are going with respect to the smooth polyline command over here. So SPL is a shortcut. In short, many of them will call it a spline also. The spline is other shortcut name of the smooth polyline, which is created, which called non-uniform, referred to as splines for simplicity. Splines are defined either with the fit points or with control vertices. Actually we are going to control the complete figure by means of the fit point as well as with respect to the vertex point. By default, fit point coincides with the spline, while control vertices define a control frame. Control frame provides the convenient method to shape the line, etc. So here you can see what is the shortcut we have. SPL enter is a shortcut. So here you can see in the AutoCAD in the command window, I am typing SPL enter in the command window. Now you can see you can able to draw any object, but I recommend to draw this command, this object, by switching off your ortho function key. So on the status bar you can see the ortho key, you can switch off from here, or else you can specify, you can select the F8 function key also. Now you can draw your object as per your requirement. So now you can see you have got the complete object. Whatever the shape you want you can draw, okay, but it should be in irregular format, and here we don't have any kind of displacement point. Now you can see when you select this object, you'll be finding the control vertices in the control frame. So as per your requirement you can reshape your object as per your requirement. Okay, I repeat again, SPL enter, specify the first point, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, enter, etc, etc. If you want to make it open only, so just double enter to come back from the command. So it will be quitting at the command. So select the object. Now you can see you can remodel the shape as per your requirement. As per your requirement you can remodel your shape. SPL is a shortcut for your spline command. First point, n number of points you can specify. There is no limit for the points. Again you can control the frame by means of your fit points. Next we can see we have the polygon. Again the concept of poly, irregular object, okay, but with respect to all the sides are same. So rectangles and other closed polygons are types of polygons or closed figure with 3 or more sides. Generally we can see the 3-side object is nothing but a triangle, 4-side object is nothing but your square or a rectangle, the 5 is nothing but your pentagon, 6 is hexagon, etc, etc. So in order to draw an object which is having more than 3 sides, we can go with respect to the polygon. So this polygon command will work only when you specify the center point. By taking center as reference, it will draw the object. I will show you with an example. So the AutoCAD polygon command provides a quick way of drawing regular polygon. All sides and angles will be equal over here. Remember that all the sides will be equal as well as the angles will be equal. AutoCAD prompts you to specify the center point of the polygon, specify the center point of polygon or H. So POL is a shortcut for your polygon command. So here you can see POL. I'll just erase this. POL, enter polygon. Number of sides how many you want, something like 8 for example, 8, enter. So we are going to specify the center point because we are going to take circle as reference. Okay, again specify the enter. What is the radius of circle you want, something like 10 feet for example, something like 10 feet, enter. So now you can see you are getting an object which is having of 8 sides, So when you measure with respect to all the sides, the length will be same, the angle will be the same between the side to side, etc. So I repeat again, you can see POL, enter is a shortcut polygon. Enter the number of sides. For example, I am going with something like 6, enter. Specify the center point. Again you have to specify the enter key because we are taking circle as reference. What is the radius of circle you want, something like 15 feet I want to go with, so enter 15 feet, enter. So you can see you are getting an object with respect to the 6 sides by taking circle as reference. Okay, so when you draw a circle, for example I am drawing a circle by taking the reference point. Hope you can able to understand with respect to this example in a very clear manner. I am drawing a circle by taking this as midpoint. Now what is the radius I have taken, something like 15 feet. So when you draw a 15 feet of circle, exactly with respect to the corners it will make an object. Can you see? So whenever you are working with respect to this command, it will take circle as reference. By selecting circle as reference, it will touch the boundaries and it will provide you the number of sides with respect to the equal angle, with respect to the length also as same with respect to the side. So POL is a shortcut for the polygon. Number of sides 6, 8, 12. How many you want, you can specify. Again the center point. If you want to specify the increment circuit, by default we are into the I option. Even if you want to ignore, you can also ignore. Again specify the radius of circle because circle we are going to draw by means of radius only. Again enter. So you'll get those many number of sides with respect to some object. Next we can see we have the ellipse. Okay, actually the ellipse is also an object with respect to closed path only, but instead of specifying by means of radius value or diameter value, we are going to specify by means of your x and y axis over here. Actually ellipse is an oval shape object. So the AutoCAD ellipse command provides a straightforward way to draw an ellipse. You specify the 2 endpoints of one of its axis and then specify the endpoint of other axis. EL is a shortcut for the ellipse command. I can see over here EL, enter. Okay, specify the axis and point. For example, I am working with respect to the x-axis. First point, I recommend to switch on your ortho function key, F8. Okay, now I am going with the x-axis, something like I need a x-axis of 10 feet, enter. Okay, so now you can see the x-axis has been logged for you. Now specify the y-axis for you. For example, I am going y-axis something like 5 feet. So you can see from this point to this point will be 10. Again from here to here something like 5. So it is almost like circle only for you. I repeat again, you can see EL, enter. The first point, okay, I'm going with respect to y-axis. So wherever you move your cursor, that will be the first option for you. Okay, right now I'm going with respect to y-axis. That means the y-axis is the option for me. So for example, I'm going something like 10 feet, enter. Again, for example, the x-axis now I'm going with this. The x-axis I would like to go something like your 5 feet, enter. So can you see you are getting an object with respect to that one. Or else if you want to make a difference between the circle as well as ellipse, simply go with EL, enter. The first point, specify the point. Again the second point you can specify manually also as per your requirement. So ellipse is also an object with respect to 360 degrees only, but with respect to x and y axis we are going to specify the point. Okay, from here to here will be the x axis, from here to here will be the y axis for you. So EL is a shortcut, specify the axis and point, the first point and the second point. Okay, again you can select the object. I repeat again, wherever you move the cursor, that will be the first option for you. Next we can see we are going with the chamfer command. Okay, CHA is a shortcut for your chamfer command. So chamfer is a command which is used to flatten your corner as well as the edges. So a chamfer can be defined by selecting the two objects of the same or different object type, like line, polyline and construction line. So whatever you are drawing the object with respect to these commands only. Okay, if you're drawing an object by specifying the line command, by specifying the polyline command or construction line command, this command will opt for this as well as we can apply for this. So it is used to flatten the edges, in short I can say. I repeat here, you can see I'll just draw a simple example. Okay, I'll draw a rectangle for example, or I'll draw a line. Okay, I'll draw an object. Okay, something from here to here, here to here. Okay, or if you want to draw an object with respect to your own displacement value, so go with respect to the rectangle command only, and I'm drawing a rectangle something like 10 feet. Okay, so you can see now you have got a square. Okay, just I'll explode this. Now I want to flatten this object. Okay, I want to flatten this object with respect to this corner, this corner, this corner, with respect to the equal distance method. Okay, as well as we can go with the angle option also. So CHA enter is a shortcut. Okay, now first we will go with respect to the distance option. So D enter for the distance. Now I want to specify the distance from here to here, again from here to here. So I would like to trim at a distance of 2 feet. Okay, again the second distance also 2 feet, enter. So select the object, whichever you select first, that will be the first object for you. Again I'm selecting this. So you can see exactly at 2 feet it will trim the side. Again the same way, if you want to trim this corner, you can also trim this corner. In the same case, if you want to trim this corner, you can also trim this corner. If you want to trim this corner, you can also trim this corner. That depends upon you. Again, if you want to go with angle option, okay, so I'll just go with undo. CHA enter, chamfer. Okay, I'll go with angle method. A enter for the angle. What is a chamfer length he is asking? For example, I would like to go with an angle of distance of 2 feet, and at what angle you want to bend? Something like 45 degree I would like to trim. So select this. So whichever you select first, that will be the 2 feet of line. Again, at what angle it will bend? Nothing but 45 degree for you. So from here to here will be 2 feet, and this will be an angle of 45 degree for you. Again, at the same side, you can go with this also. Again from here till here. Again from here till here. As per your requirement, you can select. So whichever you select first, that will be the first option for you. So you can see CHA is a chamfer shortcut. You can go with the distance. Okay, specify the first chamfer distance, second chamfer distance. Again select the first line, again select the second point. If you want to go with angle, CHA is a shortcut. Go for the angle, A enter. Again specify the first chamfer length, again the angle. Okay, angle can be with respect to 45 degree, 30 degree or any angle. Again select the first line, again select the second line. It will be chamfered for you. Next you can see we are going with the fillet command. Okay, so fillet is almost similar to your chamfer command only, but fillet is used to curve your edge. It is used to curve your edge. Instead of going for the flat edges, we are going with respect to the curve edges. So F is a shortcut for the fillet command. An inside corner is called a fillet and an outside corner is called a round. You can create both using the fillet command. It is used to curve the edges, in short. So here you can see, for example, I'm just going for the undo option. Okay, F enter is a shortcut. R for the radius. In the fillet we have the radius option, because to draw an arc we require the radius value. So I am going with the respect to the radius as 2 feet. Now select the object, again select the object. It will be curved with respect to the 2 feet of radius. You can see, as per that we can go with respect to the option. Okay, F enter is a shortcut for your fillet. As per your requirement, you can make a curve. So F is a shortcut. R for the radius. Select the first, select the second. Okay, but specify the fillet radius. It's a very simple command. Next we can see we are going with the poly edit. PE is a shortcut for the poly edit. What is meant by poly? Again, irregular shape. So whenever you want to make any kind of irregular shape object, okay, on a common, if you want to bring on a common platform, we go with respect to the poly edit. PE is a shortcut for this one. So edit the polylines objects to be joined off to polylines and rigid objects. Different prompts are different, nothing but we are having different options over here depending on the type of object you select to edit. If you select a line, arc or spline, you are prompted to convert that object to a polyline. So anyhow, PE is a shortcut for the poly edit. I'll just explain you the command first. For example, I'm having a line, okay, again I'm having an arc. For example, I'm drawing an arc. Again, by means of smooth polyline, I'm drawing some irregular path, for example, okay. So there is no name for this object. You can see this is a separate entity, this is a separate entity, this is a separate entity. For example, I'm going with offset, okay. So offset is something like this distance. So when you go with offset, what is happening? You are getting some non-uniform type of offset over here, you're getting some gap over here. So to overcome this, we go with respect to this command generally. You can see we are getting some non-uniform shape of offset. The lines are getting overlapped, there is some gap between the object to object, etc, etc. So to overcome all these things, we are going with respect to the poly edit. So all these things will be converted into one entity. So what is the shortcut we have for the poly edit? PE enter poly edit. We have multiple lines over here, M enter for the multiple. Now select the multiple lines, enter. Okay, we would like to convert the line, arc and smooth polyline to polyline. Yes, Y enter for the yes. Okay, precision value is by default 10. If it is not accepting, will increase. So this precision value will be with respect to the trial and error method. So go with enter. I would like to join all the objects into one entity by means of join option. J, enter, enter, enter. For example, can you see everything has been converted into one path now. Now when you go with offset with the same displacement, for example, you'll not find any kind of gap now. Can you see? You'll not find any kind of gap over here. I hope it's clear for. So PE is a shortcut for the poly edit. M for the multiple. Again, select the object. If you want to convert all these things into one polyline, yes. Precision value is by default 10. Okay, by default we have to go with trial and error method. If it is not accepting, we have to increase this value or we have to decrease this value. Again, we are going with the join option because we would like to join all those options with respect to the one particular poly option. Okay, again enter, enter, enter. So that will be converted with respect to the poly edit for you. Okay. Welcome back for the session. In the last session we have discussed the poly edit. Now we will go with respect to the next command, nothing but dimension command. So before going for the dimension command, we have to go with some general settings in the dimensions. Okay, so that can be done by means of the D is a shortcut for that. So a dimension style or dim style for short is a collection of drawing settings. So we are having many multiple settings over here which we have to provide before implementing the dimensions. Okay, and this can also be called a dimension variables, which are special class of the system variables. If you need to create your own dimension style, use a dim style command, or you can go with D enter also. We have multiple shortcuts for this. So when you enter D enter, you will be getting a window like this. So with respect to this window, we are going to go with respect to the settings. So in the command window you can see. Okay, but before going for the dimension, first check your units, in which units we are working with. I am working with decimal, nothing but in the metric format, and here you can see the precision is 0.0, the millimeters is the insertion scale. So the same units you have to define when you go with respect to the settings for the dimensions also. Whatever the units you are defining for the project, the same dimensions should be with respect to the units. Okay, so now go for the D enter. Now here you can see you will be getting a new window. So in this window you are going to modify the dimensions. By default we get the two profiles of the dimension. One is nothing but ISO 25 and the standard. If you want to create your new profile, we are having an option to go with the new, or else if you want to modify these profiles, you can go with the modify. If you want to compare these two profiles, you can go with compare, or if you want to make a duplicate of this, go with override option. Or if you want to work with the same profile, you can go with set current option. But for my knowledge, better to go with respect to the new option to create your new profile. So select the new option over here. For example, I am writing a name something like ABC or XYZ, whatever it is. Okay, and I am working with respect to ISO 25. I am making a duplicate of this. So click here continue. So when you click here continue, you'll get a new window, and with respect to this window we are going to go with respect to the settings. So first tab what we have over here is nothing but the line tab. I'll just increase the size of the window so that you can able to see very clearly. Okay, so in the line tab here we can see we have the dimension line category, we have the extension line category. So what is dimension line? You can check a sample figure over here. So actually this is nothing but a dimension line. You can see this is nothing but the dimension line for you. Okay, this is nothing but dimension line. So what type of dimension line you want, you can select from here. For example, color of the dimension line, I would like to go with red. You can see it is applying the red color over here, but I recommend to go with bilayer. What is this bilayer? I'll explain you in the layer class. Okay, so wherever we have the option of bilayer, always opt for the option of bilayer, because revisions and the corrections can be done very easily if you work with respect to layer. What is line type? Again, here we can see we have some different patterns of the line, like dotted line, dashes line, bubble line, etc, etc. But right now nothing has been loaded over here, so we have a bilayer option, so better to go with the bilayer only. Again, the line width, nothing but the thickness. What is the thickness you want for the line, for the dimension line? So again, we have an option of bilayer. We can go with bilayer. Again, extend beyond the text. Right now this is 0. Again, you can see baseline spacing. If you want any kind of spacing between this, you can go with that, but I recommend to go with 0. Again, if you want to remove the dimension line, sometimes we have to ignore the dimension lines also because of complexity in the drawing. Okay, so that is nothing but that suppress in the sense elimination. So we are having 2 dimension lines over here. This is a half dimension line at this side, half dimension line at this side. So if you want to remove only one side, you can also remove, or if you want to remove the complete sides, you can also remove. But I recommend to keep this. Okay, if it is a complex drawing, in that case we can remove. Extension line, this is nothing but the extension line for you. This line and this line is nothing but your extension line for you. So what is the color we have? I recommend to go with bilayer because we have a bilayer option over here. Again, the line extension is also bilayer. Again, this is also bilayer. Again, the line width also I recommend to go with bilayer. If you want to remove the extension lines, you can also remove the extension line by enabling these options. But I recommend to keep this because you can able to read your drawing very finely. Again, extend beyond dimension line. So here you can see with respect to this arrow mark, with respect to your dimension line, the extension line has been extended because we have given a value of 1.25. I'll go with 0. So exactly at the arrow point it will trim. Again, offset from origin, nothing but you can see from this baseline you can see you are having some gap. That is because we have given the offset origin value over here, which is nothing but 0.625. I'll go with something like 0. Okay, I recommend to go with 0 because it will start exactly with respect to the base point itself. So these are the few settings which I recommend to go for the line tab. Next we go with the symbols and arrows. Symbols in the sense for the dimension line I'm talking about. You can see we are having a close to fill arrow mark over here. If you want to go with something like architectural tick, you can also go. Okay, when you select the first arrow mark, automatically the second will also be the same. This is first and this is the second for you. Again, the leader, for example, we are going with closed fill, let it be closed fill only. Okay, again the arrow size, remember that the arrow size again will vary based upon the paper scale, based upon the layout what you are working with. Okay, we have some standard sizes like 100 mm, 120 mm, 150 mm, 200, 230 mm, etc, etc. So based upon the paper size, based upon the layout size, the arrow size as well as the text size will be defined. So in this case, for example, I am going with something like 50 for example. Coming for the text. Okay, so when you go with text, by default, again for the text we have one profile standard. If you want to make your own profile, select this option, go for the new option from here, write a profile name something like ABC, click here OK. So in this profile, what is the font style you want? As we can see, we have different font styles over here. I would like to go with something like Times New Roman. Okay, something like a normal Times New Roman, and the font style should be something like bold, for example. Again, the height I would like to go with something like 100 or something like 75. Okay, whatever the settings we are providing is previewed over here. Again, the width factor, etc, etc. Right now we don't recommend to go with this, so just go for the set current option. Okay, so select this, again go for the set current, again close. So now you can see in the text style you will be getting a new profile with respect to ABC. Okay, now what is the text color you want? For example, I would like to go with bilayer because we are having the layer option over here. Again, the fill color, if you want to highlight the text, for example, I'm going with yellow, so the text will be highlighted with respect to this color, but I don't recommend to go with this, so go with none option over here. Next we can see we have the text height, but actually we have made our own profile, so this will be disabled for you because already in the text profile we have given the height of the text as something like 75, so this is disabled for you. Okay, if you want a frame around the text, you can also go with the frame, but I don't recommend to provide all those things because while in the print it doesn't look good for you. Again, the text placement, okay, you can see where we want to place a text. For the vertical line, it is above the dimension line. Even for the horizontal line also it is above, but I recommend to keep it center because you can able to read the dimension very precisely if it is with respect to the center. Okay, again for the horizontal also center. Again, the view direction is nothing but from the left side to right side. You can't go from the right to left. Okay, offset from dimension right now we'll go with 0 because we don't want any kind of dimension offset between the dimension line and the text. Again, text alignment, nothing but you can see this is vertical line, so the text is also vertical. This is horizontal line, the text is also horizontal. This is diagonal line, the text is also diagonal. If you go with horizontal, whatever might be the position of line, with the diagonal, horizontal or vertical, the text will always be horizontal itself. But I recommend to go with alignment dimension line because you can able to read your drawing in a very precise manner. Next we have the option for fit. I recommend to go with respect to one option over here, nothing but always keep the text between the extended lines. So text should be locked with respect to these two extended lines only. So select this option. Next we have the primary units. The primary units will be same which we have given in the units in the UN enter command. So we are going with decimal. Okay, 1 decimal, 2 decimal, how much you want. Again, the decimal separator right now it's comma. If you want to go with period, you can also go with period. In the sense full stop. So as we given 1 decimal over here, so we are getting 1 decimal precision only over here. Next, alternate tolerance we don't require right now. So just click here OK. So now you can see you've got a profile. Select this profile, go for the set current option. Again click here close. I hope it's clear for everyone. The same thing you can resemble in your notes also. So go for the new option to make your own profile. Provide a profile name something like ABC, XYZ, etc. Again in the line tab specify all these options which we have discussed just now, like by layer, okay, etc, etc. Again for the symbols and arrows, okay, you can go with architectural tick, you can go with oblique angle, etc, etc. Arrow size, that depends upon the layout size and the paper size. Again you can see the text. If you want to make a new profile, select this option to make a new profile. Okay, if you're going with the standard profile which is given by the AutoCAD, okay, you can able to write your height text from here itself only. Again you can see you are having the fit option. So if you want to keep the text between the extended lines, go with this. Again the primary units, whatever the units we have given in the project, the same units we have to go with. For example, decimal with respect to 1 decimal with the period as a separator for us. So once these are defined, we will click here OK. Next we will go for the implementations of dimensions. Okay, so we have almost like 8 to 10 dimensions. So based upon the type of object, we are going to use the dimensions. So first dimension command what we have is nothing but DLI, dimension linear. Okay, if you want to draw a dimension with respect to the horizontal line as well as with respect to the vertical line, we go with respect to the DLI. So this type of dimension depends upon the object that you select and the direction that you drag the dimension line. Just make an object rectangle something like your 500 mm comma 750 mm. Enter. Again Z enter, A enter to zoom your screen. Now you can see you've got an object of 500 by 750. Now we have to implement the dimensions for this. For this object, I want to measure the horizontal line, I want to measure the vertical line, etc. So go for the DLI, enter dimension linear, select the first point and again select the second point. So at what distance you want to drop, you can select the point. You can drop at this area, you can drop at this area, but it is not recommended to drop the dimensions in your plan. Just go beyond the plan. Okay, for example at this. So from this point to this point, at what distance you want to draw, you can draw. Okay, for example I would like to go with respect to 100 mm. So the length of the extension line is how much? 100 for you. 100 for you. Now if you want to modify the text height, if you want to modify the dimension mark, you can modify. So go for the D, enter for that. Again select the profile, go for the modify from here. Like what you want to modify in the symbols and arrows, I would like to go with respect to the oblique angle, for example I'm telling you. And the arrow size, for example, I would like to go with something like 35. In the same case with the text also, for example I'm just decreasing the size of the text to something like 50 for example. Again click here apply, again click here close, again click here OK, again go for the set current, the profile has been selected, again click here close. So you can see it has been modified over here. So even after implementing the dimensions also you can modify. So DLI enter is a shortcut, specify the first point, Specify the second point at what distance you want to leave, something at 100 mm. So specify 100 mm. Exactly at 100 mm it will drop. So dimension linear is used to mark your first point with respect to the second point only for the x and the y axis. You can see DLI is a shortcut, first point again the second point. Now wherever you want to drop, you can drop by specifying the length of the extension line. Next we can see we are having the dimension align. So DAL is a shortcut for the dimension align. So in this case we can work with respect to the horizontal line also, we can work for the vertical line also, we can work for a diagonal line also. And you can create an aligned horizontal or vertical dimension with a DAL command depending on how you move the cursor when placing the text. So wherever you want to move your cursor you can move. In rotated dimension, the dimension is placed at an angle to the extension line origin points. So DAL is a shortcut for the dimension align. For example, I'm having a diagonal line over here from here to here. Now I want to measure the line length of this. So in this case I will go with DAL, enter, because dimension line is used to measure the horizontal line, the vertical line, even the diagonal line. So select the first point, select the second point. Now you can see you'll be getting the length of this. You can't go with dimension linear for this because dimension linear only support the horizontal and the vertical line, whereas dimension align support your diagonal line also, even your horizontal line also, even your vertical line also. So it's a universal command, you can say. So instead of using DLI, better to make habit to work with respect to DAL. It will be very helpful for you. So DAL is a shortcut for your dimension align. So go with this, select the first point, again select the second point, whatever the length of the extension line you want you can specify, or else you can enter by means of freehand also. Next we have the dimension angular. So DAN is a shortcut for the dimension angular. If you want to measure the angle between the two objects or two sides, we go with DAN. So angular dimension is used to measure the angle between the two endpoints. DAN is a shortcut. DAN, enter. The first point, again the second point. Now you can see you'll be getting the angle. The first point, again the second point. Now you can see you're getting an angle. Again the first point, again the second point. Now you'll be getting the angle. So as per your requirement, you can select the 2 points and you can place. So DAN is a shortcut for your dimension angular. So and this dimension angular will support even for the circle command also, because in the circle also we're having the angle option, even for the arc also. So select the first line, again select the second line, so you'll get the dimension with respect to the angle. Next we have the dimension arc. So DAR is a shortcut for the dimension arc. If you want to measure the length of the arc, so measures the angle between the selected geometric objects or with respect to the 3 points. So here you can see I'm drawing an arc in a freehand way, first point, second point, third point. Now I want to measure the span of this arc, nothing but the length of this arc. So go for the DAR, enter. Select the arc, only some wherever you want to select you can select. For example, I'm selecting over here, so you'll get the complete span of the arc, and this is a symbol for the arc. Okay, by default we get this symbol, something like 1132.5 mm. Okay, the length is, if you want to measure the length, we can go with respect to DAL. This is diagonal line, we can go with DAL, enter. Select the first point, and again select the second point, you'll get this. But this, because of some radial angle over here, okay, the span will be increased. For that reason we are going with respect to the dimension arc for this. We can't measure this span by means of the dimension aligned, by means of the dimension linear. We require the dimension arc only. DAR is a shortcut for that one, DAR. So DAR, select the arc, okay, select wherever you want to select, you can select, but only one point has to be selected. Again you can specify the arc length, that's it. Again we have the dimension diameter. So DDI is a shortcut. If you want to measure the diameter of the arc or a circle or any kind of angular object, you can go with that. In the same case we have the DRA also. So measures the radius of the arc or a circle, etc. So for a reference I'll just draw a simple circle with respect to the rough hand way. Okay, so I want to measure the radius of this circle. So DRA, enter is a shortcut. Select wherever you want to select, you'll get the radius of the circle. If you want to go with diameter, dimension diameter, DDI, enter is a shortcut. Select that object, so you'll get the diameter. This is a symbol for the diameter, this is a symbol for your radius. So you can see the radius is 646.2, the double of radius is nothing but your diameter, 1292.4. I repeat again, DDI, enter is a shortcut. Select the object, you'll get the diameter. Again, if you want to go with radius, DRA, enter, select the object, you'll get the radius. So for any kind of angular path object, even for the arc, even for the diameter, even for the radius, select only once. Wherever you want to select, you can select. It will select the complete path, it will provide you the complete diameter as well as the radius. Okay, so DRA is a shortcut, DDI is a shortcut. Next we're having the dimension baseline. DBA is a shortcut for the dimension baseline. So actually dimension baseline and dimension continue, I'll just show you with respect to a small example over here. For example, I'm having a line. I'll just draw a simple straight line, okay, and I'll just make an offset of this line, something from here to here, the offset distance. I'll select this. I'll go with, for example, I'm going with all these things. Okay, now I want to measure the dimension from here to here, again from here to here, again from here to here, again carry on. Okay, so generally as this is a horizontal plane, we can go with respect to the dimension linear or dimension align, but I would like to go with respect to the dimension continue so that you can able to notice. So at one side I'll show you the comparison with respect to the dimension continue, at one side I'll show you with respect to the dimension baseline. So first I'll implement the dimension linear over here as a reference. As a reference I'm drawing what? Nothing but dimension linear over here. I'll just increase the text height over here, go for the modify, okay, go for the font size, something like I'll go with 100 over here, apply, close. Okay, even if you want to increase the arrow size, you can also increase the arrow size. Okay, I'll go with something like your 75 over here. Okay, okay, again set current, click here, close. So you can see it has been modified for you. I'll just erase all these reference objects. You can see this is the object for you. So I have taken one reference over here. Now first I'll go with respect to which command? Nothing but the dimension baseline. So this dimension baseline will keep the first point as common. So creates a linear, angular and ordinate dimension from the baseline of the previous or selected dimension. If the base dimension is linear or angular, this prompt is displayed. So when you're going with respect to the angular option or with respect to the linear, we'll get all these options. By default, the first extension line of the base dimension is used as an extension line. So DBA is a shortcut for your dimension baseline. Okay, so we have taken one reference dimension. So this is a base point for you. Now I am going for the DBA, enter. So instead of selecting the first point again and again, directly select the second point. Okay, directly select the second point. Generally, whenever you want to work with respect to any kind of grid layouts, okay, or the centerline drawings or any kind of detailed drawings, we go with respect to this. Okay, so this is saving your time actually, you can say. Okay, this is saving your time, but the major drawback is nothing but here you have to select manually one by one, and you have to drop, because he will not ask you the reference option as a length of the extension line over here. Okay, so we have to select one by one, we have to drag and drop over here in the same way. I hope it's clear for everyone, you can see. Okay, so first point will be common for the dimension baseline, whereas when you go with dimension continue, I am implementing a common dimension by means of dimension linear. Okay, one reference dimension has to be shown for you. Now I'll go with dimension continue. So DCO enter is a shortcut. Now what is happening? The second point automatically it will be selected. The second point automatically will be selected. Okay, now to set the first point again and again. The second point automatically will become the first point for the next dimension. You can see. Just select place. Just select place. You can see with respect to the uniform distribution. Okay, we are getting the dimensions. So here we have taken the first point as common. For the dimension continue, we have taken the second point as common. Second point will become the first point for the next dimension. So DCO automatically continues creating additional dimension from the last linear, angular or ordinate dimension created or from the selected extension line. Here is an example of the continued angular dimension. By default, the dimension style of the continued dimension is inherited from the previous or selected dimension. So DCO is a shortcut. Only you have to select the second. Here also you have to select the second only, because first has been selected by means of your linear dimension. So now it is specify the first point again and again. Okay, so this was the dimension command for you. Next we have distance command. Distance command also comes with respect to the dimension category only, but this distance command will not provide you any kind of tag. It's only a readable command for you. So DI is a shortcut for your distance command. To specify a point location to define the direction of distance, when using the line by direction and distance command, you can enter the points. Actually, we get the points of X and Y axis by means of coordinate systems. Location to define the direction of distance in conjunction with the standard AutoCAD civil command. Anyhow, what is the shortcut we have? DI is a shortcut. For example, I'm having a line over here. I'm drawing a line. Okay, now I want to measure the length of this. So I'll go with DI, enter. Specify the first point and specify the second point. Okay, you are getting a dimension, but not on a work plane. We are getting the dimension, we are getting the distance in your command window. Can you see? This is with respect to the x-axis. So we are getting the result with respect to the x-axis only, with respect to the 5465.6. There is no y value, there is no z value, because we haven't selected the x, y and the z. For example, if you're selecting from here to here, this will be with respect to the minus value. You can cross verify. DI enter, select the first, select the second, you'll get the object with respect to the negative value now, because we have selected the first option as this and then you have gone back. So in that case, this is nothing but the second quadrant for you. In the same case, when you go with respect to the y-axis, like DI enter, the first point, again the second point, you can see this is with respect to the y-axis. In the negative region, we have select 1, nothing but the fourth quadrant. When you go with DI enter from the 0 as positive axis, this will be with respect to the positive value, 2006.6, etc. So distance command is only a readable command. You will not get any kind of tag on a work plane. Only to cross verify that whatever the dimensions we have implemented are accurate or not, that can be cross verified by means of this particular distance command. Okay, DI is a shortcut, first point, again the second point. So in the command window, you get the x-axis value, you'll get the y-axis value, again the z-axis value. Z actually works for the 3D only, so you can ignore this. We are concentrating only on the x and the y-axis. Next, we have a divide command. So if you want to divide any object with respect to the equal intervals, we go with respect to the divide command. Div is a short for divide command. So divides the number of segments, place point objects at equal interval along the selected objects. So you can see this is a line for me. I just want to divide this line with respect to some 10 blocks. So go for the div, enter, select the object. Okay, now how many number of blocks you want? Something like 10. So 10, enter. So now you can see by means of line command, you can cross verify the node points. You can see this is the first point for me. Again, the second point is nothing but the node point. You can just zoom in and you can see this is a node point for me. Again, you can see you are getting a node point of second, third, fourth. You can see etc, etc. Or else you can delete this line and you can see the marking points over here. And remember that this node points you can only able to see when in the drafting settings, in the object snap, the F3 should be on and the node point should be enabled for you. Even you have divided the line, even you have divided the object, but if this is disabled for you, okay, you will not get the property of node point. For example, if this is enabled but the property of node has not been selected, you will not get the option over here. For example, this is enabled but this is disabled, so the node property will be invisible for you. You will not get any kind of node property over here, because even though the object snap is on, but we can't able to see the node point because the property of node point has been disabled for you. So go for the drafting settings, DS enter, just select this option. For that reason I have told to select all. Again click here, okay. Now I'll get the node point. Can you see we have got a node point over here? Okay, almost like we'll get 10 blocks over here because we have given the 10 as option. So div is a shortcut, select the object, enter the number of segments of blocks, you'll get the result inshallah. So till divide command was your dimension category. Okay, so very important topic and very crucial topic, I can say. I request everyone to please practice as much as possible. Okay, refer your notes, refer the same examples if you need. Okay, so that's all for the session. Hope Coming for the next command, the block command. Very important command and very professional command, I can say. If you're not working with the block command, the consultant or the municipal people will not approve your drawing, because this command will provide an easy way to revise your drawing. Okay, so whatever the objects we are having in our layout, like for example I am working with respect to a civil layout or architectural layout, so I'll be having different components and different objects like doors, windows, columns, beams, etc. So each and every individual object or a component should be in a block, because in the future whenever there is a kind of revision with respect to that block, we can able to revise a complete drawing in a very simple manner, in a fully fledged manner also, I can say. So B is a shortcut for your block command, B. So create a block definition from selected objects. The block definition dialog box will be displayed when you press B, enter. We get a separate window. So if you enter via the command prompt, options are displayed, like we have different options over here. So you create a block definition by selecting the object, specifying an insertion point and giving the name. So we have to provide the insertion point, nothing but the coordinate values from the X and the Y axis, and you have to provide a name for the block. So B is a shortcut for your block command. So right now as we are working with the metric format in the millimeters as insertion scale, okay, followed with the same thing. B is a shortcut for your block command. So here we have to provide the block name, whatever the block you want to create.
For example, I want to write a block name something like door. Okay, so specify the pick point. Again, you have to select the object. But right now in my particular file there is no kind of object. So first I'll create an object. So for example, I'm creating an object in such a way, like I'm making an object in this way. Okay, or I'll go apply the rotate also for this. For example, this is the object for me. Okay, so with respect to this object, I have to convert into the block. So you can see when I'm selecting the circle, only one circle is getting selected. When you select this circle, only this circle is getting selected, etc., etc. So what will happen? Okay, it will take much time for you to copy this object into the layout, as well as it will be very difficult for you to revise each and every individual object in a very detailed manner. So for that reason, we will convert every object. Okay, even if you're working with respect to any kind of service. Okay, we have to convert the object first into the block. Then only you have to work with respect to the placement of the objects in the plan. So B is a shortcut for your block. Write a name something like it's a light, for example. Okay, I'm providing a name something like light. Specify the pick point, from which point you want to pick the object. Nothing but from the x-axis at what distance it is, from y-axis at what distance it is. I am selecting this as the point, so automatically it will provide the x value as well as a y value. Now he's asking to select the object. Now I'm selecting the object. I have selected the complete object from the right side bottom to the top side upside. Okay, so select enter. Now can you see the preview of the object? We have got the object over here. Okay, and we are working with the millimeters forward, and we are having 5 objects over here. You can see 4 minor circles and 1 major circle. Nothing but 5 objects we have got. Again, click here. Okay, so now you can see even when you place your crosshair on any side of the object, all the sides will be selected. Okay, so nothing but the pick point as well as selection is very easy when you go with respect to the block. So in this way we have to work for the block command. B is a shortcut for your block command. B is a shortcut for your block command. Specify the insertion point, select the object, etc. So once this has been created, for example, okay, now you are using this command almost like some 25 times in your project. For example, I'm telling you, okay, you have placed this object almost like multiple times in your file. After placing all these things, now you want to revise this object. Okay, there is some change over here. Okay, you require some diagonal lines over here. So for that reason, again you have to erase this, or again you have to go for the editing each and every individual block. To overcome that, we have a very simple command called as block edit. BE is a shortcut for the block edit. So he will ask you, okay, the list of blocks will open over here. For example, in this particular project, we have only one object, which is of light. So select this, again click here, okay. Again click here, okay. So you'll get a new window. With respect to this window, we have to work. For example, I'm drawing a line over here. Okay, I'm just revising the object, whatever the object I have created. I'm just converting the object something in this way. Okay, so this is the object which I actually need. Again, before going to close this block editor mode, we have to save the object. Okay, as whenever you close any software or any application, what he will ask you, an error message will be given, whatever the changes we have made, whether you want to save or not. So before going to close, it is recommended to save. So we have a block save command also, or we can select it from the save block from here also. BS is a shortcut for that one. Okay, so when you go to the command window, you have to specify BS, enter. So it has been saved. Now if you want to close, you can go with BC, enter. Okay, or else you can select from the close bracket from here also. So BC, enter. So as soon as you enter BC, enter, so wherever you have used this object in your file, it will be revised for you. So this is a major advantage what we have when you go with the block command. So the revision is very easy, and the selection of object is very easy, and the placement of object is also very easy. And if you're not working with the block, okay, if you're not working with respect to your block in your file, it is very difficult for you to revise. So always it is recommended to work with respect to the block command from the initial stage of the file. So BE is a shortcut for the block edit. Okay, so it will open the window. Here we will be having the list of objects what we have created in the file. BE is a shortcut. Again click OK. Again after editing, if you want to close, BC is a shortcut, but I recommend to save before editing. Before closing, it is recommended to save. So BS is a shortcut. So to close the edited block, you can go with BC, enter. To save the edited block, you have to go with BS, enter. After working with respect to all these things, we have the next command called as the write block command, WBL, enter. Okay, what is the advantage of this command? For example, if you want to make your own library, in that case, what we will do, we will segregate the blocks with respect to this file to the next file, so that whenever there is a requirement of the same block into the next project, I'll go with respect to the insertion point by selecting the insert command. Okay, so WBL will provide you a list of library what you have created with respect to this particular file. So save selected object or convert a block to a specified drawing file. Nothing but it will isolate the object from this file to the next file, so that whenever there is a requirement, we can use this component with respect to next projects. So the right block dialog box provides a convenient method for saving part of the current drawing to different drawing file, or saving a specified block definition as a separate drawing file. WBL is a shortcut for the right block. WBL. Okay, so here you can see I am specifying WBL, enter in the command window. A new window will open. So if you want to select the object manually, if you don't remember the name of the object, okay, so you can select manually also. If you remember the name of the block, you can select from the list. Okay, right now there is only one block in our file, so we can select manually from here. Again, where you want to save, provide a path. For example, you would like to save on the desktop, just provide the name, something like light.dwg. okay, the file format is with respect to dwg, and we are saving with respect to 2010 format. So click here save. Now you can see on the desktop we'll get a file called as light.dwg, and there we will be having only one block which is of light. Okay, so just I'll minimize the window, and here you can see you have got a file called as light. So when you open this, you will be getting a block with respect to only one area. Okay, nothing multiple objects are there over here. So what he is doing over here, he is segregating the block. Okay, he is isolating the block from this file to the next file, so that whenever there is a requirement, we can again reuse the same object into the next projects. So this will save your time in the future. So select the file. Okay, again if you want to bring the same object into this file, so go for the insert command. I is a shortcut. Okay, but actually here we will get an error because the same object has been used over here. Okay, he will ask to redefine the object. So anyhow, we'll just select this object. Okay, and we have selected the insertion point, etc. So he is asking the redefined object. Okay, so we would like to redefine. Now along with the crosshair, can you see the object along with the crosshair? So wherever you want to place, you can place. The same object has been again reused into my file. Okay, not only for this file, you can use for the next file also, etc, etc. So WBL will isolate the components of the objects from this file to the next file, so that whenever there is a requirement, we can reuse the same object. WBL is a shortcut for that one. Okay, wherever you want to provide the part, you can specify, provide the insertion scale as millimeters, centimeters, meters, whatever you're working, etc. If you want to again reinsert the object, I is a shortcut. So block name, select the block name, specify the name of the block to insert. Okay, I enter. Wherever you have saved, provide the part, like we have saved in the desktop. So we have to provide the base point. Okay, select the block name, etc. Click OK. So automatically we can again reuse the same object. Okay, so all these are with respect to your block category. So first what you have to do, I repeat again, we have to convert every object into the block. If you want to revise the object, go for the block edit. Before closing the block editor, it is recommended to save the block. Again close. Then again, if you want to reuse the same block into the next project, go for the WBL, enter. Okay, nothing but right block. Again, if you want to reinsert the same object into the next project, go for the insert command. So this is a procedure what we have when we are going with respect to the block command. I hope this is clear for everyone. Coming for the next command, Autodesk design content. The name itself indicates, okay, Autodesk, the company which is providing some contents with respect to the library is called as an Autodesk design content command. Okay, so here we have some predefined components which are offered from your Autodesk company, or if you want to add your own components, you can also add your own components by specifying a path. Okay, so the design center window uses the tree view on the left to browse the source of the content and to display the content in the content area. This is what nothing but the tree window. So we have to specify a path from here and you'll get a content, whatever the content we have. Okay, for example, I want to work with respect to an area of landscaping, nothing but for the trees and bushes. So select this landscaping. In this landscaping, you'll be getting a block. Select that, drag and place in your file. If you want to work with respect to any kind of house designer or with respect to any kind of house place, nothing but for the furniture, you have to select these components. If you want to work with the electrical concept or with respect to HVAC, you can select from here. Okay, as per your requirement. So before selecting this, you'll get a preview at the bottom of the content window. By looking in the preview, you have to drag and place. A preview or description is displayed for the selected of drawing blocks, etc. ADC is a short for the Autodesk Design Center. You can see over here. So I'm just specifying, I have taken this reference file over here. ADC is a shortcut for the Autodesk design content, and you can see over here I have got different paths over here. You can check the history from where I have taken this. Okay, we can see this is with respect to the so and so path. So in the C drive I have installed the AutoCAD software, nothing but in the program file folder with respect to AutoCAD as folder. Again, AutoCAD 2020 is the software version, sample is a folder name, in that will be having the database. Again, here you will be having a floor plan. So in this folder you are having so and so blocks. You can see all those blocks are there for me with respect to that folder. If you want to add some more components, you can also add as per your requirement. For example, I want to go with the double door. You can see we have got a preview for this, and by default there is no description over here. Okay, so nothing is there over here. So if you want to insert this component in your plan, just drag and place, you will get that object into the plan. If you want this particular chair in your plan, select drag and place, you will get the chair. If you want this telephone, okay, you can select drag and place. If you want any kind of other component like sofa, you have to just drag and place, you will get the object. Once the object has been placed, just close this object, close this window, and you can see you can able to use these objects in your plan. So this is a predefined library which we are getting from the Autodesk. But for example, if you want to use with respect to your own block, in that case specify the path where you have saved your blocks. For example, in so and so drive, in the so and so drive, in so and so folder, I am having a components library. So specify from here. Okay, there you'll be getting the library. So just drag and place, so automatically all those components of the blocks, whatever you're having in that window, will be placed in your work plane. Okay, so this will minimize the time. In short, I can say. So ADC, Autodesk Design Content. Okay, we are getting a predefined library by means of the AutoCAD software. I hope this is clear for everyone. ADC is a shortcut for this. Next we have the align command. Okay, align in short I can call it as an adjustment command. Okay, so whenever you want to adjust any component with respect to any other area, okay, so we go with respect to the align command. AL is a shortcut. So align the object with other objects which we have in the file. In AutoCAD LT, okay, for the 2D side, this command is available only from the command line. We don't have any kind of option in the ribbon or in the tabs. Okay, from the command window only we have to work 1, 2 or 3 points. Nothing but 1, 2 or 3 pairs of the source objects, and the definition points can be specified to move, rotate or tilt the selected object. So when you specify the pick point, automatically the object will be moved also, it will rotate also, if possible it will tilt also, okay, as per the degrees. So aligning them with the fit points on other objects, etc. So what is the shortcut we have for the align? AL, enter. For example, here you can see, okay, I have got a door. For example, here I would like to go with respect to this D3, for example. Okay, so you can see, okay, the same D1 door I want to place over here. So what I'll do, I'll just remove this D3 door from here. Okay, we are having some other dimension over here, we are having some other dimension over here, but the same door I want to place it over here. So what I have to go with? I have to go with align command. AL, enter is a shortcut. What is asking? Select the object which you want to align, select the object, enter. So specify the first point, nothing but from this point you want to drag till here. Okay, specify the pick point over here exactly. Okay, select the pick point with respect to this corner I am specifying. Okay, again specify the second point. For example, this is a point for me. This is a point for me. Again specify the point area. Actually when we zoom we get an error over here. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just place it from here to here. Okay, the object I'll place from here to here. So this is a near path for me, so we can work very easily over here when you go in this way. So AL, enter is a shortcut. Select the object, enter. Specify the first point with respect to the second point, again the second point with respect to the end point. Okay, if you want to go for the third point, you can also go with the continue option, but not recommended because third point is not required for us. Specify the enter. So he will ask you to scale the object based on the align points. Yes, whenever we want to go with the scale only, it will increase or decrease the size of object. So why enter for the yes? So what will happen? The same object we can able to place over here. Can you see it has exactly placed with respect to the points which we have selected? So in short, I can call it as align as an adjustment command. Okay, it will adjust the object based upon the pick points or the fit points what we have selected in the plan. So we can go with the 1 point, or we can go with the 2 points, or with respect to the 3 points. So automatically the object will rotate, it will also tilt, it will move, etc, etc when you go with the align command. AL is a shortcut. Select the object. The first point with respect to the first destination, second point with respect to the second destination. Okay, if you want to go for the third point, specify the third point by means of continue option. Okay, again if you want to place the points, or if you want to scale the object, go for the yes. Okay, if you don't go with the scale, what will happen? The same object will be placed in that points without any kind of resizing, okay, which is of no use. So always it is recommended to go with the scale option over here. Y is a shortcut for the scale, so it will scale the object. I repeat once more over here. You can see, for example, I would like to work with respect to this area. Okay, I'll remove a door over here. Now I want to place the same door at this side. So what I'll do, I'll go with the command. So I'll just increase the window size, okay, because we can able to work in a very good manner if you go in this way. Okay, the same object I want to place over here. Without this is of different dimension, this is of different dimension. If you want to cross verify dimension, you can cross verify. It's of 2 feet 6 inches, but it's of 3 feet, so almost like 6 inch we have to scale the object. So go for the align, AL, enter, select the object, enter, specify the first point with respect to the first destination, second point with respect to the second destination. Okay, enter. So would you like to scale? Yes, Y, enter for the scale. So automatically the object will be scaled as well as it will be moved and placed over here. You can see, okay, from all the overall it will increase to 6 inches. So this is what we have with respect to the align command. I hope this is clear for everyone. Coming for the next command, array command. What is meant by array? Arranging set of components either in a rectangular manner, either in a polar, nothing but circular manner, or in a straight path or in a curved path. Okay, whatever it is. So in the AutoCAD we have all these three options: arranging by means of rectangle by specifying the row and the column value, arranging or going with respect to the circular value, again you can go with respect to the curve or a straight path also. So arranging or copying n number of objects with equal distances, okay, with respect to equal distance, with respect to equal angle also. So here we have three options. In the rectangular, actually we are going to specify the number of rows and the number of columns. When you go with polar, nothing but an object with respect to 360 degrees is called as a polar. So we have to specify the center point. Again, based upon the base point, we are going to place the objects. And here we can see the command starts from over here. AR is a shortcut for your array command. Select the object. After selecting the object, okay, first I'm going with respect to the rectangle. You can specify R as a shortcut also. You can also type REC also, or you can select rectangular from the command window also. That depends upon your requirement. If you want to count how many objects you want, you can go for the count, number of rows, again the number of columns. If you know the spacing value, nothing but the space item between the object to object, you can specify the manually, or you can space by means of freehand method also. When you're going with respect to the path, so go for the AR, enter as a shortcut, select the object, again go for the path, PA is a shortcut, select the path curve, how many items you want and how much distance you want to maintain with the object to object with respect to the overall path. That is the option what we have for the path. When you go with respect to polar, AR is a shortcut, PO is a shortcut for the polar, specify the center point, number of items how many you want, again with respect to how much angle you want to copy or rotate the objects, again specify the midpoint, you will get the object. So we can check over here, nothing but AR is a shortcut for your array command. For example, okay, first we will go with the rectangle option over here. I am having an object, okay, I'm drawing a circle of almost like 2 feet. I'm drawing an object of 2 feet circle, okay. So this I want to copy something like in a 4 rows and 4 columns. So for that reason I'll go with the array command. I can even also go with respect to your copy command, or you can go with the move command also, but that takes time. To overcome that, we have a very simple command and very beautiful command, I can say, which saves our time, which minimizes our time. AR is a shortcut, select the object, enter. Okay, so first is what, nothing but rectangular, so you can type R, enter in the command window, or else you can select manually from the command window also. So R, enter for the rectangle. Okay, so if you want to specify the columns and the rows, you can also specify the columns and rows. Okay, so for that reason specify COL for the columns, how many columns you want. So I need something like 5 columns for example. Okay, again the distance between the column, okay, my value is something like 2 feet for me. I'll specify something like 8 feet distance between the object to object, for example I'm telling you. Okay, so object between the object, the distance between the object to object is 8 feet for me. Again, if you want to specify the rows, okay, so R is a shortcut for the rows. Again, specify the number of rows how many you want. I need something like 6 rows for example. Okay, I need something like 6 rows over here. So you'll get exactly the 6 rows. And what is the distance you want to maintain with the row to row? Something like I want to go with respect to 8 feet. So enter 8 feet, enter. So exactly it will expand to 8 feet for you. So you can see in a very quick manner we are going to work with respect to all these things. So if you want to close the array, you can close the array from here, or else you can specify the enter key also, it will close. So we have got the complete option. Can you see? Okay, one object is of 2 feet and the distance between the object to object is something like 8 feet, and we have got 8 rows as well as 6 columns over here. I hope this is clear for everyone. The first option what we have in the array. Next, in the same thing we have the next more option, nothing but called as a path. For example, I'm having a straight line, okay, or you can go with a curved line also. Okay, I'm drawing a line something like 100 feet over here. Okay, I've got a line of this. Again, I'll draw a object, a circle or a rectangle, whatever it is, something like a 2 feet, for example. Okay, and I want to copy this object almost like 10 times along the same path. So what I'll do, I'll go with the array command, AR enter. We can also go with the divide command also, that is time consuming for you. So AR enter, select the object which you want to make an array. So this object has, I want to make an array, select the object, enter key. Then again we are going with respect to which option? The path option. Next we have the shortcut for the path is PA enter, and you can see select the path curve. So this is the path curve for me. Now you can see automatically it has placed all the components with respect to uniform distribution. Okay, so and so components has been placed with respect to uniform distribution. But if you want to maintain your own value, okay, you can specify from here also the distance between the object to object and the total distance is so and so. If you change the values, you can also change the values from here to. So we have got total 17 and the object distance so much, something like 6 feet over here. If you want to go with something like 6.5 feet, nothing but 6 feet 6 inches, you can also specify in this way also. Okay, so you can specify in this way also as per your requirement. Okay, so you have to, but you have to select one by one, so you can see exactly it has been placed. I'll go with something like 6 feet 6 inches, 7 inches, so exactly it will end at this point as per your requirement. Okay, as per your requirement, that depends upon your requirement and choice. Okay, or else you can follow the command window also. How many items you want, select the items, like specify the distance between the items. Just now we have given 6 feet 6 inches. I want to go with something like 7 feet, for example, 7 feet, enter. Now he's asking how many items you want, specify the number of items. Okay, here it's 15, but I want to go with something like 12, so enter 12, enter. So exactly it will copy 12 objects with a distance of 7 feet between the object to object. Okay, so following the command window and following the options what we have in the ribbon, we can go with respect to the array command with respect to the path option. If once this is defined, then again we can go for the close array option from here. Next, in the same command we have one more option called as polar. Okay, that comes with respect to the circular area or any kind of angular area, I can say. For example, I'm having a circle, okay, of something like your 30 feet. Okay, I'm having a circle of something like 30 feet and I'll draw an object. Okay, this is object of something like 2 feet for me. Okay, the same object I want to copy. Okay, I'll just increase the screen size by cycle through option. Okay, so here you can see this object I want to copy along the same path almost like 12 times. Okay, almost like 12 times. So the object the angle distance between the object to object will be 30 degrees. Okay, as I have told you, I need 12 objects, okay, with respect to 360 degrees path. So the distance between the object to object will be how much? 30 degrees for me. So in that case you have to go with the rotate command, again you have to go with the mirror command, etc., which will take much time for you. So to overcome all those things, we have a very beautiful command array. In the array we have a polar option. So AR enter is a shortcut, select the object, enter. Okay, he's asking the polar, PO is a shortcut for that one, so you can type manually also. Specify the center point of the reference object from where you want to rotate. So this is a reference object for me. Okay, now how many number of items you want, you can go with the items option from here. I enter for the items. How many items I have? As I have told you, I need 12 items. Okay, with respect to how much angle, you have to specify the angle, or you have to specify the fill angle, or you have to specify the angle between the object to object. That depends upon you. Whichever you want to specify, you can specify. Okay, angle between or fill angle. For example, I'll go with something like fill angle. Okay, F is a shortcut. So what is the fill angle you want to specify? 360 degrees. So 360, enter. So you can see exactly with respect to 360, it has copied all the objects. So what will be the distance between the object to object? Nothing but your 30 degrees, because 12 3 is a 36. Okay, this is option what we have with respect to the array command over here. So first we have gone with respect to the array with respect to rectangle, again the straight path, again the polar option. Okay, follow your command window, follow your notes and the ribbon what we have in the AutoCAD, so that you can able to practice in a very clear manner. This is very important command. Okay, so you can place n number of components in a very precise manner by means of this command, or else you have to go with the distance command, you have to go with the divide command, you have to select the pick points and the note points. It will take much time for you, and that you will not get the uniform placement of the object. So to overcome all those things, we have this command, array command. Next we are going with the list command. Actually list is a readable command, I can say. Okay, it's a readable command which shows you the properties like in which layer we are working, what is the area for the object, what is the perimeter for the object, at what point we are having the x, at what point we are having the y, and the z with respect to isometric or the 3D views. So you can use the list to display and then copy the properties of selected object to a text file. Okay, sometimes we require the properties of the object, okay, which we have to mention on the layout also. So for that reason we go with this command. The text window displays the object type, nothing but the command window, object layer, and the XYZ position related to the cursor user coordinate system, nothing but based upon the usage icon we'll get the property. For example, okay, I want to know the property of this. Okay, so go with the LI, enter list command, select the object. This is the object I want to provide, enter. So you'll get a command window. Here you can see this is with respect to the layer name as door, and okay, so and so handle is, the tag is so and so, okay, the block name is so and so, and from the x-axis it is so and so distance, y-axis so and so distance, and we haven't scaled this object, so for that reason we have got 1 1 1 1. If you have scaled the object with respect to 1.5 times, 1.2 times, or 0.75, etc., you will get all those values over here. Okay, so this is only a readable command. Only to find out the properties of any object we go with this. That's it. What is the block name we have, what is the layer name we have, and what are the coordinates points we have over here from the origin value. For that reason we go with respect to the list command. So LI is a shortcut for the list command. So you can say select the object, whatever object you want. For example, I want to find the property of this, like this is a window for me. Okay, I know that this is window, but the next user doesn't know what is this, so I'll go with the LI, enter, select the object, enter. Okay, so now here he will get to know that this is with respect to window layer. Okay, and the W1 is the tag name for the window, and from the X it is a so and so distance, Y so and so distance, and we haven't scaled this object, so etc. Okay, so we have got all these values over here. So I hope the array command as well as the list command is clear for everyone. Okay, so practicing is must for these commands. These are the very big commands and very detailed commands, and very important when you work with respect to any of the services. Okay, fine, thank you. Coming for the next command, the layer command. Very important command. Okay, very important command. You can see the advantages of this command when you work in a real-time manner with respect to any of the exercise. Anyhow, now in this session, I'll explain you what is layer, how to create a layer, and what are the properties we have with respect to the layer command. Okay, so a layer has a number of states and properties that define its display and behavior in the drawing. So we can able to revise the drawing very easily by means of the layer command. We can able to hide some of the objects, we can able to lock some of the objects, we can able to freeze some of the objects, we can provide some different properties with respect to line type, line weight, with respect to print settings, as well as we can also provide the description for the layer also. All those things are possible here by means of layer. So whenever you type LA, enter, you'll get a new window. In that you'll be getting, okay, this is the window what you get when you specify the LA, enter. So if you want to create a new layer, this is the option what we have, or you can specify Alt plus N also. And if you want to delete a layer, you can go with this cross mark. If you want to work with respect to that layer, you can go with respect to this. So here right now you can see I have got a file. So in this file I have made some layers. So in the home tab, you can see you'll be having a layer panel. In the layer panel you'll be having different layers. By default, when you open the AutoCAD, you'll get only one layer as 0, nothing but a default layer. Okay, so all these layers I have created as per my requirement. Every object should be in a separate layer. Like for example, door is a category, it should be in a separate layer. Window is a separate category, it should be in separate layer. When you work with respect to any of the furniture, it's in a separate layer. Walls is a separate category, it's a separate layer. Window, ventilator, text, etc., etc. So why we are segregating all these things into separate layer? to overcome the confusion and to revise the drawings in a very simplified manner. The three major options what we have in the layer is nothing but one is nothing but the on, one is nothing but the freeze, one is nothing but the lock, as well as we are going with the color of the layer also. So we have these three options over here. So as per the requirement, we are going to choose all those things. So LA is a shortcut for the layer command. LA is a shortcut for your layer command. So I'm entering LA, enter. So once we just enter the LA, you can see the same properties what we have over here, but in detailed manner. If you want to make a new layer, this is the option what we have over here. Okay, nothing but new layer, Alt plus N is a shortcut key for that. So you can select manually from here. When you select manually, you'll get a name of the layer. What the layer name you want, something like A, B, C, D I want to provide, or X, Y, Z, or whatever you want to provide, you can specify. Okay, if you want to work with respect to that layer, just enable this. So you are into the layer now. Okay, can you see we have got a new layer and we are working with respect to this layer. If you want to make an on, if you want to make a freeze, if you want to make a lock, these three properties what we have over here. And here before going for this, we will go with respect to a small notepad file over here on the desktop. So here I have a brief description about the layer on or off. What will happen when we are keeping the layer on and what will happen when we keep the layer off. So the object of a turn off layer cannot be seen. Like for example, here you can see I have got so and so layers. For some time I don't want to see, I don't want this doors to be visible on my plan. So what I'll do, I'll switch off my doors from the plan. So what I'll do, I'll just select this particular door layer from here. And here we can see we have the option for the door layer on or off. You can select from here, okay, or you can turn off the layer from here. So what he's asking, turn the current layer off, yes. So what will happen, for some time till it is off, you can't be able to see the doors. If you want to hide the text or if you want to hide the furniture, you can go in a separate way also. Go for the LA, enter layer, and go for the furniture tab from here, and in the furniture tab you can see there is an option for the off from here. So when you click off, so whatever the furnitures we are having, it will be invisible for you. We are having that object, but we can't be able to see in the work plane because it is off for us. For example, you don't want a text on your file, so select this. Wherever we have a text, okay, that will be invisible for you. Can you see? The plan has been simplified for us. So as per the requirement, we are going to use this command. As per the requirement, as per the modification. For example, I am working as an electrical engineer. So being from the electrical department, I don't know. I don't know. Being from the electrical department, there is no requirement of the doors and the windows in my plan. For that reason, for the temporary reasons, I'll hide this object. Okay. So LA is a shortcut. So in the layer you can see, and the objects of a turn off layer cannot be modified. When we can't able to see the object, how can we able to modify the object? For example, I want to modify this door. When it is invisible for me, how can I able to modify the object? It is next to impossible for me. Again, the turn off layer can be set correct. Means we can able to work with respect to this layer. This is off, but I can able to draw an object. For example, I want to draw a circle over here. Okay. So there is a circle over here, but I can't able to see because the property of the layer has been off for us. Again, when you turn on, we can able to see the circle also. So objects can be created in the turn off layer. Like you can see, I am turning on the door layer, so you can able to see your circle. So you can see I'm just clicking this again. So here you have got all the doors with respect to the circle. Okay, this is the option what we have with respect to the layer on or off. When you go with layer freeze is almost similar to the on or off, but there's a slight change over here. So objects of a freeze layer cannot be seen. Same option what we have for the first on or off. The objects of a freeze layer cannot be modified. When we can't able to see, how can we able to modify? It is next to impossible for us to modify. The freeze layer cannot be set current. Here it can be set to current, here it cannot be set to current. And the objects cannot be created in the freeze layer. When we can't able to see the object, when we can't able to work with respect to this, when we can't be able to make the layer into current mode, how can we able to work with respect to this layer? It is next to impossible for us. So for that reason, this is the option what we have. For example, I'm going with the LA, enter in the command window. Okay. I'm specifying LA, enter. So here, for example, the same door layer, I want to go for the freeze option. Okay, it's on, but I'll go with the freeze option. It's in the current layer, so for that reason, it is showing the error. For the same door, you can see I'm going to the freeze. So what is happening? Okay, I can't able to see the door. Okay, but I want to make it enable. Okay, like door, it cannot be made to current because it is into the freeze mode. Okay, so first we have to unfreeze, then again you have to make current. When we can't able to work with respect to this layer, then how can we able to create the object or how can we able to edit the object? It is next to impossible for us. So this is a difference what we have between the layer on off as well as the freeze on off. Okay, I hope this is clear for everyone. In the same case, we have one more option over here, nothing but your lock option. Okay, layer lock. So lock is for the temporary reason. For example, okay, I want to secure my file by going with respect to, I want to provide some security for the file with respect to this option. The object of a lock layer can be seen, we can able to see, but the color will fade actually. The object of a lock layer cannot be modified, nor can be deleted. The lock layer can be set current. Okay, this is the option what we have over here. For example, okay, so here I am going with the same door. Okay, I am just switching on everything with whatever we have unfinished. Okay, fine. Now the same door, okay, I just want to provide a lock over here. Okay, so what is happening over here? The color of the door will fade. Okay, the color of the door will fade. By looking at this, automatically we have to understand that this is locked for us. Now I am selecting the door. I am going for the erase command, enter. So what is asking? Okay, erase the selected object, select the object, enter. So we are getting a lock. Can you see above my pick option? Can you see a lock over here? That means this is the lock layer. So this will not be deleted. One was on the lock layer, so object cannot be deleted. And the same lock layer we can make into current. The same lock layer. This is a lock layer right now for me. I can make it into current. Okay, only in the freeze we have the option that whatever the object is freezed, we can't make it into the current layer. But for the on off for the lock, we have this option. Okay, this is the three options what we have with respect to the layer command. Or for example, if you want to change the color of the doors, like go for the LA enter. Okay, just enable this. You want to change the color, you can select the color. Like you want to go with something like cyan color, so click here. Okay, so wherever we have used the door, okay, it has been revised for us. You can see wherever we have used it has been revised. You want to change the wall color, so go for the wall layer from here. Okay, select the color name from here. Something I want to go with something like your green color, for example. Click here, close. You can see the complete plan has been revised. So you can see how simple and how beautifully we are going to revise the drawing in a very neat manner. Okay, so this is the advantage what we have when we work with respect to the layer command. Okay, anyhow, I'll show you again the same concept by using an exercise so that it will be very clear for you to work with the layer command. So here we have the options with respect to the command window. Layer current means if you want to work with respect to that layer. Layer delete means if you want to delete a layer. Okay, we can delete manually the layer also. For example, here I want to delete a layer. Okay, but it should not be into the working state. Like this ventilator, you want to delete this layer. So select this, again you have the option to delete. But this cannot be deleted because we are having components which has been used with respect to this layer. So for that reason, we cannot modify this. Okay, we cannot delete this. Okay, again we have the freeze. Okay, you can select manually or you can specify LAYFRZ also, layer freeze. As discussed just now, what the properties we have over here. Again, layer isolate means it will isolate the layer of the object with respect to the next viewport. Okay, we'll see in the exercise. Again, the layer lock, for the security purpose, we will use this layer. Again, layer match. If you want to match the property of one layer to another layer, like I want to match the property of my door to text. So go for the LAYM. You can see LAYMCH. Okay, layer match. So select this one. So you want to match the same property of this to your text. Okay, so it will modify as per the requirement. There was destination layer. This is a destination layer for me. Two objects into the layer text, etc. Okay, it has been revised. You can see text. Can you see? It has been revised. This is into the text layer now. This is also into the text layer now. Okay. So the property will change. The property, the name of the property will change. That's it. Okay, not everything. Again, in the same case, we can see we will go with the layer merge. If you want to merge the properties of any two layers into one entity, if you want to off, you can off from here, layer off. If you want to turn on, you can go with the layer on from here also. Okay. So this is a manual way to go, but better to go with respect to the options what we have in the layer to understand in a very clean manner. If you are a beginner. Okay, if you are an expert, then in that case we can follow all this command window, because for the layer, command window will take much time for you. Okay, so I recommend to go with respect to this option when you go with respect to the layer command. Again, in the same layer command, we have the property called as line type as well as line width. Okay, in the same, you can see over here when you open the layer, LA enter, here we have the option of line type as well as line width, the next command what we have. So line type means which type of line you want, whether you want a dashes line or dotted line or any kind of bubble line, etc. etc. Line weight means what is the weight of the line you want. For example, I want to highlight the doors as well as the windows in my plan. So provide some extra thickness when compared to the other components what we have in the file. So that is a function what we have with the line weight and the line type over here. You can see. So what is the shortcut for the line type we have over here? LT is a shortcut. When you type LT enter, we get a new file dialog box, nothing but a new window. So here we are getting some predefined library with respect to different line types. So enter or select the file in which the line type you want to load is stored. select the current line type for object that will be drawn subsequently. You can control the line type of object individually or by means of layer also. Okay, so better to go with the layer option only. LD is a shortcut for that one. I'll show you. Here you can see. I'll just close this notepad. Okay, so you can see LD is a shortcut. LT enter. LT enter. So here you can see you're having some default line types over here. By default, you can see in the same property also we have the option for the line weight over here and again the line type over here. So we are going with the line type. So by default, when you open the AutoCAD for the first time, you'll get these three properties. Okay, by layer, by block, and use. Actually, three are same. Okay, but with respect to category wise, there is a difference. And I have loaded one more type of line over here, which is used for the ventilators for you. If you want some other type of line, okay, so go with respect to the other option from here, or you can type LT in the command window also. Both are same. So select the option for the load, and we can see we have got a very big library for the different types of line. Whichever type of line you want, you can select from here. Okay, whichever type of line you want. For example, you want to go with something like this faded line or something like this. You want to go with this line. For example, I'm telling you. Okay, the center line generally for the center line drawing for the grids or for the columns placement, we go with respect to this type of line. So click here. Okay, that line has been loaded for you. Okay, but this is a code. Actually, we can't able to remember this. So what we will do, we will provide our own line. Something like I'll provide a name as center line. Okay, I'm providing them something like center line. And by default, we have a scaling factor as 0.1. Okay, so go with the default scaling factor. Okay, because this scaling factor we can able to achieve only by means of trial and error method. Okay, so click here. Okay, so now you can see in the property panel. Okay, here you have got one more type of line called as your center line. Now just go for any kind of line command or rectangle command. Now try to implement that particular command. Can you able to see the line type? We can able to see, but we have to zoom a lot. We can able to see, but we have to zoom a lot. For that reason, what we have to do, we have to change the scaling factor. So to change the scaling factor, we can go from the line type command from here also, or else we have a separate command called as line type scale, LTS enter also. So by default, what is the value we have given in the window? 0.1. I want to go with something like 3 enter. Can you see the value has been changed? If you want to still change the value, okay, again go for the line type. I'll go with something like 8 enter. Okay, it has been changed for me. Again, if you want to modify something, you want to as 14. Okay, as per the requirement. So as per your preview, as per your requirement, you have to provide the type of line. Okay, the scaling factor will vary from system to system. So for that reason, we have to go with a trial and error method. So here you can see even in the line type window also you'll get the value. So again, coming from here, selecting the line and changing the value will take much time for you. For that reason, we are going with this. And by default, when you open the line type manager for the first time, okay, these details will be hidden for you. So just go for the option of show details. Okay, and plus if you want to work with respect to this particular line type, you can make a current from here also. It depends upon you. And if you want to delete this type of line, you can select and you can delete from here also, as per your requirement. And here we have the option show all, or which we have used or which we have exported from the other files. Okay, so better to go with the show all only, etc. So this is the option what we have with respect to the line type. Now for example, you want this property of line to be provided for the walls. So go for the layer, LA enter. So select your wall layer, and here in the line type, okay, instead of going for the continuous, go for the center line which we have selected. Click here, okay. Now you can see, again click here, close. So here you can see we have got a dashes sign, but we have to change the scaling factor with respect to the wall. I'll go with something like 5 enter. Can you see? We have got a dashes sign as per the requirement. As per the planned requirement, I think so 5 or 6 is best to go with, or you can go with the 3 also. For example, I'm going with 3 enter. Okay, so we are going with the 3. So when you go with 3, this is the value or the weight what we are getting. So this is the option what we have with respect to the line type. Coming to the notes, you can see when you type the LT enter, you have got all those options. By default, this will be hidden for you. You have to go with the show option. Again, select the type of line which we want. Again, as per the requirement, go for the scaling factor. It can be 1, it can be 0.1, it can be 25, it can be 35. That depends upon the paper units. Again, if you want to line types, change the line type scale, LTS enter. You can scale the line type in the paper space either based on the drawing units of the space in which the objects were created or based on the paper space. LTS is a shortcut. You can specify as per the requirement, 0.1, 25, 35, etc. etc. Okay, once you have given the scale value, automatically the model will be regenerated for you. In the same case, in the same layer, we have one more option called as line width. So whenever you want to provide any kind of thickness for the line, we go with respect to the line width option. Okay, like thickness. If you want to highlight something in the plan, in that case we go with line weight. So line weight is a property assigned to a graphical object. Generally for the graphical objects, in the sense for the presentation drawings, we go with this option, like hatches, radial lines, and dimension geometry. So in all these three areas we have this property that result in thicker, darker line. The current line is assigned to all the new object until you make another line with current, etc. So here LA enter is a shortcut. Okay. So for all the walls, instead of 0.35 mm, I want to provide something like 0.5 mm. For example, I'm telling you, okay, I want to highlight the walls in the plan, so I'll go with 0.5 mm, because by default for everywhere we have 0.3 mm of line. But in this case, for the walls, I have gone with respect to 0.5 mm. So close this. Can you see a difference over here? No. The line which we have used for the dimension, the line which we have used for the doors as well as the window is same. So by default, the line weight will be disabled for you, because as I have told you, this is used only for the graphical point of view. So when you are switching on the graphic option, there is a chance that file will not respond to you. For that reason, it is recommended to always switch off the line weight. So LW is a shortcut to enable the line weight. So here you can see display line weight. Okay, the display line weight is off for us previously. So click here, okay. Now you'll get a difference. Can you see? There is a difference between this line and this line now. It's of 0.5, it's of 0.3 for this. Okay, you can select this and you can check the type of line. This is with respect to the wall, with respect to certain property, etc., etc., as per your requirement. Okay, if you want to still change the type of line, etc., you can also change. For example, I want to make the wall as continuous line. Okay, instead of dashes line, I want to go with respect to the continuous line. Select the continuous line, click here, okay. Now you can able to find it in a very clear manner. Okay, as per the requirement. But I don't recommend to provide any kind of line weight. Okay, provide the line weight, but disable this option, because there is a chance that the graphics will be utilized and it will not respond to you for that reason. Okay, so this is the option what we have with respect to the line weight. I hope this is clear for everyone. Okay, so practice a lot, because this is very, very important command. So all those things are very, very important when you work with respect to any type of real-time projects. So I hope everyone have enjoyed the session. Thank you. Coming for the next command, the match command. The name itself indicates. Whenever you want to match the property of one object with respect to other object, we go with the match command. The shortcut for the match is nothing but MA enter. So it is also great for isolating, nothing but separating or only matching the properties what you want, such as layer, color, or line type. Generally for these three areas, we go with respect to this command, like layer, color, as well as the line type. Even for the line weight also we can go. So here is a complete method. On the standard toolbar we have the match property option, or you can also type match property at the command line, or else you can also type MA also in the command line, anything but the command window. So select the object whose properties you want to copy. MA is a shortcut for this. Select the object. So this match command is applicable for the layer with respect to the color, line type, line weight, transparency, thickness, plotting style, dimension, text, hatch, polyline, viewport, table, material, shadow, display, multi-reader, etc., etc. So here are the properties. Some are with respect to 2D, some are with respect to isometric, some are with respect to 3D. Okay. So we are going with the minimum settings over here. For example, here you can see I want to match the property of one layer to other layer. Okay, like here you can see is a door for me. Okay, I want to match the property of this door with respect to the wall. So MA enter. Okay, this door to be matched with respect to the wall. So select this. You can see it has been converted to the property now. Okay, you want to convert this also, you can change it over here. So when you select this, you can find the same thing into the door layer now. Okay, with the same color, etc., etc. Previously this was with respect to the wall layer. You want to match the property of this to this again. So MA enter. Select this object from the source to the destiny option. Here you want to match, so it will match. Okay, the name itself indicate whenever you want to match the properties of any two objects, we go with respect to the MA enter. Okay, so we have to select the source object first, then again you have to provide the destiny object. Okay, you can go with multiple also. Okay, you can select the multiple options also, like I'm going with the MA enter. You want to match this with respect to all this area, so you can select, or okay, or you can select the half of the portion of the plan. You can go in this way also, as per your requirement. Okay, but the objects which are generally in the block is difficult for you to convert the objects. Okay, you can see the doors, windows, and the some more components are predefined into the block which we have created on our own. For that reason, those things will not get converted. Okay, in this case, you have to edit the block. Okay, you have to go for the block. You have to edit manually. Like W1 is a block name for you. Click here. Okay, and from here you have to change the layer. Okay, select the block. Now whichever layer you want, you can select from here. Okay, whichever layer you want, you can select from here. But instead of going for the match, it is very difficult for you to match the property. For that reason, we go in this way. Close the block editor, discard the changes. I hope this is clear for everyone. I'll just go for the undo, Ctrl Z, okay, to get back the same original file. Okay, this is option what we have with respect to the matching the property. Next we have the option with respect to the pan command. Pan is nothing but whenever you want to go through the file or whenever you want to read the file. In that case, we go with the pan command. P is a shortcut for the pan command. Okay, it changes the cursor mode to the reading mode, I can say. So shifts the view without changing the viewing direction or magnification. Okay, we can also zoom also. It's not a separate case. Which find the position cursor at the start location and press the left mouse button down or drag the cursor to the new location. You can also press the mouse scroll wheel or middle button down and drag the cursor to the pan mode, etc. So here you can see I'm just double clicking the scroll which is on the mouse. So what will happen? It will zoom the file with respect to the fit to screen option. Okay, or if you want to read the file for temporary reason, just press the scroll wheel and you can move your file as per your requirement. If you release the scroll wheel, what will happen? Automatically everything will go. If you want to be into the permanent property for the pan mode, right click over here and you can see you'll be having the option of pan from here. Now it's into the permanent mode. Until unless you press the escape key, it will be into the pan mode itself. Until unless you press the escape key. Wherever you want to move your file, you can move and you can close. Okay, this is a pan mode what we have. P is a shortcut for the pan. From the command window, if you're going with P is a shortcut, you can go with the pan mode in this way. Or right click, select the pan mode from here as per your requirement. Okay, for temporary reasons, just press the cross mouse wheel. Okay, it will be in the temporary reasons. That's it. So P is a shortcut for your pan. Next we have the option with respect to the quick calculator. Okay, instead of going for a separate scientific calculator or a Microsoft calculator from your desktop or a laptop, we can go with the same calculator which is provided by the Autodesk. So QC is a shortcut for this one. So when you work directly with the quick calculator option, you can perform the calculations and unit conversion. Generally when you're working with respect to the drafting area, sometimes you require the calculator also, because to convert the value from one form to another form. Okay, in that case, just as you would do with the desktop calculator, you can use the Windows clipboard option like Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V to transfer the results of your calculation. So whatever the output we are getting after calculating, the same result we can copy on the work plane also as per the requirement. QC is a shortcut. Simply press QC, you'll get a simple calculator. If you want to go with the scientific, just select this option. I'll show you over here. QC is a shortcut for the quick calculator. Can you see we have got basic calculator mode? Okay, as per the requirement. If you want to expand, you can expand and you'll get all these options. Okay, we have different options over here. Whatever the output you are getting over here, you can just select Ctrl+C to copy and you can place it on the work plane also as per the requirement. Because sometimes you have to specify the results in the notes and the legends. Okay, so for that reason we can copy and we can place. So this will save your time. Instead of going for the separate calculator, checking the result from there, again copying from there, will take much time for you. Okay, so for that reason we have this beautiful option to go with the same calculator option which we have in the same AutoCAD software. Okay, QC is a shortcut for your quick calculator. Next is quick properties. This properties, there is a slight difference between the Ctrl+1 and this. Okay, quick properties nothing but minimum properties what we get. The quick property palette displays only the specified number of properties, nothing but the limited properties. Okay, there is a difference between the Ctrl+1 property and QP property. Okay, like for example, I want to know the property of this line. So select quick property in the sense only the length of the line, the X value and the Y value you can see. So QP enter. So you'll get a property like this is a layer. Okay, this is a line type and this is the length of the line, etc. But when you go with selection of line, when you go with Ctrl+1, what will happen? It will give you the detailed property of the line, like so and so start axis, so and so y axis, so and so z axis, etc., etc. All this it will specify. So that is the difference what we have between the Ctrl+1 and QP. You want to go with the property of something like this door. Okay, so select this object and go for the QP, enter. So you'll get the object like so and so door name, so and so block name, and this has been rotated with respect to 180 degrees of angle. These three things, okay, are the limited quick properties option. But when you select this object, when you press the Ctrl+1, you'll get a detailed property like so and so layer, so and so name, as well as so and so axis, etc., etc. All those things are visible for you over here. Okay, QP is a shortcut for that one. Next, we have the option for the scale. So scale in the sense, whenever you want to enlarge or whenever you want to increase or decrease the size of object, we go with respect to the scale command. Okay, and this scale command will increase or decrease the object with respect to uniformly on all the sides. So SE is a shortcut for your scale command, SC. So the scale command uniformly scales, enlarges, okay, or reduces. Enlarge in the sense increase or decrease the size of the object universally from all the sides equally. Okay, so whatever the factor is specified, based upon that it will increase or decrease the size of object. So here you can see I will draw a simple object, like I'll draw a rectangle of something like your 10 feet comma 15 feet, for example. I'm drawing a rectangle of how much? Sorry, REC is a shortcut. Okay, I'll go with at the rate of option. So 10 feet comma 15 feet is the option for me. Okay, enter. REC, enter. Specify the point at the rate of 10 feet comma 15 feet. Okay, we haven't got the 15 value, it has taken the 15 decimal value. REC, enter. First point at the rate of 10 feet comma 15 feet. Okay, now you can see we have got a rectangle of 10 feet by 15 feet. Okay, now you want to increase or decrease the size of this object, we can go with respect to the scale command. So SC, enter. Scale, select the object, enter. Okay, specify the base point. This is a base point. From this point I want to increase or decrease the size of object. How much? That depends upon the reference value. So reference in the sense, from this point to this point will be the reference, because I want to decrease the size of object in a horizontal manner. When you want to go in a vertical side, select the vertical side from here to here. Okay, I'll go with the reference value, R, enter. What is the reference value you want from here to here? Specify the reference value from here, and again the second point. Okay, you can see. Now what is the new length you want? For example, previously it was something like 10 feet. I want to go with something like 8 feet for me. So you'll get an object of 8 feet. So it will decrease the object universally from all the sides, not only for the horizontal side. Okay, it will shrink the object with respect to all the sides. I repeat again, SC, enter. Select the object, enter. Specify the base point. This is a base point, for example. Okay, R for the reference. Now I want to increase the size of object to 15 feet, for example. So this is the first point. Again, this is the second point for me. Okay, now I want to increase to how much? Something like your 15 feet of value. So 15 feet, enter. Okay, 15 feet, enter. Exactly, it will increase to 15 feet. Now, okay, when you cross verify the dimension, you get the same thing. You can see this was previously 10 feet, and this is your 15 feet value. Now the question comes for you, you need the previous object also, you need the new object also. So in that case you have to go with the copy option. In the scale command we have the copy option also. SC, enter. Select the object, enter. Specify the base point. This is a base point for you. So here you can see we have the copy option. C is a short for that one. Okay, so specify the scaling factor, how much you want to increase. Okay, so before going for that we have to go with the reference, R, enter. This is a point for us from here to here. We want to increase to something like 15 feet, for example. Okay, so enter the value here, how much? 15 feet, enter. So from the base point it will increase the size to 15 feet. Now when you cross verify the dimension, you can see DLI, enter. First point to second point, you can see this is 15 feet. And the vertical side is how much? You can cross verify from here. First point to second point, you can see it's 22 feet 6 inches. So universally it has extracted the object from all the sides, or enlarged the object with respect to all the sides, I can say, universally. So scale command will increase or decrease the size of object as you specify. So SC is a shortcut. Select the object, specify the base point. R for the reference. If you want to go with copy, you can go with the copy. After that, you have to go with the reference. Reference in the sense, specify the horizontal value or the vertical value. Again, the first line you have to specify. Again, the second point you have to specify. You have to enter the new line. That's it. Very simple manner. Next, we can see we have the option for the tool palette. Okay, tool palette is almost similar to your control key, which we have used in the starting class. Okay, you can see here in the starting class we have gone with the control keys now. So here is a similar tool palette. So you can go with the control plus 3 also. You can go with respect to the TP also, or else you can go with respect to the control plus 3 also, vice versa, as per your requirement. Okay, AutoCAD has given a different options for us, so as per your requirement. So tool palette is also same like your AutoCAD design content command only, but here we have the option to rotate the object based upon the preview. Like I want a plan view, I want an elevation view, I want with respect to the front view or back view or rear view or perspective view, etc., etc. So all those options we have over here, but in the Autodesk design content we don't have all these options. So drag the tool from your drawing, drag drawing blocks in the hatches from the design center. Okay, we have different properties. So drag setter added to the tool pointer inserted as blocks. When drag into the drawing, drag toolbar buttons from the customized select box, drag commands to the from the command list pane on the customized user interface. Here we can see, for example, I'm specifying TP enter in my command window. So you can see you'll be getting all these things. I want to work with respect to the objects like trees, for example. Okay, like I'm to the architectural tab. In the architectural tab we are having the trees. So select this tree, drag and place in your plan. You can see as we are working in the plan, we have got a plan tree. If you want to change the view of the tree, okay, like you want an elevation of the tree, so you can see the same tree, we have got the elevation view for that. If you want to go with respect to something like different tree, like you want to go with evergreen tree with respect to elevation view, you can go with this. So as per your requirement, you can select the tree as per your requirement. We have got different views over here. Okay, whichever is best for you, you can select this. So the difference between the Autodesk design content and this command is nothing but Autodesk design content will provide you only one view, either the top view or else the elevation view. Okay, but this tool palette will provide you a view for the same object with respect to all the sites, I can say. Okay, the plan view, the elevation view, the rear view, etc., etc., whatever you want. Okay, in the same case you can go for the vehicles also. When you go with the vehicles, select the object, okay, and you can select and you can go for the front view if you want. You can go with the front view as per your requirement. Okay, so these are the options what we have with respect to the tool palette over here. Tool palette. So I hope this is clear for everyone. I hope so. Practicing is must. If you practice, hopefully you can able to understand all those things in a very clear manner. Coming for the next command, the explode command. The shortcut for the explode command is X enter. X enter is a shortcut for the explode command. So whenever you want to break any compound object into its multiple objects, we go with respect to the explode command. So breaks a compound object into its component object, explodes a compound object when you want to modify its components separately. That means when you want to go for the any kind of revision only for one particular component, we go with respect to the explode. So objects that can be exploded include the block command, the polyline command, as well as the region command also. So X is a shortcut for your explode command. So here you can see, okay, right now this door is in a block. You can see how can you identify this is in a block. You can select this, you can go with the list command, LI enter, you will get the name of the block. Okay, but with respect to this also we can find out, or else you can select, you can find out the QP enter, you will get the property of the block, okay, etc., etc. The name of the block you can see over here. Okay, so with respect to this, or you can select anywhere, automatically the complete object will be selected. So in these three ways we are going to find out that this object is into the block. But for example, when I modify or when I edit this block, what will happen? It will provide the effect for all these objects also. But I don't want that effect to be provided. So I want to modify only this particular door. So what I have to do? I have to remove this object from a block. In that case, I'll go with the explode command. X is the shortcut for the explode. Select the object, enter. So now you can see this is separate entity, this is separate, this is separate, again this is separate. So as per your requirement, you can modify. For example, you want any other a path of object from here to here. In that case, we can go from here to here. Okay. As per your requirement, you want to provide a line from here to here, so you'll get a line from here to here. Okay, if you want any kind of path from here to here, you can also provide, etc., etc. But again, after this revision, we have to go for the block command again, because every object should be in a block. So explode will break the object into multiple entities. For example, I'm going with respect to a rectangle. Okay, this is a rectangle. I'm selecting a one corner, so all the corners are getting selected. That means this is into a block. So what I do, I'll go with explode. X is a shortcut. Select the object, enter. So you can see this is separate, this is separate, this is separate, and this is separate. So explode will break the object into its compound objects, I can say. Okay, X is a shortcut for the explode command. Simple command. Next, we have the option for the external references. Means whenever you want to attach any kind of reference files. So the reference files are accepted in DWG format, in DXF format, with respect to PDF format, with respect to JPG, nothing but the image format, etc., etc. Okay, so you can insert any drawing file as an external reference of XREF in the current drawing. You can attach an entire drawing file to the current drawing as a reference drawing, with XREF changes made in the reference drawings are reflected in the current drawing itself only. For example, here you can see I am typing XREF in the command window. Okay, so a new window will open and he will ask you what you want to attach over here. You can provide a file from here. For example, I want to attach an image over here. Okay, the drawing file, image or DWF, DGN, PDF, whatever you want, you can select from here. I want to attach an image. For example, nothing but a company logo or whatever it is. Or you can see I'm having some different pics in my PC. I want to attach any of the pics with respect to this. I want to attach this. Okay, so click here, open. Okay, you'll be getting the path, and if you want to provide the insertion point, you can provide. Okay, if you want to provide the scaling factor, you can also specify the scaling factor also. So click here, okay. So that will be inserted over here. The tulips will be inserted for you, okay, along with your crosshair. Can you see? As we have given the scaling option, you can able to increase or decrease the size of object. So select, you will get the object. In the same way, you can attach any of the PDF file. In the same way, you can attach any of the drawing file also. So this is only for the reference point of view. Okay, this is only for the reference point of view. Instead of going with the Control plus C, Control plus V, this is a professional way to attach any file with respect to the base file. Okay, and this command is generally used for the coordination point of view. Whenever you want to coordinate between the architect layout to the structure layout or with respect to the MEP layout, in that case we go with this. So coordination will be done very easily when you go with respect to the XREF command. Okay, and whatever the changes we are applying for this file, like I'm editing something with respect to this image, it doesn't mean that it will disturb the main file. Okay, from where we have inserted. Whatever the changes we are providing, that refers to this only, not for that file. Okay, so this is the option what we have with respect to the XREF, XREF enter. Okay, so whatever you want to attach, you can attach. Select the drawing file. Okay, so wherever you have a drawing file, you can select. For example, if you are having a drawing file on the desktop, select. Again, click here, open. It will open the file. Again, just provide a pick point. It will place in the work plane. If you are unable to see the file on the work plane, press Z enter A enter. Okay, press Z enter A enter so that you can able to see the file. Okay, zoom the screen because we don't know where it has been placed. For that reason, go with the Z enter A enter in the command window to check the file where it has been placed. Next, we have the one more command with respect to the line, nothing but construction line. Actually, in the line, we can able to draw by means of line command also, by means of polyline command also, by means of construction line also. Okay, but generally the line command and the polyline command will have the first point and second point option. But this construction line will not have any kind of first point and second point value. Okay, so he will give a line with respect to infinite length. There is no length for this line, and generally this line is used to make or to work with respect to elevations or section to get a pick point. So AutoCAD has two commands to draw lines of the infinite length that can work as a construction reference for the drawings. They are very useful to draw elevations or sections. Generally for these two areas we go with construction line. So they are both very similar. Construction draws a line of infinite length. XL is a shortcut for your construction line. XL is a shortcut. For example, here you can see I want to pick the points with respect to the wall, with respect to the window, with respect to the wall, with respect to door, etc., etc. So in that case I'll go with XL, enter as a shortcut. Okay, so here we can see we have 3 or 4 options: horizontal, vertical, angular bisect, as well as the offset value. For example, I need a horizontal line, so H enter for the horizontal. So now you can see we'll be in the horizontal line. You can see you are getting the horizontal line as per your requirement. Wherever you want to place, you can place. The line will be of infinite length. If you want to go with vertical line, go with respect to the XL, enter. Go for the vertical, V, enter for the vertical. Okay, specify the point. From which point to which point you want to place a point, you can place a point as per your requirement. And this is a workable line. Okay, this is like a grid. Okay, but this is workable. Grids are not workable. Grids will provide you only the pick point value, but this will provide you the pick point value also. Okay, these are the options what with respect to this. Again, if you want to draw a line which is in angular mode, so go with respect to the construction line, XL, enter. Go with angle option, A for the angle. Okay, what is the angle you want? Something like 30 degrees you want. So go with 30 degrees. So you'll get a line of 30 degrees which of infinite length. Okay, wherever you want to place, you can place as per your requirement. As per your requirement, wherever you want to place, you can place. Can you see? So we have got a 30 degrees line as a reference. And this is workable. Okay, wherever you want to edit, you can edit. For example, you want the lines from here to here. Okay, so draw a 2 reference line and you can trim the unwanted area. Now trim, TR, double enter. You can remove the unwanted area. Okay, it will take some time actually because this is of infinite length. So trimming will take some time. That depends on the system configuration actually. Okay, it will take some time to analyze and it will trim as per the requirement. Okay, now if you want to erase this, go for the erase. Again, if you want to remove this, you can also go with the erase, etc. So you can see this is a pick point what we require. So generally for the sections, elevations, we go with respect to this command. Construction line. XL is a shortcut. You can see H for the horizontal line. Again, specify the point. If you want to go with vertical, select the V option. Again, specify the point. Again, if you want to go with angle, select the angle value. Provide the angle value. Again, specify the pick point, etc. Okay. So these are the options what we have with respect to the construction line command. Next, we are going with respect to the regenerate command. Actually, whenever you open the AutoCAD, okay, so what will happen? All the commands or all the objects will not be opened in a full-fledged manner. Okay, you can see we have got some irregular shape over here. We haven't got a smooth curve over here. Why? Because the file has not been opened completely. So to open this file in a complete format, go for the regenerate command. That means all the objects will be opened fully fledged manner, in the fully fledged manner. So regenerate the drawing from the within the current viewport, regenerate the drawing with the following effects. So recomplete the location and visibility of all the objects in the current viewport, etc. So whatever the objects which we are having with respect to this view or this with respect to this viewport will be opened in a full-fledged manner when you go with respect to the regenerate command. RE enter is a shortcut. You can see all these windows and the doors has not been opened fully. You can see this is a WC. Actually, we haven't got any kind of pure curve over here. Okay, for this sink you can see we haven't got a pure ellipse over here. So what we'll do, we'll go with this with the RE enter. Okay, so once when you press RE enter, you can see everywhere it has been expressed into the neat manner. You can see now we have got a smooth curve with respect to this for the ellipse, for the WCs, for the doors, etc. etc. So regenerate will open the file in a very clean and neat manner as per the graphic requirements. So RE is a shortcut. So once when you click RE, the file will be regenerated in a fully fledged manner. So I hope this is clear for everyone. Okay, so please practice. Okay, everything you can able to learn only by means of practicing. I request everyone to please practice as much as possible. So I hope everyone have gone through the session. Thank you. Coming for the next command, the print command. The last but not the least I can say. Okay. So after working with the complete exercise or after working with respect to a complete layout, we have to go with the hard copy. So that means we have to convert the soft copy in terms of hard copy by means of the print command. So here when you open the print command for the first time, you'll be getting with respect to different settings. Okay. So adding the output of a drawing layout to a printer or a plotter or a file, we have to save and restore the printer settings for each layout. Okay, like we can see when you work for any project, we have different layouts. Like I'm working with respect to architecture layout, I'm working with respect to civil layout. Again, in the civil, in the architecture, we have different classifications for the layouts. Okay, I'm talking about all those things. So originally people print the text from the printers and plot drawings from the plotters. Generally what normally we do, okay, whatever the documents we have or whatever the PDF we have, we can directly provide a print. But especially for the AutoCAD drawings or any kind of image files, we go for the plotters because they have a detailed settings for this print. The command to output a drawing is plot, and you can access it from the quick access toolbar also, or you can specify the Ctrl+P also, or you can go from the application menu also. Okay, so we have many options over here, so as per the requirement. So here you can see I am going with respect to the quick access toolbar. In the quick access toolbar, you can see you've got the option of plot. Okay, nothing but print. Or else go for the application menu. In the application menu also we have the option with respect to the print. As per the requirement, you can select the plot. Vice versa. Or else you can go with the control key called as Ctrl+P also. Okay, so when you press the Ctrl+P, generally when you open the print settings for the first time, this will be minimized for you. You will be getting with respect to minimum settings. So first thing is with respect to page setup. If you have got any kind of page setups, okay, if you are done with respect to any of the page setups, you'll get the option from here. If you haven't done and if you want to go with the previous settings which we have used for the previous project, you can go with this. Or if you want to import any kind of page setup with respect to any other drive, you can also select from here. But right now you go with none only. And remember that if you have a default installed printer, you can select the printer from here. Okay, whatever the printer you have installed, or else select the drawing file to convert into PDF format. Okay, because wherever you want to open, you can also open. You can able to open the PDF file from a mobile phone or with respect to any of the electronic gadget. So PDF is a universal format. It is not recommended to convert the drawing file to JPG or PNG because you will lose the pixels. But PDF, you will get an accurate values. Okay, go with the PDF value. And again here you can see what is the paper size you want. Okay, as I have told you in the first class that we have got different paper sizes. Okay, A4 is a minimum paper size which is used for the documentation. From the A3 we are going to go for the printing. Okay, and the big size what we have is of A0 for us. So as per the requirement, for example, I want to go with A3. So you can see the portrait and the landscape sizes for us: 420 by 297, 297 by 410 as per the requirement. For example, I want to go with something like 420 by 297 for example. In this way you can see, check the preview of the paper over here. The A3 paper size I have selected. Now what you want to make a print, whether you want to work with the limits or with respect to extent or what is there on the display, better to go with the window option. Okay, window in the sense we have to select manually which area you want to make a print from the complete black screen. So select the window option. I want to make a print from this area till here. Okay, I have selected the complete corners over here. Now here he will ask you, can you see the plot? Can you see the preview over here? If you want to go with the center of the plot, you can go with the center of the plot, or if you want to move the file from the x-axis so and so distance, from the y-axis so and so distance in terms of mm. Okay, as per the requirement. Because sometimes we'll be getting some signatures, we'll be getting some consultant's name over here, the company logo, some notes in the revisions clouds, etc., etc. For that reason, sometimes instead of going for the center of the plot, we have to go for the x and the y distance value as per the requirement. And here we have the option for the scaling. Okay, right now as we are working with respect to the imperial format, so I am going with the fit to paper option. Okay, fit to paper means as per the paper size, it will compress this layout or else it will maximize the layout. Okay, depends upon the layout size. Okay, and if you want to go with the scaling, you can select the scaling value like 1:10, 1:50, 1:100, etc., etc. When you go with 1:100, you'll be getting the size of this much only. Okay, if you go with 1:1, okay, it is getting expanded beyond the paper. You can see the dark line, means something has been expanded over here because we haven't defined the paper settings at the initial level. I'll go with 1:10. This is the size for us. If you go with 1:5, okay, this is the size for you. If you go with 1:2, you'll get the size of this. Again, you have the 1:4. Okay, for example, if you want to go with this, you can also go with this. Or if you want to go with 3, you can also go with this value, also 3. Or if you want to go with 2, you can also go with 2 also. Okay, so if you want to go with 0.5, this is not accepted, but this is still getting beyond the limit. Okay, so as per the paper size, actually 3 it is being recommended. Okay, or you can increase the paper size if you want to go with the default size. That depends upon you, or simply go with the fit to paper option. Okay, simply go with the fit to paper option. So once the settings has been defined for you, click here apply to layout, again click here preview. So you can see you'll be getting the preview over here. Okay, this is a preview. This is a preview over here. Okay, this we are getting because we are using a student version for the AutoCAD. Okay, because of which we are getting this thing. Again, if you want to go with some more settings, just maximize this and you can see. Okay, right now you can see the plan is with respect to color, but we are getting a black and white print. Why? Because we have given the pen settings as monochrome. If you want to go with none, means whatever the color we are having on the work plane, the same color will resemble in the print also. So again, click here the option for the preview, so you will get a color print. Okay, so none will provide you the same colors which we have taken on a work plane. If you want to go with monochrome, means the complete file it will convert to the black and white mode. Okay, it will convert into the black and white. And what is the quality of print you want as displayed, or with respect to quality as high, print, etc, etc. If you go with respect to maximum, it will take much time for you to make a print. Okay, anyhow that depends upon the printer speed also, but generally when you go with maximum value, the quality of print will be very high and the time it will take much. That depends upon you. Again, the line weights, if you have assigned any kind of line weight in your layer command, in that case these line weights are visible when you make a print also. The same thing for the plot styles also. Okay, so if you disable this, you will not get any kind of line weight in your plan. You can see when you go with preview, everywhere you can see we will be getting a lighter line. Okay, but when you have given the line weight, okay, you'll be getting a darker line over here as per the requirements which we have given in the layer plan. Again, if you want to rotate your plan, you can also rotate your plan as per the paper rotation as per your requirement. Okay, if this is finalized for you, click here apply to layout. Again, go for the option of preview. Okay, when you go with apply to layout, whenever you go for the print for the next time, the same settings will be applied for the next project also. So this time you can save. Okay, instead of going for the settings again from the starting to the last, you can save the time when you go with apply to layout option. So go for the preview from here, and you can see you've got this layout. And as we are converting to PDF, so after converting to PDF, he will ask you to provide a path where you want to save this file. So for example, I want to save this file something on the desktop with respect to AutoCAD reference file name into PDF as extension. So click here save, so it will convert the file to PDF, and you can see we have saved the file on the desktop. Okay, now from here, wherever you want to, wherever you have a printer, you can make a print from there, or if you want to go with a soft copy by using your mobile phone or any kind of electronic gadgets, you can also use this. Okay, so this is the best option what we have in the AutoCAD to convert the file from the drawing to PDF or with respect to JPG, etc, etc. So I hope these print settings are clear for everyone. Okay, so these are the minimum settings which we require when we are going to go with print. We have some more additional settings also along with the print command, but as a beginner level, I recommend to go with these settings only. It's much enough for us. Okay, because if you have a printer practically next to you, then you can go with respect to all the settings, because we have to go with trial and error methods to satisfy the scaling factor. Okay, so I hope everyone have gone through all the commands, and I hope everyone have enjoyed my sessions. Okay, so please practice as much as possible. You can able to increase the skill in the AutoCAD only when you practice as much as possible. So I recommend everyone to please practice for minimum 2 hours daily. Minimum 2 hours. Okay, follow your notes, go with the same examples which I have given you. Okay, so hopefully you can able to improve your skill in the AutoCAD. Okay. So in this session, we are going to discuss about the exercises covered by using the AutoCAD software 2020. Okay, so here in this catalog, we are having the exercises with respect to the metric format, with respect to the imperial format. So what is meant by metric format? Working with respect to the meters, centimeters and the millimeters comes under the metric systems. When you work with respect to imperial format, nothing but covering with respect to the feet and inches. Okay, and here we are having the plans with respect to elevation point of view, with respect to your section point of view, as well as the top plan, nothing but the top layout also. Okay, so in the first exercise, we are going to work with respect to the alphabets. Okay, so here we can see we have got a grid, or we have got a reference box of 4 by 5. We are going to draw a box of 4 by 5, and this is with respect to the millimeter format. Okay, and inside the grid box, we are going to make a minor cell and major cell which is of 1 by 1 mm. Okay, so we are going to get 4 columns as well as 5 rows over here. Okay, as per the requirement. So first we have to draw a box of 4 by 5. Based upon that, we are going to work for all these alphabets, and the condition to work with respect to alphabets is nothing but, okay, every cell should be of 1 by 1. Wherever you convert, okay, wherever you go with the trim option, it should be of 1 by 1 only. So this is our option what we have to use. With respect to these conditions, we have to work for all these alphabets. Okay, so I'll show you how with respect to few alphabets. and the rest alphabets you have to work accordingly as per your requirement. So when you practice with respect to these alphabets, then you will get the perfection with respect to the line command, the copy command, the offset command, and the trim command. Okay, these 4 commands will be very clear for you when you work with respect to this exercise. Next, you can see you will be having the legends and symbols. Okay, so where we can see in a complete plan we have different door sizes, like D1 is a door tag first, D2 is a door tag, D3 is a door tag, and the D4 is a door tag. D stands for the doors actually. And as we are working with the plan, so you can see this is a width value for us. Okay, the width of the door is 2 feet for us, 2 feet 6 inches for the D3, D2 is 3 feet, D1 is 3 feet 6 inches. Coming for the windows, and again I repeat that we are working with the plan. So in the plan you have to specify the width value. The thickness of the window will be as per your wall thickness. So right now we are going to place the windows with respect to outer walls only. So in all the exercises, the outer walls in my plans are with respect to 9 inches and the inner walls are with respect to your 6 inches. Please make a note of this. The outer walls, nothing but the exterior walls, are with respect to your 9 inches and the interior walls, okay, are with respect to your 6 inches value. So generally we are going to place the windows with respect to the exterior side only, not for the interior side, because windows we are going to place for the ventilation point of view. Okay, so from the exterior side only we get the ventilation. So for that reason we are going to place the windows at the exterior side, and the width depends upon the tag value, the thickness depends upon the wall value. Okay, the thickness of the window. So here we can see the W window is a 5 feet, W1 window is a 4 feet, W2 is a 3 feet. Ventilator, V stands for the ventilator. Okay, the difference between the window and the ventilator is nothing but mounting height. This window we are going to place at a sill height of 3 feet from the finished floor level. What is meant by sill level? The area which comes above the finished floor level and below the window level is called as a sill level. So generally for the residential buildings or for any villas, we place a window at a height of 3 feet from the FFL. Whereas for the ventilators, okay, we are going to place this above 8 feet, okay, from the FFL. The sill level will be something like 8 feet. That depends upon the type of building. These values may vary. That depends upon the type of building. Okay, the exact value the consultant or your architect will provide you. So we have got 2 different types of ventilators in the exercises, V2 as well as V1. V2 is of 2 feet, V1 is of 1 feet 6 inches. And these ventilators also we are going to place with respect to the exterior side only. So the exterior wall thickness is how much? 9 inches for us. Okay. So second exercise is with respect to working with respect to the doors as well as windows. So we have to make the gallery for the doors, because we don't know where actually we require what position of door, because sometimes we have to place the doors with respect to the horizontal side, sometimes with respect to the vertical side, sometimes with respect to the interior side, sometimes with respect to the exterior side. So for that reason we have made all these galleries, okay, so that in future whenever there is a requirement we can just drag and place the file. Next exercise, you can see we have got a simple plan over here. Okay, so how to work with respect to the rooms and how to place the dimensions for all those things. You can see. Okay, so this is a bedroom for me, and the dimensions which is specified over here are with respect to the interior to interior, like 10 feet 6 inches is the value. Nothing but we have worked with imperial format. So the values are from the inner wall to the inner wall, which is how much? 10 feet 6 inches. Again, from here to here for the vertical is how much? 11 feet 6 inches for us. Here you can see for the same bedroom we have made an opening for the door. Again, for the same bedroom we have attached a washroom. Again, for the same plan we have copied over here, we have made a mirror. Again, for the same plan we have made the mirror at the next side. Okay, so here you will be getting the perfection with respect to the mirror command also. Next, in the next exercise you can see we have placed the doors. In the opening we have copied the door which we have created in our library. Okay, the same doors we have to place for the complete plan. Next, we can see in the exercise we are having the concept of windows. So we have to make an opening for the windows and we have to place the windows also in the plan for the same plan. And here remember that for these 3 exercises there is no kind of inner wall. Okay, at initial level don't get confused with the inner and exterior wall. Okay, so everywhere whatever the walls you can find is of 9 inches itself. There is no kind of 6 inches wall over here. Okay, everywhere for the starting 3 exercises. But here you can see afterwards, okay, once when you have got the major plans, here we have defined the walls with respect to the exterior side, with respect to the interior side. You can see, okay, this is the exterior wall for me and this is the inner wall. The name itself indicate whatever the wall which comes with respect to the interior side of the room is called as the inner wall. So this is of 6 inch for me and this is of 9 inch for me. The first value will be the x-axis value, the second value will be a y-axis value, nothing but the horizontal value, the vertical value. So based upon the requirement, we have to place. And you can see the door tags. So whatever the door tag we have, based upon that, we have to select the door and you have to place in the plan. The same comes for the windows and the same comes for the ventilators. Okay. So one by one, we have to work for the different plans. So here you can see we have got a flat one for the floor, again the flat two for the floor, and this is the staircase what we have over here. Okay, this is the incoming side, this is the outgoing side for the staircase, and this is the lift provision. Again the same plan, but here for the wall I have provided the hatch pattern, so to get as a brick effect. Okay, only to utilize the command I am going with all these things. Okay, and this file is with respect to the feet and inches itself. Next you can see we are having a plan with respect to 4 flats. Okay, you can see the flat 1, flat 2, flat 3, flat 4, and in between we have a corridor. At this side we have a lift, at this side we have a lift, and this side we have a staircase, at this side we have a staircase. Okay. Next you can see we have got one more plan with respect to imperial format only, but here I have applied a hatch pattern for my flooring, as well as I have placed the components also like furnitures, like dining table, beds, etc, etc, and this you can see is a tile effect. Okay, but I have utilized the hatch command over here, the concrete effect, the tile effect, the mirror effect, etc, etc, all those things. Okay, this is a gradient effect in the hatch, etc. And here you can see I have got one more plan with respect to semicircle shape. Actually we have to draw a circle of 45 feet over here, and we have to make a semicircle over here. Based upon that we have to work for the complete plan. Okay, I repeat again, we have to draw a circle of 45 feet radius. Okay, again you have to make a semicircle over here. Based upon that semicircle we have to make a quarter circle. Again based upon the quarter circle we have to take the outer wall value, again the inner wall value, and we have to work for the complete plan as per the dimension which is mentioned in the plan. Next, from here you can see we are having the file with respect to the metric format as insertion scale as millimeters. We can see we have to cross verify the dimension. By looking at the dimension or by looking at the text, we have to identify that the plan is with respect to the metric format in terms of millimeters, because 7998 cannot be a meter, it cannot be a centimeter value. Definitely it should be a millimeter value, because 7.9 meter it will be almost like 7.99 meters, it is almost like 8 meters I can say. Okay, so this is a plan with respect to the millimeter format. Okay, this is the ground floor for the plan. Again this is the first floor for the same plan. Okay, actually this is a villa. We can see we have a duplex concept over here. Again for the next exercise we can see this is also with respect to the millimeter only. Okay, this is also with respect to the millimeter file format only. This is the ground floor. Again for the same plan we have got the first floor also. Again we can see this is with respect to what? Nothing but your centimeters, 982.5, almost like 9.82 meters we can say. Okay, this is with respect to your centimeters. Okay, with respect to the dimensions I can say, because 982 mm cannot be an mm value, it cannot be a meter value, definitely it should be a centimeter value. If there is a colon or double colon, we can say it's a feet and inches. Okay, there is no colon, there is no double colon over here. For that reason this is a centimeter plan for us. Again this is a plan for us. Again this is a second plan which is again with respect to the centimeter value. Okay, next we can see we have a plan again with respect to the centimeter value. Okay, centimeter value. Again this is also with respect to your centimeter value only. Okay, 500 by 400, 1606.4, etc, etc, the centimeter value itself. Again this is with respect to meters. 12.8 cannot be a millimeter value, 12.8 cannot be a centimeter value, 12.8 cannot be a feet or inch value, so it should be in meters. Okay, you can see 4.3 by 5.2, 4.3 is a width value, 5.2 is a vertical height value. Okay, next we can see the 11.2. This is again with respect to the meters itself. Again the 12.4, the meters concept. Again the 9 meters. Okay, again the meters concept, but you have added a hatch pattern over here. Again here we can see we have got a simple typical elevation. Typical in the elevation in the sense what? The first floor will resemble the second will resemble the third, is called as a typical floor plan. So the complete building height is so and so, and here you can see this is called as your plinth level. Above the plinth level we will get a floor level, above that we get a roof thickness. Again it's followed by the same thing. This is a chhaja and this is the windows, and the windows for the ventilators, etc, etc. So as per your requirement you can modify when you can place. Okay, nothing like that. Okay, so we don't have any kind of fixed dimension over here. The overall height of the plan should be something like 48 feet, and this is 50 foot, and this is an elevation view. Nothing but viewing from the front is called as elevation. Again this is also the second elevation. Okay, it's a duplex villa I can say. The height is 38 feet 1 inches. Again the width is 60 feet for us. Okay, randomly you can work with respect to this. Okay, we require simple line command over here. No other command is required other than line. Anyway, we require the trim command, modify commands. Okay, but the line is a major command. Again we can see I have done the sections for different washroom areas. Like this is a toilet area for me. Okay, so these are the complete particulars for my washroom, and you can see I have made a section with respect to B to B dash. Okay, when you make a section over here, this is a sunken slab, so I'll be getting something in this way. For the A to A dash and the B to B dash, I'll be getting in this way. Okay, you can see this is for the kitchen. Okay, we have a kitchen platform over here, the counter over here. Okay, so when you go with B to B dash, you will be getting a something like this. Okay, again for this, at B to B dash, you'll get a view over here. Again the staircase detailing. Okay, this is a staircase detailing. You can see for a plan we have all this staircase. We have got almost like a 19 threads over here. Okay, so based upon those threads, you can see this is a section detailing over here. Okay, so and so slab we have, so and so riser height we are getting. Okay, and this is a column what we have over here. Okay, this is a door, this is a door, and this is a section with respect to this. Next, this is a complete section for the complete building. Okay, for example, if this is a 4 floor, so you can see we have got almost like 4 staircases over here. Okay, so we have to specify the glass, the elevation glass, or you can call it as a curtain wall. Okay, the column line or the center line, etc., etc., whatever is required. So this is the detailing. Like we can see for the staircase, we have the riser value, okay, which is of 150 mm. Okay, or it can be of 6 inches or 5 inches in the metric format, in the imperial format. 300 mm, almost like 11 inches, I can say. Again, the nosing. Okay, to safeguard your riser, we have the nosing value. Again, the ballast, nothing but your supports. Again, we have the handrail. Okay, for the support for our hand. That's it. Okay, this is the slab thickness what is recommended. And this is a complete detailing for the wall. Actually, when you work with respect to any of the wall, this is the detailing what we have. You can see coming from the foundation point of view. Okay, so we have a PCC bed, as well as below to that we have a footing that depends upon the soil type what we are having. Again, from here we have the underground level. Okay, or nothing but we can call it as a ground level. Again, from here we have a plinth height, means the area which comes above the road and below the ground level is called as a plinth. Again, after that we have a flooring. Again, we have a skirting. Again, we have a sill level. So the sill level, in the sense what, the area which comes below the window level is called as a sill level. Again, we have a window height of 4 feet. Again, above the window we have a raindrop, or we can call it as a sunshade, or we can also call it as a chhaja. Okay, everything is safe. Again, not to get a load of the wall as well as the roof on this window, we are providing a lintel. Lintel is a concrete structure, okay, which is a load bearing structure, I can say. Okay, again, for the interior side, we can see we have the cornices for the beauty point of view. To hide the corners, we use the cornices, which is made up of POP, or even you can go with the cement also. Again, about to that we have a slab. Okay, again, about to the slab we have a flooring. Again, this is a parapet wall for you. For the support, generally will be of 3 feet or maximum of 4 feet. Okay, so this is a detailed study of your section for the wall. So these are the exercises you can be able to work only once when you are clear with respect to all the commands. So when you have practiced all the commands, so I recommend everyone to please practice with respect to these exercises. So in the coming sessions, I'll be showing you the exercises coming with respect to the alphabets, few exercises with respect to the doors and windows, as well as how to work with the imperial format and how to work with respect to the metric format, as well as the insertion scale as meters, okay, centimeters and the millimeters. So all those things I'll show you in the coming sessions. Okay, so this was a brief introduction for the AutoCAD exercises. So I request everyone to please practice as much as possible. Okay. So welcome for the exercise 1. In this exercise, we are going to work with respect to the alphabets. I repeat again, before working for this exercise, you should know the conditions. The condition is nothing but first you have to make a grid box of 4 by 5 mm. The values which are mentioned here in the plan are with respect to 4 by 5 mm. Okay, so we have to make a box of 4 by 5, and inside the same box we are going to make a cell of 1 by 1. So again, after making this particular box, the grid box, we have to copy this for almost like 26 times. Okay, after copying, by using the trim command, by using the erase command, we are going to make the alphabets from A to Z. And the condition is nothing but everywhere the cell size should be something like 1 by 1 mm. Okay, it should be 1 by 1 mm. So now we'll open the AutoCAD. So here you can see on the desktop I have got AutoCAD 2020. So double click on this one, so it will open, and here you should go for the new file because we are working with the new project. So you can press Ctrl+N, or you can go by means of the application menu also, or else you can go from here also as per your requirement. Okay, so you can go with some template files also, or you can go from the This option also nothing but the application menu. Go for the new from here. Okay. Again, by default, AutoCAD ISO is an international template which generally many consultants use. Okay, and this is with respect to the AutoCAD ISO. So click here. Okay. Now when you open the AutoCAD, so go for the units. U and enter is a shortcut. So I am going with the decimal format because we are working with a metric, because we want to go with insertion scale as millimeters. So 1 decimal is enough for us. Again, the insertion scale is millimeters. Again, click here. Okay. Now again, go for the limits. LIMITS, enter. The lower left corner always with origin with 0, 0. Upper right corner I'm going with the A3. So by default he is also recommending to go with A3 paper size 420, 297, enter. Z, enter for the zoom. What we want to zoom? The complete screen. So A for the complete screen. Now we have got the screen with respect to A3 paper limit. Now from here we have to start work. Okay. So now before starting the exercise, I recommend to switch off the grids. Okay, because these grids are only for reference point of view. Okay. For the building services now, right now we don't recommend all those grids. So F7 is a function key, or else from the status bar also you can switch off this grids from here. Okay. So first go for the line command. What is the condition we have? We have to make a box of 4 by 5. So specify a point. Now you can see the line you can able to read with respect to all the directions. So what you have to do, you have to switch on the ortho. So to get a line with respect to only one mode. So F8 is a function key for that, or else you can select the function key of ortho from the status bar also. So what is the distance you want? Something at a 4 mm you want to end. So 4, enter. So exactly at 4 it will trim. Can you see? Exactly at 4 mm it will trim. Again from here to here you want to go with a 5. So 5, enter. Again from here to here you want to go with a value of 4. So 4, enter. Or if you want to go with the close, you can also go with the close also. Or you can select the pick point also as per your requirement. Or you can specify the displacement value as 5, enter also. Again press the escape key to come back from the command. Now we can see we have got a box of how much? 4 by 5. So inside this same box we have to make a cell of 1 by 1 mm. Okay, with respect to the horizontal side, with respect to the vertical side also. So go for the offset, O, enter. Specify the offset distance 1 mm we require. So select the object where we want to place at this side. Select the object, place at this side. Select the object, place at this side. Again from here to here. In the same case from here to here, you can go with multiple options also. As the quantity is less, we are going in individual manner. If the quantity is more, I recommend to go with the multiple object because it will save your time. Okay. So here we can see we have got a grid box of 4 by 5 with a cell of 1 by 1 for us. Now copy this almost like 26 times by means of a copy command. So CO, enter is a shortcut for the copy command. Select the object, enter. What he's asking, specify the base point. For example, I want to copy from this point. So this is the distance of 4. Again, I want to maintain a gap of 4. So how much I have to enter? 8, enter. Again, I want to maintain a gap of 4. So 4 plus 4 is 8. Again, 4 is 12. Again, I have to want to make a gap of 4. How much I have to enter? 16, enter. Okay. In the same case, next we will go with 24 because 8 is an interval. Okay. So 24 plus 8 is how much? Again, 32. Again, we'll go with 40. Again, I'll go with 48. Okay. Again, I'll go with 56, etc. So this is with respect to horizontal side. Okay. So instead of going everything, all the alphabets in the horizontal way, I'll go with vertical way also. Okay. So in the same case, I'll copy all the grid boxes by means of copy command. Select the object, specify the base point. This is a base point. From here to here, the value is 5. Again, you want to make a grid of 5. So how much I have to enter? 10, enter. Again, 20, enter. Again, 30, enter, etc., etc. as per your requirement. Okay. So at initial level, I recommend to make all the grid boxes almost like 26 times because we are having 26 alphabets. And before creating an alphabet, remember the condition. The cell size should be 1 by 1. So we have to make an alphabet of A, B, C, D by considering the cell size of 1 by 1. And we are going with respect to digitalized text in a matrix format. We are not going in a calligraphy format. Okay. So don't go for any kind of different shapes. Follow the same shapes which are mentioned in your exercise. Okay. Don't go with respect to any other shape irrespective which is mentioned in your exercise. So you can see first alphabet is what? A. So here you can see I'm working with this grid box. So I'll go with trim command, TR, double enter. Okay. Remove the unwanted corner. It's a puzzle. Okay. Remove the unwanted corner and remove the unwanted corner. You can see you've got the complete external part. Now remove this area. You have got the exterior side. Remove this. Now being in the trim command, we cannot remove these things. So we have to go with erase. R, enter for the erase. Select the object, enter. So you can see it has been removed for you. So this is the alphabet A for you. In the same case, work for the alphabet B. So first for the alphabet B, I'll remove the unwanted corners. Okay. Again from A to here. Again, I'll remove this path. Again R for the arrays, remove this, again remove this. You have got the alphabet B. Next for the alphabet C, I'll remove this. Okay, I'll remove the unwanted cells from here. Again I'll remove the unwanted cells from here. It's a puzzle. Okay, watch very carefully. Hope you can able to understand. Okay, remove this. Again here, again here. Alphabet C. Again the alphabet D. Remove this area, again this area, again this area. R, enter for the arrays. Okay, we've got the alphabet D. Again the alphabet E. Okay, so here I'll remove this, again here I'll remove this. Again the unwanted, so this cannot be trimmed, so R for the arrays. Being in the trim, we have the arrays option also. Alphabet E. Again the alphabet F. So first we require the upper limb, again the left side limb. Okay, so we have to keep this, so we will remove this, we will remove this, and we can remove this also. Okay, so go for the arrays, R, enter, F. Again we have the alphabet G. So remove the unwanted cells from here, again from here, again from here. Okay, so remove this area and remove this area and remove this. R, enter for the arrays, remove the unwanted lines. Again the alphabet H. Okay, remove this area, again remove this area. R for the arrays, remove this, again remove this. Okay, again here we can see we have the alphabet I. For the alphabet I, actually we have to make an offset of 0.5 from here to here, again from here to here, because we need the overall limb size of 0.5. So for that reason, go for the offset. How much? 0.5 on the either side. 0.5, enter, from here to here, again from here to here. Now remove this, because we have got a cell of 1 now. Okay, so TR, double enter, remove the upper area and remove the bottom area. Now you can see we have got this limb, we require this and we require this. So now remove this unwanted and remove this unwanted. Now make an opening inside the limb. Go for the arrays, R, enter, remove the unwanted cell, remove the unwanted cell, remove the unwanted cell, etc. So we can see we have got the alphabet I. In the same case, we'll go for the alphabet J. Okay, I'll remove this and we will go in this way, or you can go from here also. That depends upon you. Okay, you can go in this way also. As per your requirement, you can remove this, you can remove this. Okay, and if you want to remove this, you can remove this. R, enter for the arrays, remove the unwanted areas. Remove this and remove this. You can see we have got the alphabet J. Okay, so I hope everyone, the remaining alphabets you can work. Remember that for the alphabets like K, M, okay, as well as for the R, we have to switch off the ortho and we have to draw the diagonal lines. Okay, along with the reference line what we have to draw a few more lines by switching off the ortho. Like you want to draw a K alphabet, so from the midpoint you have to take a value from here to here. Okay, again from here to here you have to take a value. Again make an offset of 0.5 on either sides and remove the unwanted area, you will get the alphabet K. Okay, so this you can able to work only when you practice as much as possible. So along with the same commands which we have discussed in the previous sessions, we are working with the exercises. Okay, no new command is going to be implemented in these exercises. With the same commands what we have created, what we have worked, the same commands I'm going to implement in the exercises. So I request everyone to please work with respect to this exercise. Okay, it's a puzzle for you, it's a challenging for you. Okay, I repeat again, the cells should be 1 by 1, the overall grid box should be 4 by 5, and every cell should be a 1 by 1 when you work with respect to any of the alphabets. Okay, so I request everyone to practice for the next alphabets. I hope you liked my session. Okay, so in the next session we will see how to work with respect to the room, how to work with respect to the doors and the windows, etc. So welcome back for the exercise session. In this session we are going to see how to create a door and how to work with respect to the gallery of door. You can see we are having a big gallery of doors over here, as well as we have got a gallery for the windows as well as for the ventilators. So simultaneously, one by one, I'll show you how to work with respect to so and so dimension of the door. Again for this door, again for this door, again for this door. Okay. So here you can see, okay, I'll be opening a new template. So you can go with Ctrl+N, or you can select from here new and select the file name AutoCAD ISO, the default template. Click here OK. So again go for the units command, because we are working with the imperial format. So either you can go with the engineering format or is the architectural format as per your selection. I go with engineering because we get a neat decimal precision over here. Okay, I'll go with 1 decimal, it's enough for us. I'll get the insertion scale, I'll go with the least value, nothing but inches. So click here OK. Next I'll go with limits, LIMITS, enter. So lower left corner origin will always be 0 itself, so 0, 0 is the value. Upper right corner, which is recommended as 35 feet, 24 feet 9 inches. Okay, but right now there is no kind of limit for the doors, legends as well as with the windows, so we will go with the rough value, something like 100 feet, 100 feet I'll take. Okay, 100 feet, 100 feet, enter. Actually we have to take the double the size of the plan, but here there is no limit for the plan, so for that reason I'm going with the default and unknown value for the limit for the upper right corner. So 100 feet, 100 feet I would like to go, enter, again Z, enter, A, enter. Now we can see we have got the complete screen. Now from here you have to start working. So before you want to progress for the work, I recommend to switch off the grid so that you can work in a very neat manner. So you can press the F7 function key, or else you can go with the status bar also to switch off your grids. Okay, so initially remember that we have to work with respect to the block, we have to work with respect to a layer, because door is a component. So as I've told you in the block class that every component should be in a block, because the revisions, editing can be done in a very precise manner as well as in a very quick manner. For that reason we are going in this manner. So D is a shortcut tag for the door. Okay, so we have almost like 4 different sizes for the doors. So first we will create a layer. After creating a door, we will convert the door into the block. So how to create a layer? We can see we have a LA enter as a shortcut for the layer command, or else you can go from the ribbon tab also. From here we can see we have a layer panel. Okay, when you go with the home tab, in the home tab we have the layer panel. In the layer panel we have this option to create a layer from here also, but I recommend not to use all these options at the beginner level. Okay, go with the command window, because when you go for the interview everything will be hidden for you. For that reason I recommend not to use these ribbons. Okay, so just hide all those things by selecting this cycle through option. Now again from here select manually, like LA enter is a shortcut for the layer. So you can specify Alt+N also. Okay, if you want to increase the window size you can increase, that depends upon the screen size of your plan. Okay, I will just want to increase the size, okay, as per the requirement. Okay, if you want to drag this you can also drag this as per the requirement. Okay, so here if you want to create a new layer, select this option. By default when you work for a new project we get a 0 default layer. Okay, so we will neglect this, so we will make a duplicate of the same by selecting this and providing a name called as door. Okay, so if you want to work with respect to this layer, just double click over here, so that you can see you'll be getting a layer with respect to door, and we have enabled this layer. So whatever the components you are working, that will be with respect to this particular layer itself. Okay, at initial level I recommend to provide the color for the door. For example, the color of the door I want to go something like magenta. Okay, I'm selecting the colors randomly. The consultant will actually provide you the color codes when you work with respect to any company, but right now only for understanding point of view I'm selecting any random color. Next you can see I'm going with respect to next to nothing but window. Okay, for the windows again enable this. If you want to work with this, again select the color, which color you want to go for the windows, something you want to go with a green color, so click here OK. Next you want to go with respect to ventilators. Okay, so I'm making a ventilator. Just enable this, and after enabling just go for the color. For example, you want to go with something like cyan for the ventilators. Next we have tags over there by means of text, so we have to make one more layer for the text. Enable this, select the color for the text, something like blue color you want to go for the text, so click here OK. Okay, the colors whatever I have selected randomly, okay, the actual colors will be given by a consultant. Only for understanding point of view I have selected the colors. Now initially first we will see how to work with the doors. Okay, so here you can see when you go with a panel also, the layer panel also, the door has been enabled for you. Okay, now you can work from here. So first to make a door, okay, we have a door of 2 feet first. We have a door of 2 feet first, and this is a width value. If you are working with the elevation view, we require the height value. We are working with the x-axis right now because we are working with a plan. So we are going to make it 2 feet, and this line actually indicates a thickness for the door. Okay, right now I'm going with respect to 2 inches or 3 inches as per the manufacturer requirements. Okay, so here I'm going with 2 feet of door. So see, I'm going with the circle command, specify a center point and provide a value of how much, 2 feet, enter. So now you can see you have got a circle of 2 feet. Okay, again after that make a quarter circle, from here to here, here to here. Again remove the unwanted area because we require door with respect to this area. So TR double enter trim, select the unwanted area. You can see the unwanted area has been removed. Now make a thickness from here to here, okay, which indicates the thickness for your door. So go for the offset command. I'm going with something like 2 inches for my door thickness from here to here. Can you see we have got a door thickness of 2 inches. Now again go for the trim command and make an opening at this side. So now you can see we have made a door, okay, with respect to one position or one side we can call it as. Now as I have told you, every component, every object should be in a block. So go for the block command, B enter, and write a name like what is mentioned in the notes, nothing but D-4 of 2 feet. So specify the same name over here. Okay, so D-4 is the tag for my block. Specify the pick point which indicates the X and Y value. For example, this is a pick point for me, and select the object. So select the objects manually, enter, okay, okay. Now you can see it has been converted into the block for us. Now we have to make a gallery for the doors, okay, because sometimes you have to open the door from the right side, left side, interior side, exterior side, vertical side, horizontal side, etc. For that reason we have made possible attempts, okay, so that in future whenever there is a requirement, directly we can able to implement the doors randomly. So go for the mirror, MI, enter, select the object, enter. Okay, for example, I want to maintain some distance, okay, so that the picking of the doors will be very easy if you maintain a distance, okay, from here to here. Switch on the ortho key to work in a very precise manner from here to here. Now we can see we have got the second position. Again from here to here I'll make a mirror from here to here. Got it? Next we'll go with the rotate. RO, enter, select the object, enter. I am specifying this point, okay, C for the copy, enter. So by seeing the preview, instead of specifying the rotation angle, I am seeing the preview, I am placing the doors. You can specify the angle also, that depends upon you. Okay, so seeing the preview is the best. Again just move this because we have to align in a proper manner, okay, to provide a professional look. Okay, align in a proper manner so that it looks very neat when you place all those components in a legends and symbols. Okay, so we can see we have got a D4 door of 2 feet now. Next to 2 feet we have a 2 feet 6 inches of door which is of D3. Okay, so again go for the circle command, select a circle of how much, 2 feet 6 inches for us, 2 feet 6 inches. Again go for the line command, make a quarter circle. Again go for the trim, TR double enter, remove the unwanted area, make an offset of how much, your 2 inches, the thickness as per the manufacturer description. Again trim, TR double enter, remove the unwanted part for the opening for the doors, convert into the block, B enter, write a name something like D-3, because previously we have worked with D-4, now we are working with D-3. Specify the pick point because copying will be very easy when you go with the pick point. Select the object has been selected, enter key, again click here, okay. Now we can see we have got the object. Again just go for the mirror to get the next position for the door. MI is a shortcut for the mirror, specify some distance point from here to here. Again we require the doors with respect to the exterior side also, so we will go with the mirror again. Again we will go with the rotate. RO, enter is a shortcut. Select the object, enter, specify the point. You can specify the angle value, rotation angle again, okay, or you can go with respect to the preview. So C for the copy, okay, for example this is a preview I want, so place it over here. Now again go for the move command because we want to align everything in a very neat manner. So select this point from here to here, okay, we can place exactly at this point. Again select this point exactly from here to here, so that we can place everything in a neat manner. Next to this we have one more door which is of what, nothing but your D2 of 3 feet. Okay, so again go for the same door layer itself, go for the circle command, 3 feet is the value for your circle. Go for the line command, make it a quarter circle with respect to any of the sides. Right now I'm going with this side for example. Go for the trim command, okay, only thing we require a quarter circle, that's it. TR double enter is a shortcut. Select the unwanted area, go for the offset, how much, 2 inches for your offset, provide from here to here. Again trim, TR double enter, remove the unwanted area. Now we can see we have got a door. Again convert into the block, okay, write a name. D3 and 4 has been done. We will go with next to nothing but D2. So specify the pick point, this is a pick point for example, and select the object, enter, Okay, now we can see we have got a gallery for the door. Next we will mirror it the either side. Okay, something from here to here. Again we will mirror with respect to this side from here to here. Okay, we'll just move this because this may overlap with respect to the next door. Okay, we are just moving this. Now again I'll go with the rotate. So R O enter, or before going for the rotate I'll move with respect to the vertical side also. R O enter, select the object, enter, specify the point, C for the copy, enter. Now we have got the doors with respect to the horizontal side also. Okay, so align properly. M, enter for the move. Okay, again from this side also. Again in the same way from this side. Okay, so we have got a gallery with respect to the next tag. Next we have one more door with respect to D1 of 3 feet 6 inches. So go for the circle command, specify the point, how much? 3 feet 6 inches is a value for you. Now go for this line, make it a quarter circle. Okay, for example I will go now with respect to the bottom side. With this side I am going now. So go for the trim, remove the unwanted area, go for the offset, 2 inches is a value for the offset, nothing but the thickness for the door. Again go for the trim, remove the unwanted area. Okay, now again go for the block, write a name. So D2 has been done, D3 is done, D4 is done. Now pending with D-1. Specify the pick point. This is a pick point for us. Select the object has been selected, enter. Okay. Next we'll go with respect to the mirror, MI, enter, select the object, enter. With some distance I'll make a mirror for the object. Okay, but the distance is much, so I'll decrease the distance. Again I'll go with the mirror, MI, enter, select the object, enter, from this point from here to here. Again I'll go with rotate, RO, enter, select the object, enter, C for the copy, specify the point. Again move this and you can align exactly with respect to the points. Okay, you want to place exactly at this point. Okay, these two things are getting merged, so just we'll move the point from here at some distance. Again for the vertical side also. Okay, so we can see we have got a gallery for the doors. Now we will draw a reference line so that all the doors should be in the same path. Okay, so we will go with a move command. We'll move into the straight path. Okay, so that a professional look appears on the screen. For that reason I am going with the reference line. Again from here to here. Okay, now remove the reference line. Okay, so I'll just maintain a distance between the door to door. So can you see we have got a gallery of doors now. Now next we have to work with respect to the windows as well as the ventilators. Okay, we have to work with windows and the ventilators. So here is the next topic for us, nothing but the windows and the ventilators. So first window we have with respect to what? I'll just go with the zoom to fit page. Okay, so here is with respect to your 5 feet of window. First we have, and I have told you that the window is going to be placed as per the wall thickness value. So we have got a wall thickness of 9 inches. So the thickness will be 9 inches and the width value is 5 feet for us. So go for the layer of what? Nothing but your windows. So here first we will go with the rectangle command. Okay, we have got different legends actually for the windows. Okay, because we have different materials for the windows based upon that. So specify the shift at a rate of 9 inches comma 5 feet. 9 inches is a thickness, 5 feet is a width value. Again enter. So you can see we have got the concept of this. Okay, now we have to make a sliding concept over here. We have to provide this frame or a sliding concept. For that reason we have taken this property. So now we will go with the expert because rectangles will be into the one set. So now go for the offset of how much? Something like 6 inches on the either side from here. Again from here. Again offset. something like 2 inches on the either sides. From here to here, again from here to here. Now remove the unwanted TR double enter. Okay, remove this and remove this. You can remove this. In the same way, remove this and remove this. You can see we have got a window. Okay, convert into the block W, B enter. So write a name W of W, only W. Okay, cross verify your exercise. W of 5 feet. So the name is W. Specify the pick point. This is a pick point. Select the object. Enter. Okay, now we have got a window. Again rotate, because we don't know where we require the horizontal window, where we require the vertical window. For that reason we are making a library. See for the copy, enter. So we have got a window of W tag. Next we have a window of 4 feet, nothing but W1. So again go for the same layer window, go for the rectangle command, specify the corner, shift at the rate of 9 inches, comma, your 4 feet of value. Okay, 9 inches by 4 feet. So go for the explode, because you have to remove from the block. Again specify the offset value, how much, something like 6 inches, or you can go with 4 inches also as per the manufacturer description. Again here I'll go with an offset of 2 inches, nothing but your frame thickness. So go for the trim, TR double enter, remove this and remove this. In the same way at this side, again at this side, again at this side. So we can see we have got a window. Again convert into the block -W-1. Specify the pick point. This is a pick point for me. Select the object has been selected, enter. Okay, now again go for the rotate, RO enter, select the object, enter. From which point you want to rotate? This point. So see for the copy, enter. So we have got one more window of your 4 feet. Next we have a 3 feet window, the same concept. Okay, so go for the rectangle, REC enter, specify the point, shift at the rate of 9 inches is the thickness for your window. Again the 3 feet is the width for the window, enter. So we will remove from a block. Again we have to make an offset of how much, 4 inches. I am taking a width of 4 inches now from the other sides. Again 2 inches from the other sides, from here to here, again from here to here. Next trim command, TR double enter, remove the unwanted area. Okay, convert into the block, B enter for the block, write a name, nothing but W2. Specify the pick point, select the object, enter. Okay, again go for the rotate, select the object, enter. C for the copy, enter. Now we can see we have got the object with respect to W2 tag also. Next we have the ventilator. Actually for the ventilator, okay, we require some dashes line over here inside that. Okay, but right now we don't go for the line type property. Okay, we will simply create the ventilator, same like your window. So again we can see we have to switch on your ventilator layer. So go for the rectangle command, REC enter, the same concept, only the value of 2 feet will change. Okay, so specify the point, shift at a rate of how much, 9 inches is the wall thickness for you. Again 2 feet is the width for your ventilator. So you can see we have got this. Go for the explode, remove this. Go for the offset of 2 inches on the either sides. Okay, from here to here, again from here to here, again from here to here. Now go for the trim, TR double enter, trim. Select this, select this, select this. Again at this point, again at this point. Now go for the block, B for the block, write a tag for the ventilator. What is the block? We have name for that, V2. So specify V-2, specify the pick point. This is a pick point for me. Select the object has been selected, enter. Okay, now again go for the rotate, RO enter, select the object, enter. C for the copy, enter. Now we can see we have got the V2 ventilator. Next we have a V1 ventilator of 1 feet 6 inches. So again go for the same rectangle command, 9 inches is the thickness, comma, 1 feet 6 inches is the width for your ventilator. Okay, go for the explode. Now again go for the offset, how much? I'll go with 2 inches on all the either sides. Okay, the offset value actually the manufacturer will specify in the description. Based upon that you have to provide the we have to provide the offset, but right now only as a drafting point of view I am giving you the concept this. Okay, again go for the block command, B enter, write a name. Okay, so in the notes we have mentioned as V1 as tag, so nothing but V-1 is a tag for me. Specify the pick point. This is a pick point for me. Select the object has been selected, enter, click here. Okay, now we can see we have got a window. Again make it to rotate, so RO enter, select the object, C for the copy, enter. Now we can see we have got all the windows as well as your ventilator. So again draw a reference line to arrange everything in a proper line. Okay, so go for the move, specify a point from here to here. Okay, specify a point from here to here. Okay, this is only to maintain the uniformity. Okay, because we are working as a designing team, from the designing team as well as the drafting team, so we have to maintain a uniformity also. We have to maintain a professional look, because we'll be passing our file to different departments, so they should not get confused. If you're placing your legends somewhere on the file, okay, the next user, it will be very difficult for him to understand where actually what component we are having. For that reason, we have to arrange everything in a proper manner. Again, move this at this side, again this at this side. Okay, now remove the reference line. Can you see we have got all this windows and the ventilators over here. Now what is pending for us? We are pending with respect to the text. Okay, so we can hide this ribbon now. You can hide this ribbon. We don't need to go over this. So if you want to switch on your text layer, so go for the layer command. Also you can enable from here also. Click here, close. Click here, close. So first we will work with respect to one text. T is a shortcut for the text. Specify the area. Okay, and here we will open the tab property, because we have to specify the text height over here. Okay, so in this case I'll go with something like 6 inches, the text height. Okay, and I'm going with the annotative profile, and whatever the style you want you can select from here. I want to go with Times New Roman. Okay, like you can see Times New Roman is the option what we have, and I'm going with the barrier property, and for example I'll go with the tag of bold. So D-4, which is of 2 feet for me. Okay, D-4 is of how much? 2 feet for me. You can see D-4 of 2 feet. Okay, so just provide an enter key over here and convert everything into the center as justification. You can see this is a justification to the center. Decrease the ruler size. Got it? Move, place exactly at the center. Double click. We will increase the size of this to 9 inches. Sorry, 6 inches is enough. Can you see? We have got a door tag of D4. If you want to still increase, you can also increase. Remember that the text height depends upon the paper's case. I can double click on this one, again change the value to 9 inches from here. Okay, click somewhere, it will be edited as per your requirement. As per your requirement you can edit, okay, and you can use. Again, go for the copy command. Okay, copy this text. Instead of going for the text command and again, I recommend to use this copy command. Okay, because the properties again you have to redefine if you're not going with a copy command, which is again time consuming for you. So to overcome all those things, I recommend to go in this way. Okay, so this is what your D3 door of your 2 feet 6 inches. So enter your 6 inch value. Again, this is your D2 door of your 3 feet. So you can see how beautifully we can able to read the doors tags. Again, this is a D1 door, which is of 3 feet 6 inches. Okay, I hope same like in the exercise file. You can see D1 3 feet 6 inches, D2 3 feet 2 feet 6 inches, etc. Okay, the same tag I'll copy for the windows also. So go for the copy, CO, enter, select the object, enter. From here I'll copy at this side. Okay, or just I'll maintain the uniformity. I'll go with move. Go for the copy again, or first edit this. Okay, this is for the ventilator window of how much? 5 feet we have got, I think so. Okay, so go for the 5 feet value from here. Window of 5 feet. You can cross verify from here. Okay, we have got a window of 5 feet. So we'll maintain a one single line array over here. So increase the ruler size. Go for the delete key and you can specify in this way. Okay. Again, go for the copy. So as per your requirement, just edit the values. Okay, this is what your W1 window of your 4 feet. Again, your W2 window of your 3 feet. Again, your ventilator V1 of your 2 feet. Okay, you can see ventilator V2, sorry, V2 is of 2 feet. Again, we have a ventilator V1 for your 1 feet 6 inches. Okay, so we have got all these tags as per the requirement we have placed over here. So once you have done with respect to the gallery, nothing but the components, the legends, then you can able to work with respect to the plan. Okay, so I request everyone to please practice as much as possible how to work with respect to the plan, etc. so that it will be very easy for you to work with respect to any kind of real-time projects. Okay. So coming for the next exercise, in this exercise we are going to see how to build a room, okay, and how to make an opening for the doors, as well as how to implement the dimensions in the plan. Okay, all those things we are going to study with respect to this plan. So as we can see, this plan is with respect to imperial format in terms of feet and inches. Okay, and here we don't have any kind of inner wall. For that reason, all the walls are with respect to your 9 inches itself. Okay, nowhere it's of inner wall, everywhere it's of 9 inches itself. So in the previous exercise, we can see we have done with respect to the doors and windows. In the same layout, I'm going to make a plan. Okay, so here we have to add few more layers, because we have to add here the we have to add here the dimension as well as the walls. For that reason, we will add a layer. So you can just cycle through all to get a layer tab over here, or you can go with the LA enter to create a new layer. Select a new layer from here, like you want to make a wall, so go for the wall, provide the wall as name. Okay, don't provide any kind of complex name, provide a simplified names. Okay, select the wall color, something for the wall I want to go with the red color, and still we want to create a dimension, so dimension should be in a separate layer. So for that reason, we are creating this into a separate layer, dimensions. Okay, so whatever the color you want, you can select for the dimensions. For example, I would like to go with the white color for the dimensions. Okay, as per the requirement. So first we will work with the walls. So here in the plan, we can see we have got dimension 10 feet 6 inches by 11 feet 6 inches. The first value is x-axis, the second is y-axis, nothing but the horizontal side, vertical side. So whatever the values we have are with respect to the inner side to inner side. It doesn't include the wall thickness. Okay, so here we are going to draw the plan with respect to the inner to inner itself. So I will draw a line of infinite length. Okay, so whenever you're drawing any plan, draw a line of infinite length, something from here to here, again from here to here. Okay, select any two corners of the room, select any two corners. You can take this as corner, you can take this as corner, or this, but the corner should be uniform. You can go with non-uniform also, but better to go with the uniform shape. Okay, from here to here we have to make an offset of how much? 9 inches first. Okay, 9 inches on the either sides. So go for the offset 9 inches on either sides with respect to the downside as well as this side. Now we can see we have got the outer roll of 9 inches. Next we have to make the offset from inner to inner, how much? 10 feet 6 inches for us. So go with the offset 10 feet 6 inches. 10 feet 6 inches from here to here. Again we require the wall thickness. So 9 inches is the wall thickness for us. Double enter to enter into the same command and to change the property. So we have got a 9 inch of wall. Next we can see we have 11 feet 6 inches over here. So go for the offset, how much? 11 feet 6 inches from the upper side to the bottom side, nothing but the vertical side. Again we have to specify the 9 inch value from here to here. Now remove the extended part, because we have taken the line as reference. So remove the extended part, and remember that in AutoCAD everything works with the reference lines only. Okay, so we are removing the unwanted areas. Now remove the unwanted openings. Okay, so that this looks like a wall for you. Remove this, again make an opening over here, again at this side, again at this side, again at this side. Now we can see we have got a room of so and so dimension. I hope this is clear for everyone. Once this has been done, okay, we have to work with the text also over here, because we require text also now. So go with the text over here. So I'll copy the same thing. Instead of going for the text property again and again, I'll copy the same text from here. I'll switch on off my ortho. Okay, I place it over here, exactly the center. So double click, write a name here, nothing but increase. You can increase the ruler size also. Write a name as what? Nothing but your bedroom of your 10 feet 6 inches by 11 feet 6 inches. Got it? So click somewhere in the screen, you will get the text. Again go for the move command, place exactly at the center of the room. Okay, if you want to align exactly, provide the ruler size exactly with respect to the room size. You will get exactly with respect to the room. Can you see? Bedroom of 10 feet 6 inches by 11 feet 6 inches. This is the room what we have got. Dimensions we will implement at the final stage. Okay, you can also implement over here, but we will go with the final stage. If you want to implement now, because for the next rooms we are going to go for the apply the mirror. Okay, we are going to apply the rotate also. For that reason, the dimensions will be inversed. For text, it is not recommended to go for the mirror or for the rotate, because the text will be reflected, so you can't able to read. Okay, for that reason, it is not recommended to use the mirror command for the dimension. Next, after this, we can see we have a next room of the same dimension, but here you have to make an opening for the doors, 3 feet as well as 2 feet 6 inches. Okay, so go copy the same thing, copy the same plan. From here to here, it's something like 10 feet 6 inches. Again, I want to maintain a gap of something like 8 feet, for example. Okay, now here this will become the master bedroom for me, because next to this plan I'm having a washroom. So for that reason, master bedroom 10 feet 6 inches by 11 feet 6 inches, which is mentioned in your plan. And here we can see we have to make an opening of the doors of 3 feet, again the 2 feet 6 inches, but here you have to provide the frame thickness for the door also. It will be of almost like 3 inches. Okay, 3 inches to 2 inches. Again, this depends upon the manufacturer description, so we have to discuss with the manufacturers about the frame also. So right now I'm going with 3 inches value. Generally it is 3 inches. So first, what you have to do, we have to make a frame. So what I'll do, I'll make an offset of 3 inches from here to here. Again, what is the door width we are having over here? 3 feet. Okay, so go for the offset. How much? 3 feet. Enter from this side to this side. Again, the same thing happens at this side. So go for the offset 3 inch first to make a frame for the door. Again, 2 feet 6 inches is a thickness for a width for your door. 2 feet 6 inches is the width from here to here. Now go for the trim command. Being in the trim command, we can extend the line. So select the shift key, extend, 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 extend. So being in the trim command, we can also extend by pressing the shift key. Now remove the unwanted area, remove the unwanted area, remove the unwanted wall, remove the unwanted wall, remove the unwanted wall, and remove the unwanted wall. So this we have to erase actually. So go for the R, enter, remove the unwanted areas. Now can you see we have made the opening for the doors also. Again, next to this plan, we have again a master bedroom joining with bathroom now. Okay, master bedroom joining with the bathroom value. So again, go for the copy, CO, enter for the copy, select the plan, enter. I'll take this as base point. Again, I'll drop it at exactly this point, because to maintain the uniform array value. For that reason, I'm going with the pick point value from the previous plan. Now here I have to add one more washroom over here, which is of how much? Something like 5 feet 6 inches by 6 feet. Okay, 5 feet 6 inches. So for the first, I'll go with the horizontal side. How much? 5 feet 6 inches. Enter from here to here. Again, the outer wall is how much? 9 inches for us. Sorry, offset 9 inches. Enter from this side to this side. Okay, now you can extend this side. Go for the trim command. Press the shift key. You can extend till here. Again extend. Again extend till here. Again extend. Now remove the unwanted, remove the unwanted, remove the unwanted, remove the unwanted. Now we have to make an offset from here to here, which is how much? Nothing but here 6 feet is a vertical height for you. So go for the offset. How much? 6 feet. Enter. Select, place it over here. Again, we have to go with the offset now. So go for the offset. How much? 9 inches is a wall thickness. So select from here to here. Now extend the part, TR, double enter. Extend the part from here to here. Now remove, make an opening over here. Remove this. Again remove this. Now we can see we have got a washroom over here. Now one more thing we have to add over here, nothing but the door property of 2 feet. So first we have to make a frame of 3 inches. Again you have to make an offset of 2 feet. Offset 3 inches is the frame width. Again 2 feet is a door width for us from here to here. TR, double enter. Extend the line till here. Extend the line till here. Trim this. Again you can trim this. Now we can see we have got a opening for this. Okay, so now we will go with respect to the text over here of bathroom, 5 feet 6 inches by 6 feet. So go for the copy command. Okay, so here actually we have to decrease the text size. Okay, I'll go with something like 6 inches because the space is complex for us, and this is what, nothing but your bathroom of 5 feet 6 inches by 6 feet. Hope I'm not wrong. 5 feet 6 inches by 6 feet is the value. Yes. Okay, click somewhere on the screen. You have got a washroom. We'll just align to the center of the room. So we have got a bathroom also. Next to this we have, okay, we have one more plan. The same thing I'll copy over here. Again I'll make a mirror on this side by taking a midpoint of the wall. Okay, so I'll copy this plan, go for the copy, select the object, enter. From this point exactly copy at this point. Okay, now again I'll take a reference point. This is only for the reference point of view because we are going to mirror. Okay, this is only for the reference point of view. So go for the mirror, MI, enter, select the object, enter. Okay, now select this point, mirror exactly at this point. Okay, and remove the overlap line. These are the overlap lines. Can you see? And this was the reference line for you. Can you see we have got a plan with respect to the above area. Next, we have got again a mirror for this plan. Okay, at the back side of the plan. At the back side we have to make a same mirror. So in this case again what you have to do, you have to copy this again, go for the copy command, select the object, enter. Okay, I'll be maintaining the same distance from here to here, or you can go from here to here. Okay, or still if you want to maintain the gap, you can also maintain by means of move command. Okay, switch on your ortho to make a precise copy. Okay, and again go for the mirror. So for the mirror again we have to draw a reference line because the overall wall thickness should be 9 inches for us. So we will take 4.5 inch and 4.5 inch. Go for the mirror, select the object, enter. I'll take this as point exactly at the back side. Hope you can see. Now I'll remove the reference line. Okay, the walls which have been overlapped. You can see this is overlapped for me. Control Z. So I'll trim this. Okay, I'll remove this, I'll trim this, or you can drag and place also. Hope you can see. Okay, and this is the reference line. I'll remove this. Okay, hope it's clear for everyone. Okay, now we have got the complete plan with respect to the openings. Now what we are pending here, we are pending with the dimensions. So for the dimensions, first we have to provide the settings. With respect to settings, we are going to implement the dimension linear dimension align as per the requirements in the plan. So go for the dimension command. Here we will make two profiles for the dimension. One is with respect to bigger size, one is with respect to the minor side. Okay, so we have got the three profiles over here, annotative, ISO, standard. Whichever profile you want to make a forward, you can also make a forward. Okay, I'll make a copy of ISO. So go with a new. Provide a profile name something like ABC XYZ with respect to your major size. Okay, ABC major, nothing but the bigger size. Click here continue. In the line tab, go for the layer because we are working with the layer. Again the line type should also be the layer. Again the layer should also be, line width should also be with respect to the layer. Baseline spacing we don't want. Okay, and we need the dimension line. Extension line is also with respect to the layer. Again with respect to layer, again by layer, again by layer. Wherever we have a layer option, go with the layer option. Okay, we don't want to extend any kind of dimension line and we don't want any kind of offset. Okay, because this is small drawing, so no need to go with all those details component options. Again here we go with the oblique angle, or you can see here I have gone with respect to the solid filled arrow mark. So I'll go with the closed filled arrow mark only, and the arrow size will go with something like 9 inches at the exterior side because we are working with a major style. Okay, again the text size, if you want to make a profile of the text, you can make a profile of the text also over here, or else I'll follow the same standard by names of by layer. Okay, we don't want any kind of fill color. 9 inches is the text style you want to go with, or you can also go with 6 inches also. Anyhow we can modify in the future. This we want to place the center. Again the center offset from the dimension line should be 0 because we want exactly the center aligned with the dimension line. Again coming for the fit, here only go with the one option. Always keep the text between the extended lines. Primary units we have taken the engineering as a format, so here we'll go with 1 decimal is enough for us. Okay, again comma etc. It's okay. So click here OK. Now we have got the dimension is ABC major. We will make one more dimension now with respect to ABC minor. Okay, we'll make one more with respect to ABC minor. Everything will be same, only we will decrease the size of the text and the arrow mark. Okay, here everything will be same. The text is how much? 9 inch forever. Now we will go with respect to 4.5 inches, and the arrow size also will go with something like 4.5 inches. Almost I am playing with. Okay, again we can modify by looking at the preview. Everything is same. So first we'll go with the major dimension, set current, click here close. Now enable your layer because we require a separate layer for dimensions. Okay, now we want to place a dimension over here. DLI, enter, specify the first point, again the second point. At what distance you want to leave? This is 9 inches. Again you want to maintain a gap of how much? Something like 1 feet 6 inches. So enter 2 feet, enter. So you can see exactly 2 feet it will drop. In the same case, DLI, enter, specify the first point, again the second point. At what distance you want? 2 feet, enter. Exactly 2 feet, or you can go with 2 feet 6 inches also. Just increase the value to 6 inches more. Okay, now this actually we have to provide the offset distance, but again a new property required, but I recommend to go in a manual way for this. Okay, again go for the DLI, enter, specify the point from here to here. Okay, the exterior side, how much distance you want, you can drop a value from here to here. Okay, we have given something like 2 feet or 1 feet 6 inches initially. Okay, again DLI, enter, from here to here, how much you will give? 2 feet. 2 feet we have got. Now select this, provide the property from here to here. Okay, zoom properly or else you get these errors. Okay, do not compromise with the zoom value. Select from here to here. Now we have got the value for this. In the same case, now if you want to shift for the minor dimensions, okay, so for the minor dimensions, when you go with the dimension command, D, enter, okay, select this, make this as current now, select here close. Okay, now again go for the DLI, enter, dimension linear, select the dimension from the in between side. You can see you have got a dimension of 3 feet. Again at this side we require dimension of 2 feet 6 inches. Can you see how accurately we are placing the dimensions? Again in this side we require 2 feet. Okay, in the same way you can go for the copy option also. Okay, because this is with respect to the same side. Copy we can go, but mirror rotate is not recommended for the text options. Okay, specify the pick points and you can place. Here you can see we have got the error. Okay, this should be till here and this should be till here because we have done the mirror over there. Again go for the copy for this. From this point I would like to copy till here. Okay, next if you want to make a mirror for the dimension, you can also make a mirror or you can implement the dimension also. Okay, I'll go with copy or else. Select the point from here till here. Can you see we have got the dimension. Again the copy from here till here. Next we have to go for the 2 feet of your dimension, so you can go with copy for this. Okay, so wherever we have a door provision for the 2 feet, you can place it over there. Again at this side, again at this side, again at this side. You can switch off your ortho and you can also work. Okay, so we have got the dimensions with respect to all those things. Okay, if you want to copy the same dimensions for this plan, you can also copy. Like select this, enter, because again implementing the dimensions will take time. So work in a very easy way. Okay, work in a smarter way. I hope it's clear for everyone. I hope so. Okay, everyone can work with the remaining exercises, how to place the dimensions and all those things. It's simple task. Okay, if you want me to show for all those things, I can able to show, but I recommend to practice from your side a partial area. Okay, the thing is, you have to specify only the pick points, that's it. Okay, open your dimension, whatever the profile you are working with. For example, if you want to work with measure, set current, close. So you want to provide this value, so DLI, enter, specify the point from here to here. At what distance you want to leave? Something like 1 feet, enter. So you'll get a dimension of 1 feet from here to here. Okay, so try to practice from your side. If you want to copy this, copy. Where you want to copy, at this side you want to copy, you can select and place. Okay, as per your requirement. If you want to place at this side, you can place it over here. Again the same thing at this side. Okay, again at this side, again at this side, etc, etc. Okay, if you want to implement the same dimension at this side, select the first point, again select the second point. How much? 1 feet is the offset distance. Again at this side also, first point, again the second point, exactly 1 feet is the distance for it. Okay, so in the same way I recommend everyone to please practice for the remaining dimensions. Okay, so I hope everyone have enjoyed the session. Okay, So please practice as much as possible, because in the next session we are going to see how to place these doors as well as how to make an opening for the windows. Okay, so thanks for watching my video. I hope everyone have liked and enjoyed it. Thank you. Coming for the next exercise. In this exercise, taking previous exercise as reference, we are going to place components, nothing but doors. Okay, and in the future we are going to see how to place the windows also. First we will work with respect to doors. Okay, so here is a concept what we have. Okay, so here we have to copy this same plan, go for the copy command, CO, enter, select the complete plan, enter, specify the first point from here, okay, at a specified distance somewhere over here. Now you can see we have got the same plan. Okay, now I will remove this dimension, because in the place of dimensions we are going to place door. Okay, you can also delete by means of the layer also, but as it's a small requirement, so no need to go for the layer for this. Okay, if you want you can go with respect to layer also. Because turning on the layers, turning off the layers, again it take the same amount of time. And yeah, we got the complete plan. Now here we have to place a door. So first here we can see we have got a door of 3 feet. Okay, we have got a door of how much? So here you can see we have got a door of 3 feet at this side. Okay, we have got a door of 3 feet, 2 feet 6 inches. Again we have to go with a 2 feet of door. So the requirement is 3 feet, 2 feet 6 inches as well as the 2 feet. So from here the gallery we are going to place all those doors, and always remember that whenever you're going to place the door should open exactly with respect to the wall side. Okay, something I'm opening from here to here. So I'll place one door over here from the 3 feet of gallery. You can see, go for the copy command. This is a copy command. Okay, select this door, because this I think so works with respect to the side conditions, and exactly I'll place at this point. So can you see? Exactly with respect to the end point to end point it has been placed, and when I open the door this comes exactly with respect to the wall side. Okay, so but I recommend for your convenience just copy all these doors. Okay, copy all these doors at nearby your plan size, so that the pick point will be very easy for you. Okay, afterwards we can erase this. Next we require a door of 2 feet 6 inches on this side. So go for the copy. Okay, and I think so this is the best position for the door with respect to the side conditions over there. Switch off your ortho to place the components in a very precise manner, something from here to here you can see. Okay, switch off exactly. Again we require a door of 2 feet at this side. So this is a gallery for the 2 feet. So I think so this is the best door out of all the doors. So specify the pick point and place the object exactly at this corner. Okay, I hope everyone have got the concept how to copy the doors. Now what I'll do, I'll just copy this door. I'll copy this door from this point till here. Okay, then again I'll copy all the 3 doors from here for the next concept, because it will save my time. Okay, again by taking reference as a primary for the mirror, okay, we can make a mirror for this, make a mirror for all these doors. You can also copy, but that may take some time for you. Okay, this is the best option what we have. So now you can see erase the reference line, because this reference was only to get the pick point to place a door. Again at this side also. Okay, so what we will do, we will copy this doors and we will place for the next plan. I'll take this as a base. Again I'll place exactly at this corner. Okay, we have got all the points. Now again make a mirror. For example, I'll take a point from here to here. Okay, so MI is a shortcut for the mirror. Select the doors. Okay, make a mirror from here. Switch on your ortho key from here to here. Okay, we have got all the doors. Now remove the reference line. So see how simple we have placed the doors in the complete plan. This is the way how we have to place the doors in any of a plan. Okay, but make sure that while placing the doors, the opening of the door should be with respect to the wall side, and the pick point should meet exactly with respect to the frame side as well as the wall side. Okay, these conditions has to be satisfied. Coming for the next exercise, taking reference as a previous exercise, for the same plan we are going to place the windows. Okay, so before placing the window we have to see how to make an opening for the windows in the wall. Okay, so let's come for the exercise. So here I'll be copying the same plan because this is a base reference for us. Okay, I'll select this as a base point and again I'll drop exactly with respect to the corner point of the next plan. Okay, so in this plan we are going to see how to place or how to work with respect to the window. So I'll be removing the dimensions, okay, wherever we require with respect to the window side. Okay, I'll remove this because these things may disturb at the beginner level. Okay, at the beginner level I don't recommend to go for all those dimensions. Again at this side. Okay, now I'll copy the legends from the windows and the ventilators nearby to my plan so that it will be very easy for me to place the components. Okay, afterwards you can erase this. So here you can see the first concept is nothing but W2 for the second room. Okay, W2 and the W1. So we have to take the midpoint of the room. Again we have to make an offset either on this side as well as on this side. So the overall should be the width of the window. So you can see over here. So first we have to go with W2. So how much W2 we are having over here? 3 feet is a W2 value. So that we have to place at this side. So take a reference line from here to here. Okay. So half of 3 feet is 1 feet 6 inches. So go with offset 1 feet 6 inches on the either sides from here to here, again at here to here. Now make a trim for this, TR double enter trim. Okay, and even remove the boundaries of this by means of arrays. R enter for the arrays, you can remove this. In the same case you can go with the back side of the room also. We have got W1 window which is of 4 feet for us. Okay, so go for the line command from here to here. Make an offset of how much? 2 feet on either sides from here to here, again from here to here. Go for the trim, TR double enter. Remove the unwanted area and go for the erase. You can erase this. Now we can see we have got an opening at these sides. In the same case at this side also. Okay. So L enter for the line. Take a reference first. First we will make an opening. Then afterwards we will go for the placement of the windows. Okay. At this side also we require a window which is of 4 feet. Again here we are having a ventilator. You can check in the plan. Here we can see we have got a ventilator of V2. So you can see the dimensions of V2 is how much? Nothing but here 2 feet. Nothing but either sides of how much? 1 feet, 1 feet. Again the same thing has to be done for this plan also. Okay, again for this side. Again you can see for the next side. Okay, we have got a window of this and window of this, ventilator of this, ventilator of this. Okay, so take a midpoint exactly with respect to this area. Again at this side. Again the same thing comes for this side. Again for this side. Okay, again for the same plan, again here we can see I am going to make an offset with respect to the ventilator for this wall. Again for this wall. Again for this wall. Again at this side. Again at this side. So again for this side. Again for this side. Okay, as well as we can't make an opening over here because next to this room we have a room, so we have to make an opening somewhere over here. Okay, we are going to place a window with respect to the opposite side. So I have taken all the reference lines. Now I have to go with the offset of 1 feet 6 inches, 2 feet, okay, as well as 1 feet. So first I'll go with 1 feet 6 inches of value. Okay, for the facing side. Overall is how much? 3 feet. It will be 3 feet for you. So again the same thing has to be done at this side. Again the same thing has to be done at this side. Again the same thing for this side. Again the same thing for this side. Okay, again we have to make an offset at this side. Again at this side. So the complete package of the 3 feet window has been done. Now coming for the 4 feet. So offset 2 feet on the either side, so which gives you overall how much? 4 feet from here to here, here to here. Again at this side as well as at this side. Okay, again select at this side, again at this side. Again for the opposite wall we have at this side as well as at this side. Again at this side, over here, again from here to here, again from here to here. Okay, we have got this. Next we have to make an opening for the ventilator. So ventilator overall is 2 feet, so we have to make 1 feet on the either sides. Okay, at this side 1 feet, at this side 1 feet. Again the same thing happens for the same case for this bathroom. Again you can see we have a ventilator over here, again at this side, again the same thing for this side, again the same thing for this side. Okay, now make an opening. Just go for the trim command, tr double enter. So make an opening over here, make an opening over here. We will erase all those things one at a time. Okay, because instead of going erase again and again, it will take some time for you. To overcome that, we are working in this way. Okay, we have to make one more offset over here. Okay. Again at this side, again at this side, the same thing at this side, again at this side. Okay, the selection has to be done very properly, or else you'll get some errors while placing the components. Okay, now again go for the erase. Being in the trim we have the erase option now, we can go with erase. R enter for the erase, remove the unwanted. Whatever is unwanted for you, you can remove in one selection, or is again going back to back in that way also. Okay, as per your requirement you can select. Whichever you feel comfortable you can go with. Okay, if the selection has been done wrong, you can go with undo option also. U is the shortcut for the undo. Okay, being in the command you can go with the undo option also. Select again the same way for this area, again the same way for this area. Okay, first we'll remove this. You can see we have got the opening for the complete sector. Again you can see I'll go with the R enter for the erase. Okay, I'll remove this part, again this area, again this area, again this side, again for this side. Okay, again for the same plan at this side, again at this side, again at this side. Okay, etc. Now we've got the opening. Okay, one is pending over here, so make an offset of 2 feet at this side, because by mistake it was skipped, I think so. So trim, remove this, go for the erase or trim erase, whatever you want you can go. So now we have got the opening for all the windows as well as the ventilators as per the prescribed dimensions in the plan. Now we have to copy this. Okay, so we require a W1 window of 4 feet. First we will go with respect to the horizontal side. This is the horizontal. Select any of the corner or select the pick point. Okay, switch off your ortho so that you can place the components in a very precise manner. So here we require a W1 window. You can see exactly the corner points it will be placed. Again we require a window at this side. Again at this side we require a window. Again the same window we require for the vertical side. Okay, anyway. So next we will go with respect to the vertical side of 4 feet. So I'll select this as a pick point. Now wherever you want to place the W1 window you can place as per the requirement. Here you want to place at this side, again the same thing at this side. Okay, next we want W2 window. So select the window, W2, select the point. So wherever you want to place you can place. Exactly at this corner, again at this corner, again you have to place at this side, again at this side, again you have to place this side, again at this side, over this side, again at this side. Next you have to go with ventilators. Okay, so V2 ventilators of 2 feet. So first I'll copy with respect to the horizontal side. So we require a horizontal ventilator at this side, again for this area, again over here, again over here, again over here, again over here. Okay, so we require one more ventilator for the vertical portion. So I'll copy this from this area. Okay, pick points has to be selected very precisely. You can see. Now you can see I have placed all the doors, windows, ventilators, text, dimensions, etc. etc. So this is a way how you have to work for any of the plan. So you can see first we have done the gallery for the doors and the windows as well as the ventilators. We have built up the rooms. Again we have made the opening for the doors. Again we have copied the doors as per the requirement. Again we have copied the windows also for the same plan. Okay, so this is a procedure how you have to work whenever you work for any kind of real-time projects. So I'll remove this gallery. Okay, I hope this is clear for everyone. In the same way, you have to work for the next exercises. Okay, like for the exercise 5, 6, 7, 8, etc. If you're working with the imperial format, this is a procedure. If you're working with the metric format, like in terms of millimeters, centimeters, or the meters value, you have to convert this value. Okay, as we know that 1 meter will have 1000 millimeters as well as 100 centimeters, and 1 meter will have 3.28 feet. Okay, so conversions with respect to these values, you have to check that 3 feet 6 inches equal to how much millimeter value, and how much centimeter value, and how much meter value. Okay, so converting all those values only, you can able to go for the future exercises. So I hope so everyone have gone through the videos. Okay, the same commands we are going to use for the future classes also. Okay, so please go through all the videos, please go with all the exercises and try to practice for the next exercise. Okay, so I hope everyone have enjoyed the session. So thank you for watching my videos.